to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Popped up. Paredes gives it a look. It's drifting, and it is caught by Paredes for the final out. And the Astros hold on to win it 4-3. A ball that stayed in play. Isaac Paredes makes the catch for the final out against his former team, and the Astros now 3-2 on the road trip with a 4-3 win on the first game of this series.
Yeah, go Stros. They win last night 4-3, second straight 4-3 wins last night as we welcome you in on a Tuesday here. Sports Radio 610. We're with you till 10 a.m. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. It's funny. That was a foul pop-up to end the game, but it's when you listen to it and you hear Todd Callis go, this one's going to stay in play. I immediately think of the home run that the Rays hit to get their first two runs. I'm like, this is an easy, as we were talking, the phrase, this is a can of corn out there to right field. And then the thing just kept floating and floating and floating. And even Cam Smith, who is, he's largely played in college stadiums and minor league ballparks before this season, even he looked a little quizzical as that thing sailed into the right field stands. Like, wow, these stands, they crept up quick.
There were some fun plays at the wall last night, I think because the ball was carrying so much. And it didn't carry as much in left field, but that damn left fielder for the Rays, Corral, he made some nice snags.
Poor Chazzy.
There have been some annoyingly good outfield plays by the opposing teams in the last couple series. Yeah. Adolis Garcia running around there like he was 170 pounds and doesn't actually have the neck of a Brahma
sliding around.
Yeah. That was fun last night. That was fun. Colton Gordon, there's a lot to like about how aggressive he is as a young guy, and kind of has that killer mentality and look about him as he goes about his business, despite looking a little bit too much like Adam Spillane for my liking. But
I was going to say, he doesn't look like a killer, but he pitches like a killer.
He doesn't look like a young pitcher.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite look like, this guy's young. Up and coming 38 years old, and he's seen some things, man.
Right. But
he's been through some stuff.
But this, and I felt the same way actually felt stronger about this start than his first one. His first start, I'm looking at the numbers, was against the Royals, and it was very traffic-y, and it was he labored a little bit in that game. He gave up 3 runs in 4 1/3, but I remember coming in the next day after that game, because the Astros ended up winning that game 4-3, and I remember saying, you know what? He, for a guy making his first big league start, 3 runs in 4 1/3 innings, it's not optimal. If Hunter Brown or Framber went out there and got knocked out in the 5th and gave up 3 runs, it'd be like, all right, well, that's a missed opportunity. But with Colton Gordon, I was like, all right. And last night, I feel, last night it was 5 1/3 and gave up 3 earned runs, and 2 of them were on a home run that wouldn't have been a home run in any other ballpark in baseball.
Right. Yep.
So just in terms of, the contact he was giving up and his command and how he looked last night, look, any of these games that you win with the Colton Gordons out there pitching, something called Brandon Walter is pitching tonight. I had to go Google.
I long awaited.
You've been talking about this
Brandon
guy forever.
Walter
Yeah.
Well, because they got him a couple years ago, but he had an injury he was rehabbing from. So, Brandon Walter, and this is something that I've known for years, is that he at one point. No, I'm just like you. I had to do all my searching on him last night. He was at one point kind of meteorically rising through the Red Sox organization because he had a Tommy John when he was in college, so he was rehabbing that.
So he's gotten one already. We don't have to worry about that. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He's already got. Well, you know what? Careful, I'm mixing my Colton Gordon stuff in with my.
Gordon's had Tommy John. Yeah, Gordon's had Tommy John for sure. I know that. Yeah.
Gordon also was Gordon was actually a pizza boy in a non-derogatory way.
Yeah.
Remember, J.J. Watt delivered pizzas for a while, and they called him Pizza Boy when he got drafted. Colton Gordon was delivering pizza while he was rehabbing his Tommy John.
In West Palm,
In West Palm back in the day.
Yep.
So, but no, Brandon Walter, he was like a very fast-rising prospect, and then didn't do much when he got to MLB and then got injured. So you can see the upside in him, hopefully.
So this is so I think to my original point with Colton Gordon and with Brandon Walter is if these guys are giving you what Colton Gordon gave you last night, man, that is house money. These guys are getting called up from the minors to do these spot starts. I say spot starts. I mean, Colton Gordon, he may earn his way into a six-man rotation depending on when Arrighetti comes back. Wisniewski's out for the year. We still don't know if Lance McCullers has all his stuff straightened out yet. He was better last time around. This thing, outside of Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, and I'll throw Ronel Blanco in there, this thing is just, it is a roulette wheel right now, man.
It's I mean, this is we're very accustomed to this as Astros fans. Maybe sometimes get a little too comfortable, almost being like, well, sure, just bring the next guy up and he'll develop. Remember me with JP France? Yeah, rock solid. Here we go.
He got injured.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He'd probably be a Cy Young candidate right now.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely, yeah.
But Hunter Brown is Hunter Brown. But Spencer Arrighetti last year just did the classic about him. This year is a guy that, oh boy, if he's healthy, there we go. We got
legit
Spencer
number
Arrighetti.
3 guy. Yep, legit number 3 guy.
Who knows? Colton Gordon could be working his way into a 5-man rotation based on how much everything is in flux.
Yeah, everything's in flux right now. So gold star for Colton Gordon last night. Kept him in the game. Did a good job. And Jake Myers with a home run to give him give him a lead, and they bring in the bullpen. Bullpen does what the bullpen does. I felt, man, Hader is perfect in save opportunities this year.
Yeah.
And I felt in the 9th inning when the first guy got on by catcher's interference, I'm like, oh, not this way. Don't have his perfect season ending, because he got catcher's interference, and then he got Baltimore chopped over to second on a ground ball, stole third, and then Hader had to pitch his way out of that, man, with just one out and a guy on third.
Well, it also included a great play by Altuve, who had charge on an infield pop-up and ended up making a great
bunt.
play.
Yeah, on the little bunt.
At second base.
Yeah.
It was a pop-up bunt.
Yeah.
And Altuve.
Sliding catch.
Altuve might have something at second base. Keep an eye on this kid.
This guy?
Yeah. This kid might do something.
Yeah.
You might want to consider a full-time switch to second base if he can handle the change at this age.
I wonder how hard that is for him just going back and forth like that. Like, second base and left field is kind of a... There are zero similarities in those two positions.
Sean, you've gone back and forth between a new girlfriend and an old one before. It's there's
true.
one that exactly how the old girlfriend likes it.
Good analogy. Good analogy, because all we got told in spring training was how much fun Jose Altuve was having. At both points.
He's basically like Bill Belichick at this point. He's got a new girlfriend, but he's also got his old bag of tricks.
His old girlfriend. The old 50-something blonde is second base, and the new Jordan Hudson is left field for him, right?
Yeah. So he goes out there and he feels alive. It's his muse.
Yeah, man.
Well, left field is Jose Altuve's muse.
Yes.
But then he can go back to second base, which is coaching at UNC, and still do what he's done his whole life, which is coach football and or play second base.
We got a report on Yordan yesterday.
I don't like the shots of him in the dugout. He's always like flexing his hand or something.
Is he? I haven't looked at that to see.
No. Here's the thing. He's not. But it's almost like anytime he makes a hand movement, I feel like it's one of those. I interpret it as, it doesn't look too comfortable. It doesn't look. He's holding an iPad, Seth. What are you talking about,
dude? Yordan said that his hand, through an interpreter, said his hand is, quote, getting better, but he still feels it when he swings. Alvarez said he played with the hand hurting for a while. So he was, according to Yordan, he was playing through this for a while. Yeah. And it reached a point where, quote, I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed, end quote. This is the second time he's dealt with this. The first time was, at least the second time. I mean, it's 2025. I want to say he's been dealing with hand issues since the year they won the World Series in 2022 with him.
Yeah.
And this is something, if you're wondering, like, why is Yordan on such a good contract, this is probably one of the reasons why. Like, for whatever reason, this is not shade, but a little more brittle than others who sustain injury or more susceptible to injury than others. And, boy, between obliques and knees and hands, you start to veer towards, okay, this is a good contract, but it's not a great contract because Yordan is going to be missing 25 games with something every year. You know what I mean? And you can't plan for stuff like this. I mean, I guess you can plan overall, but you don't know. It's always lurking around the corner with him.
His hand is the 2022 is when he had the IL stint.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he had a finger in 2023.
Okay, well, that's part of the hand.
That's attached to the hand,
it
right?
Is. Yeah. It's hand adjacent is what they call that.
I'm
in
pretty
radio.
good with the medical terms when it comes to I know that he's had a neck before. That's not.
That's
you can't
torso.
really call that
that's
the
torso
hand.
adjacent. That's not hand adjacent. That's torso adjacent.
But he had the hand in 2000. He had three times it came up in 2022. That was the thing about it.
Yeah. This
it
was
was
a big
lingering.
Deal. Yes,
it was all season long. The IL stint, even after the IL stint, he ended up with reports in that season.
Glass half full. In years where Yordan has recurring hand injuries, historically, the Astros win the World Series, and he hits the game-winning home run in the clinching game. That's what that small sample size, one season, but in every season where he's got lingering hand injuries that put him on the IL, they win the World Series.
We need to do as a show to show him that we support. It's that we should annoy him with questions for what he should be doing to keep his hands.
I thought you were going to say we should smash our hands with a hammer in solidarity with him.
Oh, like old, was that Gardner Minshew that claims he did that? Or was that?
I don't know.
I can't remember who it was.
Now I got to go Google a story.
The guy, he claimed he was on a Barstool podcast, and he claimed that in college once he wanted to get a medical red shirt.
That sounds familiar, and it sounds like something Gardner Minshew would do.
It sounds like something he would lie about doing. Yeah. I don't know that, but. Of all spots to injure yourself as a quarterback, I don't think the hand is the smartest one.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the thing I worry about with Yordan is
Yordan out. Sorry, Gardner Minshew once intentionally tried to break his own hand with a hammer to get another year of eligibility at ECU. Yes.
Yeah. Who does that? Who says that? Well, I am a quarterback. It's my non-throwing hand. Certainly, I'll risk the smashing into the body part that has so many bones that even big men like Yordan Alvarez can't keep them all together at one point.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you going to say about Yordan there? You were going to say something.
Did you interrupt me?
Yeah, to the Gardner Minshew. Yeah.
That's what I worry about with Yordan is that could it be like a muted version of J.J. Watt where he's not having these season-ending type injuries or anything, but you feel like J.J. never attained his true potential greatness because he just had too many injuries. Yordan, in some ways, it feels like, man, for how potentially great he could be.
Yeah.
J.J. is a guy that if he had stayed healthy could have been an all-time sack leader.
Yep.
Like that type of up in that category. But the injuries did him in.
I like the analogy. Yordan started getting hurt. He was already a Hall of Famer. But the analogy, they're both among the best at what they did when healthy, for sure. Yeah. But I like.
But that's what. Well, but if Yordan keeps having nagging injuries or perpetually having these issues, that's what. Yeah, I guess that could. It's in that same boat.
It's in the same boat for sure. They are both, when healthy, they are both peak at what they do. No question.
They might both be those guys that are so big and freakishly athletic that their bodies can't handle it.
Maybe, man. I hope that's not the case. But at least you got him on a good deal, which doesn't mean squat when he's sitting there hanging out, chit chatting in the dugout.
It's less of a good deal when he's not playing.
When he's not playing, it's way less of a good deal. But the Astros win last night. That's the big thing. So we'll circle back to that in headlines. All right, we found out via some content from another NFL team about a trade the Texans were looking to make in the draft. The Texans were looking to move up. Were they looking to draft the same guy this team selected when they rejected the Texans trade? Would you have done this deal? And who would not be on this team right now if they did this deal? This is some interesting stuff. We will get to that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Did you go to Beck's Prime yesterday like
studio. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Astros win last night. We hit that in the open 4-3. We'll hit that again in headlines in about 20, 25 minutes or so. So apparently, according to a documentary, and I guess this is the first in what'll be a series, kind of similar to the Texans' Iron Sharpens Iron. If you've seen that, the Texans have Iron Sharpens Iron. It's a series on YouTube that their social media team, I'm assuming, puts together. It's very well done. It's really good. It's really fun to watch now because it largely covers good, competent football. This would not have popped as well in the David Culley or Lovie Smith eras, but it seems like a lot of this content that documents things behind the scenes has coincided with the D'Amico Ryans era, and that's been a lot of fun. Yeah,
they've been upping their game steadily, and I think they kind of cut their chops. Is that the expression? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
On those couple of years, they were actually doing some pretty cool stuff. It just largely went unnoticed.
Yeah.
So now by the time a relevant football team arrived, they could really throw themselves full board.
And that's what they've done, and it's called Iron Sharpens Iron. Now the Patriots are doing one, and you'll see why we're bringing up the Patriots here in just a second. But the Patriots are doing one called Forged in Foxborough, and it's got a similar iron theme to it. Like the beginning intros have a lot of sparks and welders and iron men, banging on anvils and things like that. But this thing is, the first episode is an hour and 13 minutes long, and it does cover from the time Mike Vrabel was hired all the way through the draft. So this thing covers like 4 months worth of content. And I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched bits and pieces of it. It's very good. The reason why we're bringing this up, story popped up yesterday because their first episode of this popped up this week. And the draft room, they go into the draft room, man. Like they are in the draft room with Elliot Wolf. Elliot Wolf is doing vignettes that get spliced in, like describing what was going on in the draft room. It is very inside. It is the complete opposite of probably how it's been in Foxborough for the last 25 years, if I had to guess. There was probably nothing like this going on with Belichick back in the day. But the reason I bring this up is because the Texans got kind of pulled into this story yesterday where the Patriots had the 38th pick in the draft, so early in the second round, shortly after the Texans picked Jaden Higgins with the 34th overall pick, and the Patriots were getting phone calls about that pick. The Chicago Bears wanted to give them a 7th-round pick to move up one spot from 39 to 38. Presumably the Bears, I think, did want to draft Travion Henderson, which is who the Patriots ended up taking with the 38th pick. The other trade the Patriots had on the table, and it was very clear in this. The audio's not great, which is why we don't have it, but in watching it, you could hear that the Texans had an offer into the Patriots in which the Texans would get the 38th pick. They would move up 20 spots. And in the 79th pick and a 3rd-rounder next year. So essentially, Seth, 2 3rd-round picks to move up 20 spots in the draft, the Texans. Mm-hmm. Patriots move back 20 spots, pick up those 2 thirds. It doesn't specify who the Texans were targeting there.
Right.
Do we think they could have been targeting Travion Henderson there?
Travion Henderson felt very, very possible after Thursday night.
I went 34, right? Yeah.
I watched a bunch of Travion Henderson clips the night before. I think I don't go to bed that night. I can't remember. Which probably means that I didn't go to bed. I think I think there's very, very possible. I know supposedly not drafting for position or need, whatever. Boy, they were going heavily into offense at the top of this draft and trying to help C.J. Stroud out. The fact that they traded up for Woody Marks in a way that didn't seem like a classic Nick Caserio move. Like they traded pretty aggressively up to draft a running back at that spot. I think they wanted to help C.J. Stroud out with weaponry, whether it was on the offensive line, wide receiver, or running back. And the 2nd round is a good place to do that.
And Travion Henderson,
with a running back.
Travion Henderson is a former college teammate of C.J. Stroud's, also at Ohio State. So there's that little rink. I don't think that's why they'd pick a guy, but it's certainly they've got probably as much or more intel on him than anybody else.
Well, and it's when it comes to asking players about, hey, C.J., how much do you know about Travion Henderson? or something, having players feel like they're selecting the players or anything. And they don't, when you ask players on your team about guys, they're not going to generally say anything bad about them. And CJ didn't play a bunch with Travion Henderson, but you can kind of power rank them, You're like, they might have asked CJ about the offensive tackle, Josh Simmons, and Josh might have said, oh, yeah, he's a swell fella. Sure, yeah.
They picked, you're right. They picked, they actually ended up picking Ariante Ursery 10 picks after that. So they moved up to get Ariante Ursery at 48. I'm looking at the draft right now. I'm just trying to figure out if it had to be Travion Henderson. I'm looking at the next 10 guys to get picked between Henderson and Ursery. And
Luther Burden could have made sense. I think Luther Burden, the wide receiver.
But they had just taken Higgins 4 picks before that.
Oh, that's right. In my mind, that pick is gone.
Yeah. They had just taken Higgins.
Well, I mean, they would go on to take another wide receiver. But I doubt they would have aggressively traded up for Luther Burden. I mean, they took a Luther Burden type of dude in a lot of ways too.
But they just took him at that spot. They didn't give up multiple draft picks to go get him.
Yeah.
And Burden's got all that baggage where he doesn't feel like a Texans guy, at least rumored baggage with his inner circle and whatnot.
Yeah. The only other thought I had was Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU.
Yeah.
Potentially could have been the guy. That would have made a lot of sense. And at that point, they might have thought, I think Mason Taylor makes sense. Travion Henderson would be the guy that you would trade up for, I think.
I'll give you one more name that went 47, the pick before Ursery, who was a first-round pick in every mock draft, but had is Will Johnson, the cornerback out of Michigan.
Yeah.
He got picked by Arizona with that pick right before Ursery. Were they going to trade multiple thirds to go up and get a guy who had injury concerns? I don't know.
Well, and this is the other potential option is that maybe they were targeting Ursery. That if there was
aggressively,
that's very possibly that they might have just overshot it, and we would never know if that's what happened. But they might have been maybe they liked Ursery that much to trade up aggressively for him, but then the way the board fell and maybe whatever trade possibilities that happened, nothing looked smart, but he was still there.
Yeah, there were no offensive linemen taken in between 38 and 48,
So here's the one possibility, and I don't know whether Texans fans wish this would have happened or happy with where Cody Stutes put a poll out where it basically looked like most Texans fans are happy with the way it all worked out.
Yeah.
I think it looks like on the video it's hard to hear and see exactly what's going on, but it looked like the Texans, if the Patriots were on the phone with the Texans, that the Texans might have pulled themselves out of the deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's the Patriots look like they're saying, you're out? Okay.
Yeah.
And now we don't know for sure that they were talking to the Texans and that was the deal that would.
Yeah, and again, we'd have the audio, but the audio is not great. But we do know there was a deal on the table between the two teams that involved those picks. Basically, what this would mean if you had made that deal, let's pretend it was for Travion Henderson for a second. Hypothetically, would you rather have had Travion Henderson or Noel and Woody Marks? I'm assuming, because again, the trade would have been Texans moving up 20 spots and giving up the 79th pick, which they used on Noel. Sorry. I'm going to get texts from people telling me it's Noel. And a third-round pick next year, which I'm assuming was one of the picks they used to get Woody Marks the next day. So you wouldn't have Woody Marks on this team. You wouldn't have Noel on this team. Probably wouldn't have Ursery on this team. Again, the Texans could have made more moves after that to get any one of these guys possibly. But that's kind of how it, from what we know, that's kind of how it plays. I'd rather have the crew of guys that they ended up getting, especially considering how highly praised that Noel pick has been at 79. That's been a universally lauded pick by the Houston Texans.
Cody Stutes, the poll he put out says, which would have been better for the Houston Texans in the 2025 NFL draft? Travion Henderson or the combination of Ursery and Jalen Noel?
Yeah.
90% of Cody's respondents say they prefer the way it actually happened with Ursery and Jalen Noel.
And I think if I had to guess, we just have the numbers. We don't have the why people voted that way, that strongly. But if I had to guess, it's a combination of the evaluation the Noel pick has gotten since then, and the fact that if you made that Henderson deal, then you may not be getting an offensive lineman at any point in this. Ursery's the only offensive lineman they took, and that was viewed as a huge need. So I'm guessing that some people voted no, we had to come away with something the first 2 days on the offensive line, or else it is a really, really slippery slope.
And it's also, man, drafting a running back, or even if you draft the right guy, healthy, what have you.
Yeah.
There's a hesitancy. So when it's easy for me to say, oh yeah, you know what? You take a running back and then he ends up injured or doesn't pan out or whatever. What's he really do for you? The one thing about TreVeyon Henderson is that he does he pass protects. Yeah. And I think for the Texans, you look at the final quarter of that Chiefs game, man. It would have been nice to have a running back in there who was good in pass protection.
It was a mess,
because that was one of the many, many issues they had in that quarter. But yeah, I'm especially like you said, the Jalen Noel pick has been so lauded as like a great value selection, whatever. That it makes it a lot easier to think, okay, yeah, I'd rather have two swings at the plate with Ursary and Noel than one potential at a very risky position to draft.
Yeah, and Marks probably isn't on this team too. Again, they gave up a third. They would have given up a third next year as well, and that's what they gave up to move in and get Woody Marks the next day. For what it's worth, if you want to, wet the palate here with some TreVeyon Henderson and think about what might have been, this was actual good audio on the Patriots documentary. This was Vrabel and Elliott Wolf, their GM, talking about the Henderson pick.
Some teams were talking about moving up, and ultimately we didn't feel that the value being offered to us was worth possibly losing out on TreVeyon. So we just ended up sending the pick in and getting him on the phone with about 58 seconds left there.
You're just weighing the options of, do we feel like we can get this player later, or is this a player that we would stick and pick? And so we felt like what was best for us was to get Trey, and I'm glad we did.
Thing the fans saw. We saw those explosive plays, just his ability to take it the distance each time he touches the ball. It's all of it. It's the route running, the pass protection, the toughness, the character, the physicality, and just all those things added up into the right player.
There you go. Echoing what you just said there. Total package.
And honestly, it's having played on a team that had an incredible running back when Fred Taylor was very much in his peak. It's amazing how many games we won just because Fred Taylor had a 90-yard reception for a touchdown.
He erases a lot of mistakes, man.
Yeah, it is. It's a cushion you have. And over the course of a 17-game season, the more playmakers you have, the more guys like Nico Collins who can – how many times has Nico Collins, in hindsight said, retroactively won a game for you because it was just a huge 80-yard touchdown reception or what have you. It tilts the tables in enough games per year that it's home field advantage. It's making the playoffs at all. It's enticing to have a guy like that.
Big plays like that, and even like 3rd and 12s where you just ran two terrible plays to get into 3rd and 12, and then this guy just makes a catch. Or if it's TreVeyon Henderson, catches a screen out of the backfield, makes two guys miss, things that 5 other guys can do. You know what I mean? Just stuff like that. You're absolutely right. It's a good pick. It's a good documentary. I jumped around in it, but I'm just watching this content. I'm going, boy, there must be New England Patriot fans who are getting this level of access now. Who are like, holy crap, we never had this before. It is so immersive. This thing, this documentary.
I feel like Bob Kraft has had that annoying, Patriots Productions. Remember that was part of his production company. Yeah. That it looked like they were filming the sideline of the opponent. Yeah. And it was that at NRG Stadium? It feels like it was. I can't remember what. Anyway, he was actually somebody had to stop this guy, and it was supposedly just for a documentary. But it was all part of this Patriots Productions. Right. They've been putting out annoying stuff forever. It's just this. Yeah, this will be a lot more heavy on the football side.
Yeah, not in the war room before. This is stuff I don't recall ever watching stuff like this with Belichick making picks, but maybe I'm wrong.
This might be the first time that we can really say, okay, a move that if the Patriots really like TreVeyon Henderson, then it makes sense that Caserio would really like TreVeyon Henderson. Yeah. Because Elliott Wolf has only been with the Patriots since 2000. I think he was a consultant the first couple of years. Yeah. So he became the director of scouting in 2022. So he's not a Caserio guy, didn't have the same upbringing or anything. This is just one NFL team doing business with another NFL team, and then there you have it.
9 minutes ago, somebody texted, you all haven't mentioned what position Henderson plays. We probably have in the last 9 minutes, but we apologize for that. In case we haven't, he's a running back. I think that's gotten mentioned a few times, but just in case. Sorry about that, texter. He's a running back out of Ohio State, a very good one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. The Astros, we got a Yordan Alvarez update. We've got the Astros winning last night in Tampa Bay, taking the first of that series. Big week in the NFL as well. The owners meet today and tomorrow in Minneapolis. to one of them. So we'll talk about that in headlines and a big contract for a linebacker in the NFL as well. We will get to all of that coming up next. But first, Academy Sports.
and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Points wide, the strike to walkout ratio is 19.
The ball been carrying there all night. Let's go!
Do it.
Jake Myers, number 3 on the year. First batter to face Manuel Rodriguez. Hits one out to give the Astros a 4-3 lead.
Yeah,
Mammoth shot to right field. 338 feet.
Welcome to the game, Manuel Rodriguez, whoever you are. Jake Myers just took you yard and won the game for the Houston Astros last night. 4-3. That was right after the Rays had tied the score at 3 against Colton Gordon. Bullpen came in and did a great job again last night. Brian King, Brian Abreu, Josh Hader shutting them down in the ninth inning. And that was great to see. Jake Myers, man, with the 2 for 3 last night. He's batting .301. I think I saw Michael Schwab tweet this out yesterday. Jake Myers, who was going into the game yesterday, was batting .293. So he goes 2 for 3. His average is up over 300 now. Highest batting average of any center fielder in the American League right now, Jake Myers. How about that?
Jake. And is he past the point where, because he got off to a fast start last year and then obviously plummeted afterwards.
He had a huge May last year, so I'm going to wait till June before I get super excited about it.
Right, yeah. So we're getting close. We're side hugging him right now.
We're side hugging him, yeah.
If he keeps playing this way, we'll turn on to full frontal hugging.
Yeah, we'll be spooning by the end of the month, and then probably full. Well, spooning's probably more intimate than a full frontal hug. You're right.
Yeah.
We don't need to go down this path. This is getting to be disturbing visuals. But yes, I'll be more. If we get to this time in June, what's today, May 20th? If we're at June 20th and Jake S in the mid to high 700s, which I'll take from Jake Myers in a heartbeat, then I'll get excited about, because you know what we're getting defensively from Jake Myers. You're getting a ton of range, circus catches, slightly below average arm.
I'll be excited to give him a full bore hug.
Yes.
Got gentle eyes.
Yeah.
The one thing, we didn't bring this up the first time. Cam Smith in right field. Yeah. He missed a fly ball last night. That it was. Look, he's still adjusting, playing in right field, but he overran it. Yeah. It was almost like when a quarterback. My first thought was like, Schaub threw that ball. It looked like Schaub couldn't throw. Couldn't catch Andre Johnson in stride.
Yeah.
He hustles his butt off out there. And it was on a night where the ball was really carrying in right field. So because the Astros won, I'm inclined to completely excuse it and look at it as evidence of just, man, he's very, very fast out there. There's another one where Myers was catching a fly ball in short center, and just out of nowhere, you see Cam running behind him. He's all over the place.
We shouldn't be laughing. Like, there's going to be a collision at some point. Jake isn't the best traffic director out there, I don't think.
Well, I think that was he's got these young guys, these youthful corner outfielders in Cam Smith and Jose Altuve that are just rambunctious. They're out there running around like crazy. Now, Altuve was at second last night in the ninth inning. He made a great play. Looked like he got some potential at second base. I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
You might see him at second base more.
This Altuve guy might have something at second base. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, Jake. Jake has that blank stare sometimes where, like, if the crossing guard at my kid's school had the look on his face that Jake Myers had, I'd be like, oh, my kid's going to get hit by a bus eventually here for sure.
No, you know what Jake has? Jake has that Eli Manning quality to him where if he's playing really well, wow, look at that guy. He's ice cold. If he's playing poorly, like, he's a doofus.
He's unflappable, this guy. Look at him.
Based on your baseball player, you're either unflappable or a doofus.
I love that. Jake had a stolen base last night for the first time in forever. Yeah, man. Like, I'm not gonna.
You know what? Speaking of goofiness, Yiner getting to first on what should have been a strikeout.
Dude, when he probably could have gone to second. That thing rolled forever.
Swung at a curveball that almost hit the first baseman.
It's good strategy. I like the strategy.
And it would have been a strikeout.
It's a good way to get on first base.
But it was such a bad pitch to swing at that the catcher couldn't handle it, and he got to first.
That was fun. So the Astros win last night. Tonight we get on the mound, we get someone named Brandon Walter, who will be making his first start for the Astros tonight. And, hey, man, as long as they keep winning these games or they're bringing these randos up from the minor leagues, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what happens. 6 o'clock start in bed by 9 last night. I love the East Coast series. It was great.
The early start got me, especially because Colton Gordon was dealing.
Yeah, man.
He went from put the first guy on base and then had how many straight outs was it?
It was 12. 12 straight outs.
It ended up being 12 straight outs. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he was great. He was great. We'll get to Yordan and his hand at the top of the hour, but suffice it to say, the latest updates are very murky. It sounds like things are getting better, but it's not going nearly as fast as we would like it to, I think, with Yordan. We'll get to Yordan at the top of the hour, but frustrating reports, at least in my opinion, on that. NFL, the league meetings are starting today in Minneapolis. It's not clear, at least where I've looked, as to when they're going to vote on these rules. The headlines I've seen indicate that it might be Wednesday, but could be today, so we'll keep our head on a swivel. But the big ones are the reseeding or the seeding for the playoffs will be done if they vote this particular rule in. The 4 division winners in each conference will not be the top 4 seeds. They'll be in the playoffs, but the seeding will be done with all 7 teams based on their overall record. The tiebreaker will be division champions get the nod over wild card teams if they have the same record. So that's a big one that gets voted.
It would be and if you go back to, as you laid out yesterday, you go back to last year where the Texans' final game was kind of meaningless, so a lot of stars didn't play. That would have been meaningful under this scenario.
No doubt.
Yes, the Texans had already hemmed up the division championship and with a home playoff game, but they would have had to actually play for that. So then you can go butterfly effect and say, well, what if some starters have gotten injured in that game?
Yeah.
Whatever. It makes it more exciting. The sum total of it is there's going to be a lot more potentially exciting games in the final week of this season.
These leagues, this is not just the NFL. This is especially the NBA. It's the biggest thing that's incumbent upon them right now is to make the regular season meaningful. There's too many games where teams don't have to play their guys, and especially in the NFL at the end of the year, and especially in the NBA, seemingly year-round, where they're just load managing guys and whatnot. So that's
the other big thing on the rules front to pay attention to in the long term is that it does seem like the NFL owners really, really, really want 18 games, and this time the players they objected the first time, and I don't know. This is where as a former player, I should say, no, that's too many games. It's physically untenable. But as a fan and as somebody who talks about football 4 hours a day sometimes, this 17-game series, like the season, the math is just
the
too
odd
hard
numbers.
for me.
You hate the odd numbers, and I hate them too. I'm with you.
It's the dumbest thing in the world, but it makes everything clunky.
Yeah, I'd rather go back to 16. Honestly, if you had a I'd rather go back to 16 than have 17 right now.
I'd like to go back to having an actual 500 team.
Yes.
To actually be in 500. Can we get that? Yeah.
The other big one is the tush push. And yesterday, the Packers, who are they're the ones presenting the banning of the tush push. Everybody has a tush push. They play the Eagles have made famous by taking 2 linemen and shoving Jalen Hurts, who probably doesn't need 2 linemen shoving him for short yardage situations. The Packers are trying to get that play banned, and they thought it would all along. They revised the language in their tush-push proposal yesterday to basically just say you can't push or pull ball carriers anywhere on the field. In other words, how it was before the year 2004. In 2004, they opened it up so that you were allowed to push or pull ball carriers.
And then nobody did anything with it for 10 years.
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
You started seeing guys start to push guys because the offense is these brilliantly analytical football minds. It took them a decade to realize, we're allowed to do that now. Yeah. Oh, okay. And but it evolved into the tush push.
So if you do it where they can't do it everywhere, you're not necessarily singling out one team. I guess it's just like, hey, you can't push, and which I'm fine with.
Right. The reason they made the rule originally was that they felt it was too hard to officiate. That there were just too many instances where, is this guy? And usually it happens on piles down or piles downfield or at the goal line.
Yep.
All right, is this offensive lineman actually trying to block a defensive lineman, or is he pushing the running back, or was it incidental? I think the NFL owners might be at the spot where they say, well, okay, that's a little bit of hazy, but this tush push is just so boring. It's we need if we do the give or take on this, it's just everything's boring when they do this.
Yep. And I think that's all along. That's what I thought the change would be if they were to change it. Now, here's what you need to know, and we'll finish up headlines here. As of March, 16 teams were in line with the Packers here, including the Packers. 16 teams wanted to ban the tush push. 16 either did not or they were on. How many of the 16 teams that were either a no or a maybe have come over to the other side? We'll find out in the next day or two.
The Texans play the Bills this year. The Bills are one of the best teams in the league at the tush push. But they also, ironically, are one of the teams that doesn't want the tush push to be legal.
Them and the Packers are pretty vocal. The Texans, ironically, are one of the teams, at least Nick and D'Amico, that seem cool with it right now. Like they're in the hey, we got to learn how to stop it category. At least publicly, that's what they've said on this show. Nick has said that before. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. Fred Warner signs a 3-year, $63 million deal with the Niners. That was the other one I teased. Okay, this Yordan Alvarez update on the hand. How problematic is this thing going to be? Is this just something that's always going to be lurking around the corner? And where does Yordan's injury rank among the Houston injuries across sports that we're most concerned, that are always seemingly lurking around the corner? We got a lot to get to here in the 7 o'clock hour, so let's get to that right away. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But before we do that,
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so the Astros win last night 4-3 over the Tampa Bay Rays. Congrats to them. Trying to get back at it, win another one tonight. You win this one, you win a series, you get a little momentum coming back home for Seattle. And this is a big series coming up this weekend. That'll be fun. Seattle coming to town. Hopefully, you win these couple games, Seth, and you go into that Seattle series with we can talk about on Thursday. There's a mathematical chance that they are in first place at the end of the weekend. You know, like that thing. That's who you're chasing right now is the Seattle Mariners. So that would be fun.
2.5 games back.
Is it
right
2.5
now
still?
The Mariners, yes.
Yeah. So hang around, man.
Stack up some wins in this minor league ballpark environment that you were playing in last night.
Did that affect your viewing experience last night?
The net being so visible, yeah, it kept feeling like I was watching from I was watching a high school baseball game or batting practice or something with all the netting that I could see.
Spring training. It felt like a spring training game to me.
And then this affected some people, but not others. Just the broadcast was really grainy for me.
Oh yeah.
And I know a lot of people who had said the picture was okay, but the audio was messed up. My audio was fine, but the broadcast was real grainy. Some people said it was for them. Others said it wasn't.
They apologized. Space City Home Network did for technical difficulties on the broadcast on social media, and the feed we're on in our house was a standing technical difficulties, please stand by graphic. So they didn't get to the I don't know if they missed the first couple batters or not, but early in the game, right at 6:05, it was a frozen screen saying technical difficulties.
There were a lot of I ended up missing more. I knew I wasn't going to be able to watch the beginning of this game because it was an early game, but I was Colton Gordon was in the first 4 innings was mowing dudes down. And ended up after he put the first guy on base, which I didn't see. I can't remember when I picked up in the third inning. He had 12 straight outs after that. He was pitching very, very well, and then started to look like a young guy that's just still needs to keep working on getting lengthened out.
5 1/3, 3 earned runs. Guy's in his second start. He's on the road. I'll take it. They win the game. They've won both his starts so far, and they haven't been great. 3 earned runs in 4 1/3 in his first start against the Royals. 3 earned runs in his next start in 5 1/3 against the Rays. The Astros have won both of those games that he's pitched so far, 4-3. He's kept him in the game. His guys. He was in the minor leagues in Sugar Land a week and a half ago.
Yeah. No. And the power of Paredes. I mean, Paredes has just really started pouring it on. Yeah. And then starting to see other guys start to hit with some power.
Nice, man.
We're getting the. This has been. You know what you're not used to. It's like the Astros last year when all of a sudden they lifted themselves out of a funk. They came blazing and roaring out of that funk. And you almost condition yourself, all right, in baseball, you go on cold streaks, you go on hot runs, all of that. I do have to give the Astros credit for just kind of steadily improved season so far to where they were so abysmal offensively, and they haven't – it's not like all of a sudden, okay, this is the version of the offense you want. But they've been doing it by just steadily increasing some of their power numbers and some of the other areas in the margin. And you can start to see where, okay, this could potentially be a really good baseball team if a few things go right.
Pena's been legitimately great since being moved into the leadoff role. Not one of these greats that you just throw around. He has been legitimately like OPS in the 900s since moving to the leadoff role.
He's. I was actually looking into some Juan Soto stuff because he's been miserable. But I found this article of guys who have overcome their slow starts.
Oh, yeah.
And it was eight guys on Baseball Savant, and Jeremy Pena is one of them.
Yes.
The 27-year-old Pena has fit in perfectly atop the lineup. He's batting .375 with a .958 OPS since Altuve's ask. All these other advanced stats are way up. And don't you dare throw him a four-seam fastball.
Is that what it says? Is that what it says?
Slugging percentage against four-seamers since he moved to the leadoff went from .397 last year to .825 this year.
What do you feel is more real, Jeremy Pena or Jake Myers right now?
Pena.
Pena?
Yeah, I think with Pena, so much of it is tied to the changes he made in the offseason and during spring training.
Yep.
His ability to, because we've already seen the ceiling of Pena. And we've already seen that at times, even though he's not hitting well, he's still hitting with striking the ball well. I feel like Pena. I feel more solid about.
Yeah,
Myers there, but we just had last year where he started off real fast and then plummeted.
At what point do we get concerned about Jose Altuve? His batting average is down to 236. His OPS is down to 627.
You know, the frustrating thing about Altuve is that he gives that scariest answer when somebody asks, "Hey, what's wrong?" And he says, "Oh, a little bit of everything. It's a bunch of different areas that I can't quite figure it out."
That's what people say when they get older.
Yeah,
that's what I say.
Too, I feel like he's just ceding his spot in the lineup on a bi-weekly basis now, where it's like, I'll bat second in the lineup. Third's fine for me because he batted third last night.
He batted third last night. Yeah.
There's a comedian, I can't remember who it was, but he's an English comedian. He's talking about how the British Empire was lost, and he said it was basically a whole lot of like, oh. Okay then.
There's little
you
things.
Don't say.
Yeah.
Oh, all right then. All right. They just slowly ceded it all away.
Is Altuve the British Empire in this analogy?
Altuve's going the way of the British Empire. Yes, he
is.
This
analogy. What did you just say, Ben?
Oi.
That is Altuve.
By the end of this year, he's going to be a banker because that's the only thing they're good at anymore.
Yep. That's it. So Altuve 236 batting. I'm just kind of running my finger down the lineup here. You know, Cam Smith's hitting a little bit better now. He was 2 for 4 last night. Now, Chas McCormick might be the most depressing one out of all, though. We haven't mentioned it yet. Chas gets excusable.
Yeah.
That's, dude, you hardly ever play. You got your first RBI of the season last night. When he squares
Johnny leads the league in bunts.
Dude, stop it. When he squares the bunt, it's the most depressing thing ever. I'm like, this is what he had. I looked up his numbers from 2 years ago. 2 years ago. The year after he saved Game 5 of the World Series with that catch in center field. The season after, that dude had 22 home runs and 70 RBIs. He was a viable run producer. He squares the bunt. It's like watching a eunuch up there. Like, what are we doing?
Sean, he's a boomer bust small ball player. So you've got a boomer bust hitter it's where he strikes out a lot, but he hits a bunch of home runs. Like every now and then he's going to have a stinker of a performance. Sure. Chas is, hey, every now and then he's going to bunt magnificently, and then other times he's not, and he's going to get picked off twice.
And and Chas, and God bless him and God love him, and he'll never pay for a drink ever again in Houston based on that catch in Game 5 of the 2022 World Series. I'll buy the drink myself if I see him, but you cannot get picked off twice in one game. If you're Chas McCormick, what was the upside of Chas there running? Like, was Chas a big blazer on the base path? So you can't. That can't happen. That absolutely cannot happen, and it's exacerbated because post bad play, Chas just has the worst body language in the world. Like,
I like him. He's actually pretty. I think he's kind of like he's got a smart ass vibe to him a little bit.
He looks like how does the helmet up? And how on earth did I just get picked off second again? Yeah. Oh. So, anyways, they won. So I'm not here to bitch about it and complain. It's but just kind of running my finger through the lineup. Now Yordan. Okay. Now here's the update on Yordan Alvarez. For those of you just getting in your car, Yordan Alvarez. These are 2 tweets from Matthew Kawahara, who covers the Astros for the Chronicle. Yordan Alvarez, through an interpreter, said his hand is, quote, getting better, but he still feels it when he swings. Alvarez said he played with the hand hurting for, quote, a while, but it reached a point where, quote, I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed, end quote. Alvarez said he's hitting in the cage and unsure of a timeline to return. He said if he's pain-free, quote, it could be tomorrow. It could be the next day. But we're going to keep working for it to be 100%, end quote. Now, the last part I agree with, and Espada said that, Seth, earlier this week, which is I think you almost treat this like you treat a hamstring, which is get it all the way back to 100% wellness, and then you bring him back out. They're still the bottom has not fallen out of this team. They're still winning games, but, boy, they sure could use the big man in the middle of the lineup right now.
Well, the whole thing about Yordan in his hand is the positive side of this is that, okay, it has been bothering him for a while. And if you can tie his slump to that, and hopefully mostly, I hope his hand's been hurting since the very beginning of the season. And it just slowly and surely just got worse and worse. And I also hope that all of a sudden we don't get a report 7 weeks from now like we did with Kyle Tucker that it turns out it was actually broken. Yeah, crazy. We don't, we x-rayed him once and then we never bothered x-raying him again.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah. No blunt force trauma, I don't think, with this one. Like, you didn't get beamed on the hand, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but sometimes with those hands, those tiny little bones, you can get a stress fracture or something.
Totally. No, you're right. That hand, Yordan's hand, easily the Houston athlete body part that bothers me the most. It's always lurking right now. Like, there's always – Yordan's got like 3 or 4 of them, but the hand with Yordan is a –
Well, 2022, it was an ongoing thing all season long.
Yeah.
And he spent at least one stint on the IL in 2022 with it. But it was a story perpetually that it was bothering him.
He's the one athlete in this town, man. And I know, like, sliding into a base is not a hand thing, shouldn't be. But I don't want him, you and I feel differently on this. I just don't want him going to the ground for any reason at all. Get in the box, rake, run the bases, go in standing up. If you play left field, make your catches standing up. Don't run too hard out there. Don't want to pull a hamstring nor a quad. But, yeah, Yordan is the one guy I'm like, dude, just rake, okay? That's all. Just rake. I don't need you sliding or doing anything. I feel like he could break in half at any point here.
So since the COVID year, he's played 144 games, 135 games, 114 games, and then 147 games last year.
Okay. So last year was pretty good. Last year, 114 oblique. That was the oblique that kept him out. See, that's the thing, and this is all soft tissue stuff. That's why it lurks.
Well, and he's, like you said, you get nervous. Yes, okay, he runs faster than people thought he could. It turns out he'd had a couple of torn patellar tendons back in the day that was slowing him down. But when he does slide or anything, he has that. It's kind of like with Jadeveon Clowney, where they're huge, they're very impressive athletes, but there's a stiffness to them. And remember how nervous he used to get with Jadeveon Clowney anytime he would fall?
Every play.
Like, it just looked like he was about to get injured.
Yes.
And that's how Yordan feels.
Yes.
And if it's all this soft tissue stuff when he's still in his 20s and he's in his late 20s now.
Yeah.
You just worry about that long term.
So we've now made Yordan comparisons to Clowney, which I think is a good one. And you had a good J.J. Watt analogy with him earlier in the show.
Well, with J.J., obviously he had some huge catastrophic injuries, but at the end of the day, you look at J.J. and, man, what he could have been, his absolute potential statistically, if he'd been able to stay healthy, was higher than the very, very high level that he attained. Like, he could have been up there in the conversation for breaking the sack record or something if he had just stayed healthy.
Yeah.
And with Yordan, the injuries haven't been as bad, but it does feel like it's limiting him from being as truly great as he could be.
Yes.
Like, there's a conversation to be had that a completely healthy Yordan would be right up there with an Aaron Judge right now.
Absolutely.
And he just hasn't been able to be on the field enough.
Yeah. The only thing that JJ has that Yordan doesn't hardware. He's got the awards to back up his performance, but the similar part, Seth, is I bet if we were to go back and look at some of the age-related numbers through JJ's first 3 or 4 seasons, that he's among, most sacks before the age of ...
Right.
Like in 2014 and 2015, J.J. Watt was probably one of, if not the most prolific pass rushers before whatever age he was in those particular years. That's what Yordan's been. They put up graphics of Yordan in games, power numbers, OPS numbers, where the 4 faces or 6 faces on the graphic are Yordan Alvarez and guys like Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth and and Frank Robinson and Hank Aaron, like guys like that. I may be off on a couple of the names, but those historic types of names, like half the guys aren't alive anymore. Like it was that long ago, that kind of thing. Like it's over a century, and there's 6 guys, and one of them's Yordan Alvarez. Yeah. And yet these injuries, it's a hand and an oblique, and you get nervous, like you said, every time the guy slides into third. It is a complicated relationship with Yordan Alvarez is what I'm feeling, It
ends up being, though, too, the deal that they have for him is a really good deal still based on the production, whether he's injured or not. And but it was also, that's probably smart by Yordan. I don't know exactly how other teams would look at him in terms of just, if you give a guy a 10-year contract, if you give this guy a 10-year contract, what are we really going to get out of it over the long
exactly right. It's slow either way. Like what's always lurking around the corner. Now the Mets are finding out the hard way that a 15-year contract could be a slippery slope with Juan Soto because he just doesn't like running to first base.
He doesn't, right. He started off the season very, very miserably. He's come around in the last month or so.
Yeah.
But it's still, a lot of it is more that, hey, the expected stats show that he's playing really well. That doesn't appease the fan base.
No.
When especially he got thrown out by just simply not trying to run to first this weekend.
Yeah, and there were rumors like, is he getting along with his teammates? The vibe? I saw there was a graphic. There was on the ticker in the TV in here. Apparently said the Mets. This was enough to make it newsworthy. The Mets are going to talk to him about his lack of hustle on these plays. Like, this guy, you're in a 15-year relationship with this guy, and these are the years where he still should physically be able to hustle every time down the line to first base. What's the guy going to be like when he's 34 years old on this deal? Which is like halfway through the deal, you know?
Yeah. The people on the Mets got to be kind of they got to be looking at him like he's Robert California from The Office. The boss comes in. This guy's just like, oh, he's on a whole different level. Look at him. Where's a Rolex while he's playing racquetball? Mm-hmm. This guy's, but you're just like, you're left wondering, like, what the hell does he do all day though?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Robert California seasons. You like those seasons better than I do of The Office.
I don't know. I watched it on such a binge. I had to get through I got to that point where I realized, okay, our audience have seen the entire series and everything. I was missing all these references, so I ended up binging the last 2 or 3 seasons in like one weekend.
Yeah.
So it's all a blur.
Yeah, you powered through it.
Yeah. I might have enjoyed. I enjoyed those last couple seasons just because I was kind of punchy by then, I think.
Right, maybe. Yeah, the style of humor changed. They introduced way too many new characters for me. I can only process.
People didn't like Dwight Schrute becoming such a main character. Right?
I don't mind him being a main character. It's just the character kind of changed, you know?
Well, because he came in, I guess before he was always kind of comic relief, but then he became the main focal point.
Yeah, and he became a little more serious, a little darker, you know, like later in the series. You know, I felt like so. Yeah, it's just I always enjoyed the character. I liked him when he was just gullible Dwight that loved Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica, you know. And
I got sick of Pam and Jim. I'd already gotten sick enough of like, them dragging it out like Ross and Rachel.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Worst couple ever in the history of television.
If you're doing a comedy and it gets to that point where like, all right, well now these are just like adults in a boring relationship, you got to kill one of them. You know, Pam should have died. Pam should have died like a tragically funny death at some point.
If Jim had cheated on her with that chick when they went to that convention in Jacksonville, he had the opportunity to. Mm-hmm. They would have become way more interesting as a couple. They're just not. They weren't interesting. They were a couple. They were corny. You know.
They should have turned Jim. Jim should have turned heel.
He should have turned heel. Yes. Yeah. Hell yeah. But he didn't want to do that with their characters.
Pam starts like secretly drinking in the daytime and everything.
Yes. Yeah. If you're gonna go dark,
their kid burns down their garage.
Yes.
Some funny stuff.
Go. That's right. Some funny stuff like affairs and day drinking. Yes, absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Text message, quite honestly, Yordan doesn't belong on any list with Ruth, Mantle, or any of those greatest players. It's not a list. It wasn't a subjective list, Texter.
We're not like sitting there like, he's right there below Babe Ruth. That's Sean's whole point.
It was numbers. It was numbers. This isn't me making a subjective argument that Yordan, on the power ranking of all-time players, belongs 7th on the list. It's that this is what we're being teased with. Right? Like, this is what we're being. That's
exactly the point. Is that right? It feels like he has the potential to, if he could stay healthy, he has the potential to get vaulted up into some of those all-time lists, and he just hasn't been able to capitalize on it.
Yep. Let's see here. I'm afraid it's a hamate fracture with Yordan.
That's hamate.
Yeah.
It's your hamate bone.
Gosh, hamate, yeah.
No, all I know from a hamate bone is that every time I hear it with an athlete, it doesn't seem like a simple ordeal.
No.
It's kind of like football players with their foot injuries. Remember Kevin Johnson? As soon as you hear the first time, a screw in his foot had to be removed or something like that. But the hands and the feet, there's just so many damn bones in there, Sean.
Yep.
900 187. That's what I remember. And it's,
there are a lot.
No, there are a lot.
There are a lot.
And it's got the potential to be an ongoing annoyance because they don't seem to heal right often.
How is Chaz's forearm bone not broken taking a 99-mile-an-hour pitch into it? That is a great point. Did you see the hit by pitch that Chaz took? Right below the elbow pad. So, right off the forearm. Yeah. Someone said that Chaz, the pickoff, okay, I think the one pickoff was on purpose with Pena being on an 0-2 strike count. That doesn't make any sense. Explain that one to me, because they said Chaz was laughing about it. That's my point. Chaz's reaction to things like that is a little bit frustrating.
Well, did he not swing? I didn't see the pickoff.
I don't know. I don't know why it would be. I'm not sure. I don't know why.
If he was going no matter what.
Yeah. But he got picked off, though. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Shifting gears, Shedeur Sanders signed his rookie deal yesterday. 4 years, $4.6 million. This is easily the most scrutinized fifth-round rookie contract in league history. I've never heard the numbers reported on a fifth-year player's contract on Twitter like I did yesterday from the Adam Schefters of the world.
Yeah,
4 years, 4.6.
Then it becomes how much did he leave on the table if you just gone to some damn draft meetings with teams beforehand.
Yeah, okay. Well, we need to stop the hyperbole with this. If we're going to pocket watch on Shedeur Sanders, let's at least hang around in the correct neighborhood. I'm looking at you, Michael Irvin. This was, if you remember, this made Take-A-Mania 1 week. This might have even won Take-A-Mania briefly 1 week. Screaming about how much money the NFL cost Shedeur Sanders.
The $50 million robbery of Shedeur Sanders. Because that's what I just witnessed. Everywhere we've seen, everything we've seen, everybody that has seen him play said he is the one or two in this draft. I loved Cleveland picking this kid early on, but I can't be mad at Cleveland if they played the cards and picked him up in the fifth round. But I surely would like to know how they knew he would still be there in the fifth round. I've been on that stage for years and years and years. I've never seen them position the cameras and give forewarning about who's about to be drafted. I wonder if Cleveland got a call from somebody in the NFL saying, we got to draft this kid. You just robbed this young man of $50 million. And it wasn't on his playing ability. Wow. Shame on you.
Okay, shame on you.
I like, look, conspiracy theories are at an epidemic proportion right now, and yet I feel like I feel like there's very few conspiracy theorists that are like, okay, I'm up for your conspiracy about maybe the Browns knew something that nobody did, but like, okay, but the fact that they had cameras ready on the stage when they walked out to announce the pick, that like they knew well in advance before the announcement, like, for a guy that's slid so precipitous, Michael. When guys have slid, you start seeing and somebody so high profile that slid back that far on the day that's usually the most boring day of coverage of the draft. Right. Yeah, they did something about it. It
happens, yeah. No, I mean, the implication that the league called Cleveland and told them to take Shedeur Sanders is the silliest thing ever. The shame on you at the end is silly as well. The part that I want to really squash right now, and Michael Irvin's not the only one who's making up these outlandish numbers, that the people that feel like Shedeur Sanders was wronged in this whole thing and that this is how much he was cost. It's not $50 million. Mm-hmm. I will generously say that Shedeur Sanders, if he had been if he'd been the ideal citizen in all these I say citizen like he committed a crime. Like he didn't commit a crime. He was just reportedly, according to many reports, kind of a jerk to NFL teams in these meetings. I think that's fair to assume. So I'll say, okay, 21 to Pittsburgh. That seems like, it seems like also that teams had much lower grades on him as an actual player. Forget about the attitude. A player, as the draft experts did. So I will grant that, okay, maybe Pittsburgh at 21 takes him. Mario Hampton was the 22nd pick, the running back out of North Carolina. He just signed his deal yesterday for a guaranteed $17.77 million. So let's round up to 18 for Shedeur. This thing cost him maybe 12 or 13 million, 14 million bucks. And that's a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But stop throwing around $50 million.
I'm going to make an excuse for Irvin. I think that somebody told him it was 15 million and he heard 50 million.
Okay. Only excuse I will take. That's it.
If he was listening on TV or somebody told him, like, yeah, boy, that's like $15 million on the
he heard
50? That he left on the table.
He heard
yeah.
50? Okay, maybe. That's the only excuse I'm going to give him, man. Shedeur, Shedeur, the number is much lower.
Now, the other big report out of Cleveland is that Deshaun Watson's out of his walking boot.
Walking boot is off, and he is throwing. He's in the building. He's doing things quarterbacks do.
It's just a weird situation where you got 5 quarterbacks who could conceivably be starters. The difference with Deshaun now, at least, is that he had re-torn his Achilles tendon after his original Achilles tendon surgery. So there's very, very, very little chance that medically he would even be ready to play this year, I would imagine. So they get to what could be a really awkward situation. Maybe right now is still at least Deshaun just knows that he's rehabbing and he can't think about. He's certainly not going to start in week 1.
Okay.
So
here's my question. Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles on the 4th snap of the season in 2023. Reportedly, he could have come back to play at the end of the year because of the type of surgery that he got. He got a different procedure done.
Yeah,
kind of a rod in there or something, right?
The old, it's a bridge or whatever they call it. Yeah. That everybody's doing. It's all the rage these days.
Do we know that if Deshaun got the same surgery Aaron Rodgers did?
I think it's the standard. I talked to a doctor about this when I was when the Texans signed Cam Akers.
Yeah.
Because Cam Akers had 2 Achilles, one in each Achilles.
Yep.
But the speed bridge, everybody made a huge deal out of it with Aaron Rodgers, and one doctor told me, they've been doing this like pretty standard for a while now.
Okay.
It's not as crazy, and they've just gotten better with Achilles tendon.
So whether it's a special surgery or not, the bottom line was Aaron Rodgers could have played in December of that year.
Right, but I guess the difference here would be that it would be with Deshaun. It was the original injury, and then the report was that he tore it all again.
That's fair.
That it's extra trauma. But, it's conceivably could be, but it's an easy excuse right now for the Browns to, at the very least, say, all right, look, we got a 4-man competition right now.
Do they even want him hanging around the building? Honestly, like if you followed Deshaun's journey, and the listeners know here, we followed it pretty closely since he went to Cleveland. He's acting more like a Cleveland Brown now than he was when he was the actual starting quarterback of the team. When he was a starting quarterback of the team, you would have hardly known if you looked at his social media that he played football. You would have thought he was a travel influencer or a clothing influencer or a shoe model or something based on what he was putting on social media. Now you can't go 2 days without him putting a workout video up with him covered head to toe in Browns gear. It's the weirdest thing. It is the strangest thing. And just having watched Deshaun operate here for the 5 years he was here, which had some very high highs and some very low lows, I think it's in play that his self-awareness level is at such that he may think that there's a chance he plays quarterback for this team this year, when the owner himself has a swing and a miss. He's had quotes that seemingly have flushed any idea of him playing for the Cleveland. They drafted 2 quarterbacks. They drafted not 1, 2 quarterbacks, and they brought in 2 others. So
tell me more about this shoe modeling. Does he have an OnlyFans? Is that
he might? Actually,
is this something I can Google? I don't know. It's all
so
weird. It's all Stefanski. Now, remember when Stefanski and the Andrew Berry, the GM, were caught on camera while they were announcing the pick? Yeah. I feel like that was bad timing. They looked like they were depressed, but it wasn't in real time. I heard Stefanski's explanation for that afterwards, and it made sense.
We got asked about his
But
mood,
if you're Stefanski, it is like immediately when you get the word that we're gonna draft Deshaun because it just makes sense. It's Shedeur because it's it's one extra. The biggest potential headache of a quarterback drama situation in the league was already Cleveland with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And now you had the other biggest potential distraction in the league or quarterback controversy or whatever else it is to that room. It's fascinating.
It is.
God bless you, Cleveland Browns.
It is. Like, I don't know. I do think, like, with some people here, there's Deshaun. I say Deshaun fatigue. We haven't talked about him in a long time. It's me as a sports fan and as someone who's a Houston Texans fan as well. I'm not saying you got to like Deshaun Watson at all. I don't know how you can't be compelled by how this whole thing has gone and where it could go potentially from here. It's fascinating.
this is what's right now.
Yeah.
It goes Joe Flacco.
Yep.
Kenny Pickett.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You know what people say? Like, let's say hypothetically that were the actual depth chart, like if Deshaun Watson were healthy or something. Usually teams will say, well, you don't want to sign a guy to be your backup if it's going to be you don't want your backup quarterback to be creating drama. Okay, how about your fourth and fifth quarterbacks being the most dramatically infused stories in the league?
That is true. It's almost like in Cleveland, their depth chart is inverse drama. Like Deshaun, Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel even made a little bit of waves last week because he implied in an answer to a question that the questions he was getting from Mary Kay Cabot about the competition between him and Shedeur could be divisive in the quarterback room. So that got a little bit of run. And then you got Kenny Pickett, who's trying to attach. And then Joe Flacco, who is definitely the least controversial out of the five. Flacco's got to be looking around this room like, what did I do? Why did I sign here?
They've in their quarterback meetings, the Flacco sits in the chair backwards and turns his cap backwards.
To fit in.
Let's have a rap session, kids.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our feelings. No, not to fit in, just to be like the camp counselor.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yep. Hey, have you seen these videos of Travis Hunter running routes? This is important to the Texans because he's in our division. The internet does this thing where a guy, in rookie camp or something, has a couple bad plays, and you know what I mean? Like he's now. I don't know if you've seen the video, and you've got a better opinion than I do on how good the routes are and how bad the routes are. But is this something, if you were a Jags fan, you would get worked up about that Travis Hunter's running bad routes?
Thing about the big question with Travis Hunter, a lot of people always had was, all right, he is. Boy, a lot of the stuff that he does in college and a lot of the stuff even he was doing at his pro day and everything is a little too loose and freelancy.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably like that's something that needs to be refined. That's why I'm skeptical of him playing both ways at first.
Yeah.
Is that he needs to refine himself as a wide receiver, and that I do think people are overreacting to this, but maybe it is a little bit of a wake-up call that, oh, that's right. He did both things really well in college, but it wasn't like he was so refined and so awesome at either side of the ball that he was going to be a slam dunk top 3 pick no matter what, even if he was only a one-way player.
I don't know that people realize how I say people, just the average fan, how even good college players, how raw they are coming into the NFL, how rough the edges are. Travis Hunter was the best athlete on the field in every game that he played. That's good enough to go win a Heisman Trophy in the Big 12. You know what I mean? These guys come in, and you're right, especially someone like him who's had to focus on 120 snaps a game, not 60. That's tough, man. That's real tough. They put him next.
I hope the Jaguars are still trying to the game of football and life itself.
Well, Travis,
it feels like the Magnificent Gladstone he's gonna be a GM that's gonna be going into Liam Cohen's office every week and be like, so is this doing his
John
favorite,
Mara.
doing like it's John Mara.
What's the
is
latest?
this the week? Yeah. Is this the week that he plays both ways?
Play that again, man.
What's the latest?
Magnificent Gladstone.
What's the latest on Travis Hunter?
What's the latest? He's our most popular player. Travis Hunter.
He's intangibly rich.
Did
you know? I've been tabulating his intangible riches.
He's sold the most jerseys in our ecosystem.
William Cohen, he's got the highest tangible and intangible greatness on the team. It's just some bad luck so far.
What's your mode of operation gonna be with Travis Hunter?
All right, that hurts my throat. The route running.
The one thing people got excited about last year was, I think it was the first day of training camp in summer, Xavier Worthy got slammed to the ground in press coverage, and immediately, too small.
He was frail
for the NFL.
He's frail and he's skinny and he's got a tiny little bird frame.
No way in hell this guy will ever figure out anything with. And he ended up, and he was a slow burn throughout the season.
He was, but he ended up their most dangerous weapon at the end of the year. Period. Even with Travis Kelce out there, he was their.
They almost won the first quarter of the Super Bowl out there. That's how good that team became.
It's close. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a had their State of the Union last night. Some of you may have been there. If you're a season ticket holder and you got tickets to it, the McNair spoke. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans did a Q&A with the crowd. In that Q&A, D'Amico Ryans singled out one player in maybe the most competitive room on this team. If you're looking to put together your mock 53-man roster, you'll need to listen to the next segment. That is coming up next.
Hey, you want to be the most competitive?
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio met with Texan fans last night at the Texans State of the Union for season ticket holders. Big event they do every year. We learned that there's going to be a rivalry uniform in 2026. The McNairs revealed that, so there's another Texans uniform coming down the pipe. They said that it'll have the colors in it that everybody likes. They didn't get real specific with it, but so that's coming down the road. As far as what we teased into this segment, though, D'Amico Ryans, and again, the audio not great because you got people filming in a gigantic auditorium filming on their iPhones. It's not connected to the microphone, but you can make it out if you listen to it closely, and people tweet it out too, the text of it. D'Amico Ryans singled out Justin Watson, the wide receiver out of Kansas City, as a player who first in, first out, kind of showing the ropes on what hard work looks like, all that good stuff.
Just a lot of Chiefs fans will tell you, hey, don't sleep, because Justin Watson has shown up in some big
moments. A lot of
moments
Chiefs fans will tell you this.
Big moments at big times where
Yes.
he's never had more than 27 receptions in a single season. That was 2020.
Neither is John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson.
right. And then Justin Watson has 22 receptions last year, but he's had some moments in the playoffs at various times. So, yeah, he's Chiefs fans have looked at sleep on. I guess this is going to be a hard wide receiving group to make, especially Braxton Berrios. Similarly, you don't necessarily expect much of him as a receiver, but he can be an electrical returner. And the guys that are on the fringe right now, a lot of it, I think with Justin Watson, at least part of it might be they like that he has championship experience.
Yes.
I think they like that C.J. Gardner-Johnson has championship experience.
Yes.
I think they like having as many of these guys on there potentially. They can kind of be preachers for what it's like when it does work out.
Yeah, I think that to me last night was I don't want to make too much out of a session with fans at a Q&A in the middle of May. But it was the only name D'Amico Ryans brought up was Justin Watson. I don't think it's nothing, Like I think you're spot on with what they're looking for in some of these guys. That C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Justin Watson know what this looks like. I think matters when you're evaluating them as football players.
So far, I guess at this point, the guys who have won the offseason in terms of getting brought up conspicuously are Ladarius Henderson, the guard.
Yes.
Justin Watson, the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Kamari Lassiter got brought up by Nick in the same cut as Ladarius
about guys
Henderson.
that have really transformed
changed their bodies
so far this offseason.
Yeah, he volunteered that.
The old saying in the NFL, you don't get any credit for winning the offseason. I don't know. I feel like Justin Watson and Ladarius Henderson.
Maybe you don't credit for it, but the fact is they're winning it right now, So I'm just looking at this wide receiver room. Like, again, if you were paid to try to predict things like this, I would take what D'Amico said yesterday into account. I think the locks to make the team in the wide receiver room. Now, keep in mind, the wide receiver room last year, they went into the season technically with 7 because they kept Steven Sims as a kick returner. So that's worth noting. Especially because a few of the guys here have kick return ability. The locks are Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. These are all obviously assuming health for everybody. Everybody's healthy going into the season. Near locks, it would take a really, really horrific training camp for Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll to not make the team. They used 2nd and 3rd round picks, and I don't think either of these guys have horrific training camps in them either. So I think there's 4 near or virtual locks to make the team, which means there's essentially like 2.5 spots open if we leave 1 open for a potential kick return specialist, right?
You're looking at Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Justin Watson, Braxton Berrios.
Yeah.
And those would be the main contenders.
Yes.
And then you've got Jared Wayne and Xavier Johnson and Johnny Johnson III. And then Daniel Jackson, the rookie free agent that I produced a lot in college.
Yeah.
And, I'm surprised he chose to come here, given he probably had multiple options for where to go as a rookie free agent. Yeah. His agent might have told him, look, it's a good organization. You got a good quarterback. Just plan on, fight like hell to make the team. But if they like you, they're going to keep you on the practice squad. Get in that program.
If you're undrafted, I think so. I think you're right. It's going to be a hard team to make. but it'd be a good practice squad to be on for sure. So, yeah, man, like I'm thinking Mechie, Hutchinson, Watson, and Berrios. That's like the four-man battle for 2 spots. Although Berrios has kick
Berrios
return
could
ability.
be the 7th guy kept for
he could be this year's Steven Sims for sure. Question on the text page. Rank the weirdest QB rooms in history. Ever been any weirder than the one in Cleveland right now? That's from Irwin.
Cleveland, where right now, at least, if you looked at the depth chart and took it for what it's worth, Shedeur Sanders is your 4th-string running quarterback, and Deshaun Watson is your 5th-string quarterback.
And the third,
it's weird.
And the third stringer is Dylan Gabriel, who was also drafted this year.
Yeah, there's 5 guys who could conceivably be the day one starter if Deshaun Watson has a miraculous return.
And easily the most popular one is the first stringer who's 40 years old and got them to the playoffs a couple years ago.
And probably has the least likelihood of being a starter this year. I think that they're going to try to, unless we'll see.
He's the week 1 betting favorite right now, Joe Flacco.
He? Okay.
He's like not a huge favorite, like minus 140 or something like that. But he's the betting favorite.
I would go with Kenny Pickett. I think they're just trying to. Everything's just such a circus, and they've got this rookie quarterback competition. You bring in Kenny Pickett, where at the very least, let's figure out if there is an upside to Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
And before we end up having this guy on the roster for 3 more years.
I don't even know that that's the weirdest one in the NFL right now. Might be weirder than that one.
Yeah.
The New York Giants. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
And they traded up with the Texans to draft Jackson Dart, 25th overall.
You know what? I actually feel like as much as Shedeur and Deshaun are headline kind of quarterback controversy fodder, I do feel like those guys individually in Cleveland, in terms of their personalities, and in terms of Shedeur seemingly is understood the error of his process and knows that he has to prove himself, that like he's not all these things that people are saying about him. I feel like that Cleveland room might do a better job of actually coexisting than just the flat-out number of weirdos they have in that Giants room.
That Giants one is a strange mix, man.
Russell Wilson's a weirdo.
Yes.
Jameis is a weirdo, but it's turned out in a pleasantly entertaining way.
Lovable weirdo.
I don't think he'll be a problem or a wedge or anything. But then you had Jackson Dart and then Tommy DeVito, who's always seems like he's got a chip on his shoulder, that they're not treating him like he's the day one starter.
And a cult following up there, too.
I think there might be more drama there, man.
Yeah. What's the weirdest QB room in Texans history? It's a good text topic. Text in the weirdest QB room in Texans history.
Back when they were rotating through Jake Delhomme and Jeff Garcia and all of those guys, that whole era seemed kind of weird.
That was 2011. That was the year they started the season with Schaub, Leinart, and T.J. Yates. And then they had to bring in like some vets to back up T.J. Yates, and they brought in Jake Delhomme and Jeff Garcia.
That was the biggest year for notable names who were transitioning through Houston.
Yeah.
Because Leinart was still a huge name, at least.
Yeah.
And then you've got Delhomme, who had his moment with the Panthers where he was a big deal, and then Jeff Garcia obviously had a good career.
That was a year, like Derek Mason was on the Texans that year. Like Derek Mason, who's one of the more underratedly productive receivers in NFL history.
Derek Mason Sr.?
Derek Mason, was there
the
a junior?
football coach?
Derek, is there a
I don't know. I get my Derek Mason screwed up. There's multiple Derek Masons.
There's Derek, the one that played for the Titans all those years that had a ton of yards receiving. He was on the Texans that year too. Someone's saying this. The Saints just have a bad QB room. Someone texted in the Saints. They have a bad QB room. It's not a weird QB room. It's weird because Derek Carr just up and retired on them, but Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck, and the Hainer kid out of Fresno State.
One of the weirdest dynamics was a couple years ago when the Texans had like all four of their quarterbacks at one point during camp were former number 1 high school recruits. Because Davis Mills,
Jeff Driscoll,
Kyle Allen, Jeff Driscoll, and one other guy. Was AJ McCarron a top recruit? I don't know. They had at least 3 guys. Every guy in the room was a former number one overall high school recruit.
At least 3. Yeah.
It felt like Nick was starting to go after like these guys had potential once. Let's they've got untapped potential.
And if you need any more school, graders and talent evaluators know even less than the college NFL evaluators, there's your proof.
Yeah.
Davis Mills, Kyle Allen, and Jeff Driscoll were all number one recruits coming out of high school.
It was funny. Yesterday I was kind of looking around I was trying to look up some of the measurables for really good pass rushers.
Yeah.
And it's funny. It's not the NFL you got to worry about, Sean. It's these college coaches when it comes to succumbing to stereotypes, I think. Because I'm looking at the various all-pro defensive linemen from the last decade or so.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at some of these guys who were lightly recruited or didn't get drafted as high. And I'm like, oh, Trey Hendrickson wasn't heavily recruited. Oh, J.J. Watt, walk-on there at and Max Starks. Like none of all those guys at some point, college coaches en masse were saying like, nah, it looks more like a blue-collar grinder. Maybe you could play tight end or offensive line or something.
Yep.
Like that. But then you look at their combine numbers and they're freakish athletes.
It's crazy. No, yeah. Oh, JJ especially, for sure. Brian Hoyer and Ryan Mallett, Hard Knocks here. That was awkward. It wasn't weird. That was just two guys competing. But I'll take awkward rooms as well. We'll take awkward rooms. Send them in. 713-572-4610. Pettycast. Are you ready to get petty?
I've been there, bro.
Always ready to get petty.
I've been drinking since 4 a.m.
Pettycast coming up next. Hey, Ross Tucker joining us at 9 o'clock on the show today, so stay tuned for that coming up a little later on in the show as well. First, I want to get you guys all ready for the next round of the basketball playoff.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, time to get petty. Text in your petties. 713-572-4610. We've already got a couple of them here. We'll read yours in just a little bit. Payne and Pendergast with you. Petty Cat every Tuesday at 8 a.m. We compile all the pettiness from over the weekend, from Monday and Tuesday. There's pettiness every day in this world. Not sure if you've noticed. Head to social media. Easy to find. The very first one is very funny to me. I don't follow the big three, Seth. The 3-on-3 league that involves a lot of retired guys, a lot of former NBA guys that are still in some semblance of playing shape, but it's done.
But the league's done very well.
It's done fine. Popular. It's still around
in this day and age. Enough to popular online to make money. Yeah,
get an audience, man, for sure. I've never seen this. So first of all, I didn't know there was a Big Three draft. So there is a Big Three draft, and apparently Michael Beasley. Remember Michael Beasley, second overall pick in the draft a long time ago, out of Kansas State. Always looked like he was stoned. He had the stoned eyes. He still does. He's got those, kind of sleepy eyes. Good player. Solid enough player. Peaked with Minnesota. I think he averaged 19 a game one year. About a 12 or 13 point a game guy in the NBA. Had a nice career. I'm sure he made millions of dollars. He's in the Big Three. He's angry that his Miami Big Three team, 305 Miami, took Lance Stevenson with the first pick in the Big Three draft. So he's asking for a trade.
That's a drama already, a locker room drama.
We have
or at least a corner of the locker room drama.
Yes,
in the Big Three.
Yeah,
it's not like you can have a separate locker room.
Triangle-shaped locker room in each guy. So I found that funny more than anything else that we've got a trade demand in the Big Three, and now Lance Stevenson too can be a little bit annoying. Remember, he was the guy that used to go up to LeBron in games and blow in his ear?
Give him wet willies and stuff.
Yeah.
His last year in the NBA was 2022.
Lance Stevenson or Michael Beasley? Stevenson?
Lance Stevenson.
Yeah. So it's this nice little outlet for these guys to still go play some hoops and get on TV or whatever. But it is a trade demand. Now, I guess Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson have some sort of made-for-TV or maybe made-for-streaming event coming up that they're going one-on-one. And the winner gets $100,000. So maybe he just, he wants to. He don't want to be getting too friendly with the guy he's got a one-on-one coming up with.
We're celebrating what here? Michael Beasley's pettiness.
Beasley, a trade demand in the Big Three. Come on, dude. Like we're celebrating.
I
his
approve
pettiness.
of it. I approve of it 100%.
Yeah,
do it.
Yeah.
Create drama too.
Trade.
We're talking about it because there's drama. Damn it.
Yep.
That's what brings the eyeballs.
That's it. Pettiness and drama. I just found it funny more than anything else. My biggest reaction: Big Three has a draft, huh? Okay. Frankie Louvu, former Carolina Panthers linebacker, now on the Washington Commanders, maybe best known to the average football fan as one of a handful of Commanders that turned themselves into heat-seeking missiles on a goal line tush-push last year in the NFC title game. Frankie Louvu sat down, and I apologize, I don't have where this interview was conducted, but he was asked about the tush push. And the vote is coming up on the tush push getting banned in the next 24 hours or so. Frankie Vu, here is his take on the tush push.
You are, in a way, linked to this play because of that moment. You also have a powerful voice. This week, in a matter of a couple days, the league is going to vote on the tush push, whether to keep it or to ban it. As a guy who has been out there in a playoff game trying to defend it, is it unfair, and should the league ban it?
Man, my personal opinion,
yeah,
I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, well, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you're getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I like that. So their strategy and this is why the tush push, I think, conversation got so much heat. It was a huge part of both championship games. So it's a boring play, and you think, okay, but how many times during the season, whatever. In the championship game, it was huge, and the Commanders were trying to sell out on the goal line, and Luvu kept jumping across and getting multiple penalties to the point where the officials said, hey, if they do this again, we're just going to award a touchdown to the Eagles.
Yep.
Like, that's where it was comical almost, but also kind of embarrassing. I can't. So it didn't work for the Commanders. They had this strategy where they were basically going to say, all right, we're going on one. Whatever the snap count is, we're going on one.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out. It didn't work out for them, but the Bills, one of the reasons they lost was that their tush push was not working.
It was terrible. It was
at
awful.
all.
Yeah.
So you got to credit the Chiefs for actually loading up and stopping what at one point a couple years ago people thought was an unstoppable play.
Yep.
That's the part where if I'm making an argument on behalf of not banning the tush push, I'm getting up and saying, look, you guys, you're acting like this is unfair competitively or something. The Chiefs won that competition in the championship game. I think it's more that I think the league just doesn't like that it's a boring play.
I think so, too. 100% I think that. I think Frankie Luvu is being petty about the tush push because it was embarrassing for them to keep jumping over the top of the pile. What were they offsides? At least 2 or 3 times. Enough to where the referee had to explain to the crowd, I am allowed to award a touchdown here if I want to.
Well, the other part that makes this interesting is that this year they're using that they're going to use that wireless system to track the ball and make first down judgments. Yeah. So part of what was so boring about it is that after each play,
they gotta measure.
You're trying to figure out exactly whether it was the right spot. And in the playoffs especially, they're getting a lot of extra help from the booth. So it's an extra source of controversy because you really can't tell where the ball is. So I don't know, maybe this year when there is a tush push and they can track the ball exactly for the first process. It was like during spring training, we were watching when we were watching the automated strike zone and the challenge system. It was, I didn't mind it at all because it was so fast.
Yeah.
It was boom, look up the scoreboard. There you go. There's a judgment. Let's play on.
Yep, absolutely. All right, keep texting in. We'll read some of your petties on here, 713-572-4610. I've got a couple personal petties, Seth. These are my own petties. Number one, saw a graphic yesterday that was put up by NBA Central. Good informative aggregator account. It's at the Dunk Central. If you're an NBA fan, give it a follow. They'll post odds, they'll post videos, graphics, things like that. It's the phrasing of this tweet that I take great umbrage with. The Brooklyn Nets are the favorites to win the Russell Westbrook sweepstakes, per Bovada official. And they are. They're 6-1. They've got a handful of teams. So the Rockets are not on this list. They've got about a dozen teams on here, ranging from the Nets at 6-1 to the Lakers at 25-1 to, quote, win the Russell Westbrook sweepstakes. Here's my issue. Sweepstakes are something that you should feel greatly rewarded for winning.
Yeah.
Winning is something that you should feel when you get a player that puts you over the top. Russell Westbrook is an inefficient player who very recently has had articles written about his immaturity and just how he loses his mind at the end of basketball games.
Well, so Hill's, maturing is a process. It takes time. So
he's
maybe
86 years old. Yeah.
This is like winning a sweepstakes where you win 3 tons of sardines.
Yeah.
But by the way, you do have to pay taxes on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, taxes, tariffs, the whole 9 yard. So that bothered me yesterday. Like, win the Russell Westbrook. At least put air quotes around win. You know what I mean? Like, those wouldn't be annoying air quotes either.
Get it together, dunkcentral.com.
Yeah, thank you, Seth. Thank you for backing me on that. My second one, okay. Why can't Caitlin Clark fouling Angel Reese and the subsequent animus that ensued afterwards, after a hard foul, just be a hard foul and a dust-up and not trigger a race war in America? Why can't it just be a hard foul in a WNBA game?
Well, Sean, okay, the short answer is there's almost nothing that won't trigger some kind of war on social media these days.
Yeah, I know.
It's frustrating with these because if you just try to... The problem with conversations like this is that there are a whole lot of people that want to make it racial. So a lot of times you end up like you try to talk about that specific situation and you're saying, well, okay, in Caitlin Clark's case here, I think this was actually just a hard foul, prevented an easy layup, et cetera, et cetera. But then you get 2,900 other people that are jumping on and are like, yeah, and she's white, so it's cool. Or vice versa. So it's all the other people having shouting matches about it instead of talking about the actual
This
baseball.
thing yesterday with RG3 and Ryan Clark, oh my God. RG3 tweets out that, boy, I think that Angel Reese legitimately hates Caitlin Clark. And Ryan Clark goes and on his Pivot podcast does this long thing about how white women, so he doesn't know the plight of black women and this and that. And then RG3 does a video where he's saying, you came after my family and you're a horrible teammate at ESPN. And Ryan Clark's coming back on social media. No, you're a horrible teammate on ESPN. Then you got people commenting, Jason Whitlock commenting on both of them. Yeah. And I'm sitting here thinking, if I just jumped in the middle of all this, and I said, what is causing all this? Oh, this foul that was barely even a foul in a WNBA game. Are you effing kidding me right now?
I thought you meant you would jump into the conversation.
No. I feel uncomfortable even bringing up that it exists, if you want to know the truth.
Hey, fellas. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I've got a white wife myself, and this is what I think about it.
Like RG3, I've been married to 2 white women. I feel I've got an opinion on this thing here. No, I just think it's just...
That's what I always think about what you and RG3 have in common.
Oh, yeah. Corniness. And we've both been married to 2 white women. Same exact thing. Yeah, why can't this just be a hard foul in a WNBA game? Why does it have to turn into this, man?
With the crossover hits, I've really tried to just try to create a separation between church and state.
Yeah.
I've been doing a pretty good job of whenever something becomes a crossover social, whatever it is, unless it's justified, I just stay the hell out of it.
Oh, man. Wow. All right, last petty here, and I'll read a couple of yours. Todd Whitting is the head coach of...
Okay. I have them? Okay, go ahead. Some of our listeners, okay.
Some of our listeners.
I thought you said you'd read some of mine. I was like, oh, do I have a homework assignment?
No, yours the audience. Yeah, sorry about that. No. I'm sure you have some, but if you want to get them out there.
Sure, yeah. Totally.
Todd Whitting, U of H baseball coach, was on with Will Kunkel on Will's Kicking It with Kunkel segment. And the Cougs have these awesome Columbia blue, or H-Town blue, we'll call it, uniforms that they wear. I mean, they're really cool. We know that the University of Houston has had issues trying to jump into the H-Town blue swimming pool.
Well, yeah, the Titans were threatening to sue them at one point. Yeah.
Thanks to Amy Adams. Here are the rules under which the U of H baseball team is allowed to wear their H-Town blue uniforms.
Feedback's been great. The Twitter feeds have gone crazy. Recruits love them. So, hopefully that's something we'll be able to wear a little more often, down the road.
So can you wear them more often? How do you finagle that?
From what I understand right now, the deal with the NFL, with the the Oilers scheme and things like that, is has to be at home against an in-state opponent. We got, I guess, a waiver on the deal last night because we didn't get to use it against against A&M last week. But that right now is the thing: is it's at home against the in-state opponent, and we use it for the Big 12 games or big ones like Texas A&M.
So this is all because of the Titans. They own that color for the world.
Yes. Apparently they do, Will. They own that color for
the world.
For the world. I like Will. I like Will Kunkel. The look on his face is classic, too. He does the whole thing with his hands like, the world.
Feels like something out of The Handmaid's Tale for me, Sean. It was like, hey, no, listen, color, but only at home. Don't let any. You're not allowed to wear it out of the house. That's what That's what they're trying to do to us. They're trying to keep us in a corner.
I would rather be the complete victim in this and not be able to wear them at all than have to kowtow to some stipulations from Amy Adams Strunk in the NFL on this.
We're gonna wear them all over every damn state in the union.
Well, yeah, or go rogue and say sue me, bro.
Yeah.
But I would rather they just I would rather the Titans be made out to be the complete bad guy in this. In state at home. That we've got to kowtow to the stipulations of Amy Adams Strunk just bothers me.
The whole
Makes me
the
super
in-state at
petty.
home seems a little bit redundant, but I guess if they play a neutral site game and they're the home team, they're not allowed to.
I don't know. I just think that there's any stipulations on it. It's bothersome.
Does U of H play home games on the road at some point?
I don't know.
Bowl
Tournament,
games?
maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're
probably that's it. They had to add the in-state just in. I don't know. So if they play in a
I'm
bowl
petty
game
about
in the state of Texas,
I'm petty. I mean, you parsing this out is making me pettier about it right now.
Yeah.
All right. Petty's from the text page. Here's my question with the schedule. Why the hell do they schedule the Texans to play the Jags in Jacksonville in Week 3 when it's hot as hell, then have the Texans host the Jags in Houston in November? Doesn't it make sense to reverse that? They could play indoors in AC in Week 3. Then they could play outdoors in November. 2 years ago, fans literally died from heat stroke in Jacksonville.
Here's the thing. Okay, that's interesting because at the very end, the first part of everything, like the Texans don't get to make this schedule, based on their own needs and wants. So the Jaguars have a heat advantage because theoretically, against other teams, northern teams, they're gonna play some games in September at home. If all of a sudden you started to try to do it based completely on
nice weather everywhere,
what the fans want or whatever, then that would mean Jacksonville's not allowed to have a home game in the month of September, right? Or any of these southern teams.
Yeah,
that's why, because it doesn't make any sense.
Yep. By the way,
by that logic, it's a very Texan-centric logic. I can't get petty over this. Yeah. Warm weather outdoor stadiums are going to have home games in September.
It's just going to happen. D'Amico's first win as Texans head coach, Week 3, Jacksonville, 2 years ago. So back to the scene, circle of life, man. My pettiness this morning is every time I turn on Nick Wright's show on FS1, he's always talking crap about some Houston team. I loved his show in Houston. I love Sports Radio 610. He's kind of being a douche canoe now.
Hey, screenshot that text and send it to Nick.
Okay.
And just tell Nick to reach out to that guy personally.
I will. Oh, he has his phone numbers. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I will. I'll need to draw a map. I'll need to draw a map for Nick because of the way our text page divides texts up. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah. Let's. No, the thing about Nick is that at some point he's going to piss you off. He's very, very good at it because a lot of times, annoyingly, he always backs everything up with data.
Yeah.
Because sometimes he really hits you where it hurts when you don't have a good answer for what he just said.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the info, man, no doubt. As a black man and a true sports fan, I really am ignoring the whole Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese thing. I'm tired, man.
Well, yeah. No, you're tired because this is what happens so much these days. It's like you might have a certain position on a topic, and you say, hey, I believe position A for this reason. And person B says, oh no, I support position B for whatever reason. But then all of a sudden online, you got 2,700 other people who agree with position A, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people out there that are saying, okay, from a basketball standpoint, I think Angel Reese was correct for this reason. No, I think Caitlin Clark was correct for this reason. And that's you two having a conversation. But then all of a sudden, everybody else outside jumps
listening
and want to make it about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. It's easier to text. It's easier to text. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker joins us at the top of the hour. It'll be good to catch up with Ross. Okay, a lot of talk about the rookie window, the contract, a rookie contract for a quarterback. Brock Purdy just got a big extension this week. He's had a pretty good rookie contract so far. What constitutes a successful usage of that rookie contract window, and are the Texans on track for that right now with C.J. Stroud. That is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner. and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we know that it's a big deal in the NFL that when you find a quarterback, a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback, one that you've drafted oftentimes high, but in the case of Brock Purdy, he was drafted as low as you can be drafted, Mr. Irrelevant. When you find that guy, the big thing is got to take advantage of the cheap labor that you've got with a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big thing in the NFL these days. Ever since 2011 when they changed the CBA around to actually have a rookie wage scale, right?
Yep.
And so my question is, Seth, what constitutes a successful usage of a player's rookie contract window, which for purposes of this conversation, we'll just call the first 4 years of a player's career, like the first 4 years that they're in the league? Is it Super Bowl? Do you have to win a Super Bowl for it to be a successful usage?
No, I think that because it's one, as we know, it's really, really hard to win the champ. It's your only yardstick for whether or not you took advantage of it. It's just like you could handle it perfectly, and only one of the teams might actually be successful. For me, it's always been that yes, you want to have a competitive team and have a chance at winning a Super Bowl, but if you don't win the Super Bowl, did you surround your young quarterback with the right circumstances and make it easier for him so that in those first 4 years he can learn how to be an NFL quarterback and then become that guy that after you give him his big deal, he can do more with less?
Yeah.
So, all right, by the time the Chiefs traded away Tyreek Hill, Pat Mahomes had become a quarterback who didn't need to lean on Tyreek Hill as much. So for CJ, I look at it as I think they did the right thing last year. They went out and got Stephon Diggs. They botched the offensive line side of it. If you just, over these next 2 years, you want to take advantage of CJ's lower salary cap to give him an environment where he can be that complete NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And get him to accelerate his development to where he's just a bona fide Tom Brady type of dude by the time he's in his fifth season.
I like that a lot. I like that view of it a lot. So along those lines, do you think that the Texans, in a way, stunted C.J. Stroud's growth last year with the offensive line play and maybe the coach? Obviously, they feel that they failed in both those areas to some degree because they fired the O-line coach and they fired the offensive coordinator.
I think ultimately it could end up being really good that he went through that and he saw he had to navigate so many second and long and third and long situations. But yeah, in the short term, really get to refine that clock in his head, to fine tune that clock in his head, and to be able to go through his progressions and do all that stuff. I think Bobby Slowick and that offensive line performance last year might have really it slowed it down.
Yep. You and I were talking about this yesterday when we were kind of breaking down Brock Purdy's new contract. I went back yesterday and kind of looked through Super Bowls of the last in rookie contract quarterbacks and Super Bowls over the last, I guess it would be 14 seasons, back to 2011. There's only 2 that have won Super Bowls on their rookie deals.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes in year 3 won a Super Bowl, did not play his rookie year, played a little, but Alex Smith was his starter. Lost in the AFC title game, but won the MVP of the league in his second year. And then he won the Super Bowl and a Super Bowl MVP in his third year. And then he lost the Super Bowl in his fourth year. That's probably the gold standard for performance by a team and an individual. I mean, it's not even close. It's an MVP and a Super Bowl MVP and a Super Bowl ring and an appearance in another Super Bowl in the first 4 years you're in the league. Kansas City did it better than anybody else.
That's the gold standard for how to handle it. And I would say even you look at guy like Tom Brady winning a Super Bowl, that team was a lot more about the defense and the running game than it was the quarterback himself when he was a young player.
Yep.
So that where you got that kind of a performance out of your quarterback and that kind of not just individually but as an offense and all that. Yeah. It's hard to find one better than that.
Russell Wilson is close. Wilson, of course, started as a rookie, supplanted Matt Flynn, who never saw the field for the Seahawks, at least not that year. Russell Wilson's first 4 years, lost in the divisional round of the playoffs, won a Super Bowl, lost a Super Bowl on an interception he threw, and then lost in the divisional round. So made the playoffs 4 years and made 2 Super Bowls and won a Super Bowl. That's pretty damn close. I would say I'd put Mahomes ahead of him just because Mahomes was the linchpin of the team. See, Russell Wilson was a little more like the Brady that you're talking about. Like that defense was won by that defense won that Super Bowl and was the big foundation for them those seasons. Not so much Russell Wilson was good, but he wasn't.
But they could also afford. I mean, they could afford a lot of those guys on defense because we saw that over the ensuing years after Russell Wilson got his contract. It's a lot harder to build that same type of team.
Yep. There's 5 others that made a Super Bowl but didn't win a Super Bowl on their rookie deals. Joe Burrow, probably the most famous one. He, of course, injured for a big chunk of his rookie year, and then they get to the Super Bowl his second year in the league. The Bengals go to the Super Bowl, lost in the AFC title game the next year, and then he was injured and only played 10 games in 2023. So his is either I'm hurt or we're going deep into the postseason if you're Joe Burrow. On his rookie deal, I know this past year he put up MVP numbers for a team with a horrific defense, but we're just talking his first 4 years in the league.
Boy, it's impressive. I think with Joe Burrow, I might rank him above Russell Wilson just in terms of his actual performance and how much of a driving force he was.
Yeah.
Now, with Russell Wilson, you know what we kind of forget about something? I'll give him more credit because that was when the zone reads and everything else was really just ambushing the NFL.
Yeah.
And so Russell Wilson's legs were more of a bigger factor then than they would be in today's age because defenses have adjusted to it.
Yep. Jalen Hurts, first 4 years. Now, he won a Super Bowl this past year, but he was not on his rookie deal anymore. 4 starts his rookie year, went 1-3. Then he lost in the wild card round, lost in a Super Bowl, and then lost in the wild card round again. And that second loss in the wild card round was on a team that, man, it looked like Nick Sirianni was closer to getting fired than getting an extension. He just signed an extension yesterday, you know?
Yeah. They for the way Nick Sirianni handled it, I don't know. I mean, you lost this, you got to a Super Bowl, then you took a huge step backwards with a lot of seemingly systemic type issues.
Yes.
So and then you win a Super. So he ends up winning the Super Bowl. It's not when he's on his rookie contract, and yet I still feel like that was a pretty damn good run. And that like the big fault here is that you took a year off between Super Bowls, or a couple years off between Super Bowls.
Yeah. No, that is a nice first 4 years in the league for sure for Jalen Hurts.
They got him on a deal that, like, because Jalen Hurts doesn't fit the conventional mold of what you want to get out of your quarterback in the passing game or what have you. I feel like they got him on a pretty good. He's really valuable to that team and the way they operate.
Yep.
But they got him on kind of a bargain contract compared to a lot of other quarterbacks.
Brock Purdy, who was the NFC title game his rookie year, lost in a Super Bowl, and then he went 6-11 with lots of injuries. This to me will be one of the more intriguing ones out of all these guys that are getting these new big deals here. You know, just because 7th round pick, man, this is uncharted territory for the new age of $50 to $60 million quarterbacks. So this will be an interesting one. The other two, real quick, Colin Kaepernick made a Super Bowl on his rookie contract with the San Francisco 49ers. It didn't look like the rest of these guys in terms of the productivity, how it got done. He's very much a get-it-done-with-his-legs guy. Didn't start any games his rookie year in 2011, then lost in the Super Bowl with Jim Harbaugh as his coach. Only started 7 games, but he was the starter by the end of the year. Lost in the NFC title game the next year, then went 8-8, and then kind of backslid, and we all know how the Colin Kaepernick saga went from there.
I could have Kaepernick and Purdy the whatever category it is for just getting the absolute most out of either whatever the salary cap figure was or the future career. Obviously Brock Purdy's got a lot more football to play.
Yeah.
But in terms of just getting above and beyond expectations with where they were drafted, now Kaepernick wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, but those are pretty damn good bargains.
Jared Goff is the last one. When he was with the Rams, he was a disaster as a rookie when Jeff Fisher was his head coach. They brought in Sean McVay, and it all turned around. Lost in the wild card round his second year. Lost in the Super Bowl, one of the most boring Super Bowls of all time in 2018, 13-3 the final score. And then he missed the playoffs, went 9-2 with Goff in L.A. He got traded for Matthew Stafford, which seems to be been a good move for both guys, Stafford and Goff.
So the big thing here for these guys that have really gotten the absolute most out of their rookie quarterbacks and on their contracts, the standard in terms of performance on the field seems to be, man, a lot of these guys have reached a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Boy, making a Super Bowl is way further than the Texans have ever gone in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If they can if they can take that next step forward, at some point, if you don't, at the very least, bare minimum, you got to get out of the divisional round at some point here. But in the next 2 years, in the next 2 seasons, can you make a Super Bowl and/or win a Super Bowl? That's all I ask. But I'm not greedy.
No,
I just want you to make a Super Bowl.
That's all.
Is that so hard to ask?
That's all. And if you want to surpass Russell Wilson, you need to make 2 and win them both, not win 1 and lose 1 like he did. Yeah. I don't think anybody's catching Mahomes in his first 4 years, unless CJ wins 2 Super Bowls. Mahomes won 1. But Mahomes won an MVP and a Super Bowl MVP. Didn't play really. He did that in 3 years, really, not 4, because he didn't start as a rookie. So, but this is the list, man. Like, that's the list. And Texans can get to a Super Bowl. CJ's on this list with these guys as well. I like your criteria, though, Seth. Like, independent of the team accomplishments. Like, do you feel like this is a guy that you can function in a $60 to $65 million a year quarterback world? That's the goal.
The big leap you make when you give that quarterback that contract. Do you feel like, okay, now we don't have to spend as heavily on have just Nico Collins and a couple guys? If that's how it ends up being at some point, we can still be a good offense with that because our quarterback is so refined.
No doubt. This goes back to Amy Adams Strunk trying to monopolize the color blue. Does the sky have permission to be light blue? Probably not. No. She's suing
only
the sky.
in the state of Texas.
She's suing the sky. Yeah, right. The sky's got to be green in Texas. All right. Coming up next, if you're looking for a team to root for in the NBA playoffs based on the conduct of their star player, I've got a sales pitch for you in the next segment. Ross Tucker joins us at the top of the hour. Stay there. It's Payne and Pendergast. But let's get you guys in a luxury vehicle for.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it's probably, I don't know if Rocket fans have a dog in the fight with any of these teams. Minnesota and OKC get started tonight in the Western Conference. The Pacers and the Knicks get started, I'm assuming, tomorrow, sometime this week. So we'll have the Eastern Conference, Western Conference finals get going. I don't know that anybody had this as the four teams that we would have left in this thing, but I think both these series have the potential to be fun. Each of these teams has a star on the team, a face of the team that has yet to win an NBA championship. So somebody new is going to be allowed inside that velvet rope that in the last few years Jason Tatum has gotten into, and Giannis Antetokounmpo won a championship. We know that the Warriors have won several championships. Nikola Jokic, champion. So there is a line that kind of separates those guys from everybody else. That's just how the NBA works. So either, I would say either Anthony Edwards or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the West, or Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Halliburton in the East. If you're looking for one of those guys to root for, this is a pretty good story. Tyrese Halliburton was on. He surprised the Indiana Pacer fan, specifically Tyrese Halliburton fan. If you haven't seen the video, it was a viral video from over the weekend, one of several viral videos of New York Knicks fans acting the fool. And there was an Indiana Pacers fan wearing a Tyrese Halliburton jersey in New York, leaving Madison Square Garden, that his name is Hans Perez, and he's a firefighter up in New York, I would assume. And there were Knicks fans picking up bags of garbage and throwing them at, like big, gigantic bags of garbage, and throwing them at him and hitting him in the head with garbage, and then following and menacing this guy as he walked down the street, just like a wave of dozens and dozens of Knicks fans.
That guy, yeah, all right, I remember that video, right? Yeah, that was it. And the guy was, and he looked, he didn't look like he was freaked out or panicking about it.
No, he was firefighter. He's probably seen worse, I
was kind of impressed that he was kind of just like, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, but then he
was walking away. He wasn't trying to fight anybody. He just,
he was walking away, but hundreds of them, it looked like walking after him,
Yeah.
It was a pretty menacing scene. So it looked like McAfee had this Hans Perez on his show just to get his version of what was going on, and then he surprises him with Tyrese Halliburton, joins him on the show, and pops this on him.
I want to personally bring you and a +1 out here to come to Game 4 here in Indiana. I'll bring you guys out here, put you guys up, get you guys seats to the game. To make sure you're taken care of. All the team's excited to meet you. It's all we've been talking about. Everybody's seen the video. So, man, we want to bring you out here. And, man, I'm really excited about that. So
you in, Hans? I believe that's on Tuesday. You're able to make the trip. I know scheduling, obviously, as a firefighter or something.
I gotta talk to the guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could work something out where to come see that. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Tyrese, man. You are awesome. The team is awesome. I appreciate that. And, man, let's go Pacers, man. Let's go Pacers.
All right, so that was really cool, man. That's one of those things like somebody came in and made it right.
Who are the various Houston fans that have gone viral for getting unfair treatment? I think the most notable has been up with the Yankees at various times, right? The guy that got hit, hit by the bottle in the bathroom while he was taking a whiz. Do we remember if the Astros did anything nice for him or anything?
I don't remember. I don't know if they did or didn't, but that was the one that immediately popped into my head. Have any Texan fans? If we Googled hard enough, you know how it is at NFL games. Sometimes you get these fights up in the stands. I'm guessing there's been a Texan fan involved in one at some point.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, the Bills are. That's where we were talking yesterday about how the Bills fans at home can be pretty nasty to opposing fans. One of my cousins almost got in a fight with a Bills fan once because he was at one of our games up there and wearing a Texans jersey.
Wow.
And after a touchdown, the guy in front of him turned and started screaming at my 6-year-old, not nephew, cousin, my 6-year-old cousin, in your face and everything. So the guy's friends ended up kind of moving him and getting it under control.
Okay.
But it was rough, man. Yeah.
What possesses people, man, to turn around and yell
Sean.
at 6-year-old kid? No, that's the answer. I know that's the answer. But
what makes people sometimes the best, but often the worst version of themselves?
Right. But I drink plenty at games. It's never dawned on me to turn around and scream at a 6-year-old.
Because you're not a bad drunk.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it, I suppose. So good job, Tyrese Halliburton. I'm rooting for the Pacers, not because of that story from the McAfee show. I'm rooting for the Pacers because I want the Knicks out of our lives as soon as possible.
Do I know? All I do is every now and then I see somebody on social media complaining out of Indiana about Peyton Manning being at the Nuggets games and not the Pacers games.
Yeah.
I would love it if he's looked at now as a fair weather Pacers fan and he gets booed. I hope he goes to a Pacers finals game and gets booed at home.
Now that would have been fun. Just as I'm saying this, Peter Schrager's literally on TV on Get Up, and his take at the bottom of the screen: Knicks haters need to stop being the fun police. Screw you, Schrager. I'll do what I want to do. But that would have been fun if Denver ended up beating OKC and get into the NBA Finals against Indiana, and then they dangle Peyton Manning over the court like a Money in the Bank briefcase to him or something like that.
Yeah.
It's the Peyton Manning. The winner gets to keep Peyton Manning. Indiana versus Denver. We're not going to get it because Denver stunk in Game 7, but that would have been good. I would have liked that. Knicks fans feel entitled, and law doesn't apply to them. You, sir, have seen the videos. I can tell. Absolutely, they do.
What's Schrager's point if he's making the Knicks haters? Who are the fun police?
I guess the people who I don't maybe
people
me
that
right
just
now.
don't like the Knicks being there or something.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Or does Schrager have a taste for violence, and he wishes that those Knicks fans would have finished the job?
He doesn't seem like it. I mean, remember, Ben, you got the Schrager in there. I mean, the Schrager seemed kind of.
Texans are this fun young team.
He seemed like a violent guy to me. He seems a little creepy more than anything else.
You want to come over and look at my albums? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Mattress Mac in Philly.
Oh yeah. Mattress Mac and the Verlander couple.
Yes.
So Mr. and Mrs. Verlander had notable exchanges. Now, Verlander, that was the same series where Verlander actually had fun with some Phillies fans by flipping them off. And Phillies fans, that's like, you might as well have given them $20. That's like a gift to them. So they loved that Verlander was having fun flipping them off. But then
Kate Upton.
Kate Upton. She flipped off some Philly fans there, and it looked like they were. It turns out it was her having fun with the Phillies fans.
Yeah, no.
But Mattress Mac was getting accosted as an old man for no good reason
He
whatsoever.
didn't back down, that's for sure. Yeah. He had to be held back. Good job, Mac. Yeah, he wasn't going to take it. He's not going to let somebody throw a bottle at him like what happened in New York. Hell no. Pendergast with you. But that's a good story. I like that Halliburton story, man. Okay, people still texting in over the H-Town blue uniforms that Amy Adams Strunk will not let the University of Houston baseball team wear outside of home games against in-state rivals or something. Amy Adams Strunk is now suing the group Restless Heart over the song The Bluest Eyes in Texas. Sorry, you're going to need to change the color of the eyes of the woman in the song.
I don't know. Ultimately, if this is ever settled, it's going to be through an annoying series of court cases about intellectual property law. Yeah. And I don't have the intelligence nor the attention span to actually know what the hell's going on with intellectual property. Just suffice it to say, no, I know for a sure. If I were the attorney, I would stand up in the Supreme Court and say, oh, come on. It's just bogus, man. She's being petty.
Right.
Can you not see that?
That's it.
You dumbass.
That's
Quit being activist court justices and just let us do what we want. That's what I would say.
Courtroom Seth. I like Courtroom Seth. There was a massive fight with Colts fans opening day last year, somebody says. Well, that would have been in
Texans
Indy.
Game?
Yeah.
Or in Indianapolis, I mean.
Yeah, that was they opened up in Indy in week 1. Okay. I believe that. And
There's never been a melee like any kind of really notable fight, right? That's gotten historical status or anything.
With Texans
not like
fans?
a Malice at the Palace with any Houston team.
Yeah,
we
not
might
that I
be
can
forgetting
think of.
something from the '70s or something where
Not
there
that I
was
can
just a
think
big
of.
all-out brawl and multiple people were arrested.
Biggio's wife got spin 5 World Series. Somebody's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember didn't somebody dump a drink on David Carr's wife or something at one point too, or was it Matt Schaub's wife?
I don't know. That's a good question. If it was David Carr's wife, I wouldn't. That's in my blind spot. I wasn't living here at the time or on radio. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker is going to join us in the next segment. He, during the season, as our Odyssey NFL insider, we haven't talked to Ross in a while, so we'll catch up with him, get his thoughts on things going on around the NFL. We will do that coming up next.
Ready!
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, and during the season, he's our Odyssey NFL insider. In the offseason, he's just a good friend of the show who likes to come on with us. We'll talk about my front page story as well with him, but we'll talk some football and some other stuff with our good friend Ross Tucker. Ross, how we doing, man?
I'm in a weird place right now. I need some advice.
Okay.
I'm looking outside my door. I don't know if this is a raccoon or a skunk.
Ooh.
What? Don't they both have like the black and white stripe? What's the difference between a raccoon and a skunk?
The raccoon is really well. They're actually both pretty cute. The skunk has been known to fall in love with cats that are painted as skunks. And he speaks with a French accent. If you can get him to say something
I'm not kidding you guys. I am 3 feet from whatever right now. I'm banging on my door, and it's not moving. Like this.
Yeah, it's probably a skunk. Skunks are kind of like skunks because they don't have to actually fear any predators. They'll kind of just be like, hey, whatever.
Aren't they supposed to be like nocturnal?
Yeah. So it's probably got rabies. You're cool. Yeah.
So where is it, like right outside your office right now or something? I hear you banging.
Yes, I will text you guys.
Yeah, send me the picture.
And I got power washer guys here right now, and this thing is not scared at all. This is freaking me out. I can't leave my house.
Okay, well, it sounds like this is the power washer's problem, not yours, Ross, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, I think it's a skunk. It's probably a skunk. Now, if
I'm texting both of you guys right now. So we can figure this out.
You don't know the difference between
it's now laying on top of the power washer cord.
How do you not know the difference between a skunk and a raccoon?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know? I think it's a raccoon.
Oh, it's definitely a raccoon. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Ross? Dude, that's something I would do. That's something that would happen on this show. That's a raccoon, dude.
Dude, it's like trying to come in my office.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's
Is it rabid? Does it look like it's rabid?
It looks pretty gnarly, man. I'm going to tell you right now.
It does. It looks kind of haggard.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's skinnier. Like it's way skinnier than raccoons are.
It looks hungry, man. It looks hungry. Do you keep your garbage outside, Ross? Is there garbage outside that this guy can go scavenge in? Okay.
No,
you might
dude,
have a rabbit.
I'm not kidding you. It is right outside my door, like it's waiting for me.
You're stuck.
It's a nice retaining wall.
Dude, that is not Seth. You said raccoons are cute. This is not a cute raccoon.
No, it's not a cute raccoon. That's how you tell whether it's rabid or not, whether it's cute.
Yeah, that is not cute. Ross, stay inside. Call 911. Actually, hang up with us. Call 911. Yeah, you got to get out of there.
This is not good. I don't even know what to do. Who do I call?
You could call. Call animal control. Now this is the risk you run with animal control. They might laugh at you if when they get there they're like, "No, it's a freaking raccoon. You're fine."
Yeah, don't act as frightened as you're acting right now when they come by.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just locked my door like the raccoon was gonna break in.
It does kind of have little fingers, like it might be able to pick the lock. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That is a hungry, nasty scavenger raccoon right there. That feels like it might be a mix of a raccoon and something else. Hell, the angle you sent us, Ross, it looks like a combination of a raccoon and a porcupine or something.
Here's the question, Ross. Honestly, now I'm concerned for you. For one, does it look like it's like stumbling around it?
Yes, kind of.
Okay. Yeah, okay. If it doesn't look like it's walking all that, you should probably call animal control. That might be rabid.
Yeah.
That's if it's just and it doesn't show any kind of awareness or anything. Is it foaming at the mouth?
I don't know if it's foaming at the mouth, but it's like there's power washers here. It's loud, and this thing is not concerned at all. Like, aren't they supposed to be scared?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
You're supposed to keep a safe distance and contact local animal control or. Do you know any wildlife specialists? One of those.
Yeah,
two.
like my whole family, but they're not here.
Oh, you're by yourself. It's just you and the raccoon.
Just honestly, well, Ross, if we weren't on the radio, I'd tell you to do other things, perhaps, and then still call. If you could somehow detain or immobilize the raccoon?
Can't you?
Or just kill
I'm not
then...
detaining or immobilizing anything.
Do you? Okay, so are the power washers, are they there to pressure wash like your house, or like, so do they have a strong flow from whatever the apparatus is they're pressure washing? Because I feel like these dudes can just walk around and just start spraying water at the little fella, you know, and
if
chase
it's
him
rabid,
away.
though, it might not respond the way a normal animal would.
Oh,
they're not in the right
like come
mind.
at you? Oh,
yeah. I would say, after maybe just give those guys a heads up, though, because they've probably dealt with this before. Just be like, I don't know, but
I don't know how to give them a heads up.
Yeah.
Tell them, I don't like the looks of this skunk.
Yeah.
Tell them that, exactly.
By the way, it's a nice wall.
How did you guys know it was a raccoon and not a skunk?
Because I got to tweet. Ross, have you tweeted a picture of this out yet?
No, but I will.
No, I'll do it right now while we're having this conversation.
Sure you tell everybody.
All right. Seth, I'm tweeting out this picture. Would you like
How
to?
could you tell this was an ostrich and not a lion?
Ross Tucker. All right, I'm going to tweet this picture out. Ross, you guys start your conversation with Ross.
No, so
there.
Ross, this is as Sean embarrasses you on social media, I have to tell you, the reason I called you the other day or texted you to ask if you could come on is that ever since the Super Bowl, when you were on Radio Row with us, it's Ross Tucker. You can check him out online at the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is incredible. You said something to us that Sean and I were very skeptical of, and it was this.
You know, there's a restaurant at the Jersey Shore that I absolutely love. And we told a couple people about it, and now it seems like word has spread, and it's harder to get reservations. So my new thing is, like, if I really like a restaurant, I'm not telling anybody. And in fact, someone asked me about it, I'd be like, that place is terrible. You don't want to go there. Because I want to get reservations.
So what we did, unbeknownst to you, and I felt bad because we haven't told you about this yet, we started a worst take of the week segment that we do on Friday every week. We call it Take a Mania. And you leaked that week.
You were the champion right out of the chute. Yeah, because we felt it was mean towards these business owners.
Yeah. Do you stand by that take?
I do. Yeah, I do. So
okay,
here's
good.
the thing. Here's the thing. Once it gets to this point, that business owner is in a great spot. Like it's hard to get reservations there. This isn't like some place where you go in and there's empty tables. And by the way, you know, it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek because the one place I'm talking about in particular, I kind of know the owner, right? So I can text, I can get a table if I need to. I'm not like one of these normals out here, okay?
So,
no.
One of these normals. Well, so Ross, just
I'm not like one of these normals that knows the difference between a skunk and a raccoon.
Exactly. Exactly.
Sorry, I'm not an outdoorsman. No, so we started Take a Mania. You only held the title for 1 week because immediately after the Super Bowl, Angelo Cataldi on a podcast or on a radio show said that Andy Reid is one of the Oh, we've got it? Here's what Angelo Cataldi said.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach. Philadelphia, 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
Okay. So that was Ross, you were unseated as champion after 1 week. Cataldi, for some context, Ross, held the title for the next 8 weeks after the Andy Reid is the all-time fraud in American sports take.
Hey, you guys want to know something crazy? Once every summer, my wife and I have dinner with Cataldi and his wife at that restaurant on the Jersey Shore.
Oh, my God!
At that
Holy
restaurant?
Cow! Dude,
oh my God.
It's like a season of Game of Thrones. Oh my God.
We're living in the Matrix.
I just brought it all together.
Holy smokes. And
so what's interesting.
And we eat grilled raccoon. Yeah.
No, what's interesting is, now we've gone to a couple different restaurants, but that is one of them.
Yeah.
But Angelo in my career, wait. Now I just got a text message from our nanny saying there was a dead raccoon on the street this morning at the end of your driveway.
Oh, my God.
Maybe
this might be a forlorn spouse looking for its wife or husband. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's grieving.
Yeah.
It's, that's why it's staggering around. It's
Yes.
emotionally devastated.
Yeah.
You should still kill it, though.
Yeah.
Put it
That
out
is
of its
wild.
misery.
Anyway, Angelo, very helpful to me in my career in Philadelphia, and he's a legend there. He and I will never agree on Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
Never agree on Andy Reid. He's not an Andy Reid fan because of how Andy Reid was with the media in Philly. You know, and they had a crazy amount of success with McNabb. They just weren't able to get over the hump. It is kind of interesting, though, that Peterson, who we all know is not as good of a coach as Andy Reid, has won a Super Bowl, and Sirianni, who may or may not prove to be as good of a head coach as Andy Reid, has won a Super Bowl, but Andy Reid was not able to do it. You know, I will say this. It speaks very highly of the Eagles organization. I mean, think about the success they've had over the last 25 years, that you have Andy Reid having that kind of success that he had, where they win NFC Championship games, and then the next guy comes in and wins the Super Bowl, and then the next guy comes in and wins the Super Bowl. That's extremely impressive, and I think it speaks to the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, and the GM, Howie Roseman, obviously had a lot to do with it.
Sirianni just got extended yesterday, right? He just got an extension.
Yeah.
He did. He was going into the last year of his deal, so it was well deserved.
Yeah.
What's the raccoon doing now, by the way?
I don't know. I'm scared to go outside. I'm scared to go outside. Now you guys have me thinking it's rabid, and it might be. So now I'm scared to go outside, and I don't like. I don't want rabies. What would happen if I get rabies?
A bunch of shots in your stomach back in the day, right? That's where they.
I know. It's not. I know it's still not pleasant or fun.
Yeah.
I think it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's not pleasant.
Hey, Ross,
but don't you die?
From rabies?
You'll be fine.
You'll be okay.
If it goes untreated,
just rub some dirt on it.
You got access. I know you live out in the sticks. Do you have access to medical care up there, or what? Or do you have to take a 3 days wagon ride?
I do, but here's my thing. If I had rabies, okay, I would want to at least experience it for a couple days. You know what I mean?
I think you'd be okay.
I would want to feel like I had rabies.
Yeah.
I would want to be I would playing a football game with rabies. I would want to do something competitive with rabies and be like, dude, Ross, you're playing beer pong like you got rabies. I'd be like, yeah, I do have rabies. That's why.
Foaming at the mouth. We have several concerned listener message. This sounds like a conversation with my wife about this raccoon, but yes, definitely sounds like it's rabies infested. There are other listeners, Ross, that are wondering if you know the difference between which team is pitching and which team is batting in a baseball game. Texans versus Cowboys. I'm not sure who, but someone just scored a touchdown.
Oh my gosh. No, you know where, and I love when you're paired up with Kevin Harlan. It's two of my favorite game broadcasters are in the booth together.
yeah.
But Kevin Harlan, one of his famous calls was when there was whichever animal was the cat, right?
The cat on the field at the
cat on the
Meadowlands,
field.
yeah.
Oh, I need you to be out there when there's some kind of a rodent out on the field, and Kevin Harlan makes you identify it.
Yes.
Is that a?
I can't tell if it's a squirrel or a chupacabra. What is that? Yeah.
No, it's a pigeon.
You know what? You know what's funny about that? This is also the truth. I was on sideline for that game.
Oh, really?
For the cat game.
Holy crap.
For Westwood One Radio. And I thought about this for a while after that. Huge missed opportunity by me to go viral.
Yes.
Like, I should have ran onto the field when nobody else would to try to catch the cat or at least get the cat off the field. I mean, I would have gone viral.
Yeah.
Either I get the cat and I'm like a legend, or I don't get the cat and they're like, dude, can you believe that Ross just the cat? I don't know if the NFL will kick me off or not, but I'd be like, listen, I'm trained in cat catching. I was trying to help you guys.
If you had done it while you were holding the mic, wireless mic, and kind of just giving updates on what you were thinking at the time, it would be like kind of like when they mic up a baseball player on the field.
Hey, Ross, I know we got to hit my front page story. Do you want to hear what the reigning champion is for Take a Mania? It actually has a Philadelphia tie to it.
Yeah, and also, Ross.
Sounds like they all have a Philadelphia tie.
No, it's just coincidental, yeah.
Rest assured that you only held the title for 1 week, and all of the ensuing ones have been actually bad takes, like bad sports takes.
Yes.
So you're not even going to be in the final tournament at the end of the year.
Nope. Here's Ross. Here's Andrew Perloff from the CBS Sports Radio Network on Steph Curry's hamstring injury.
You guys don't think that Curry has any chance to come back from this? I mean, we've all had little hamstring pulls. They're
the
tough.
amount that he runs and how he has to move throughout a game, I don't.
What are you talking about? He goes from the top of the three-point line on one side to the top of the three-point line on the other side.
Constantly moving.
That cannot be further from
Moving on offense is easy. Moving on, I mean, they'll hide him on defense. All he has to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Ask Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, guys who do that stuff, and Ray Allen, the kind of conditioning they do. It's grueling. It's like that is very hard. It's terribly hard on the defenders to cover those guys because they're in better shape than them.
As a former big man in high school, I'll tell you right now, the guards don't do crap. They're running 40 yards.
Give me a break.
And Steph, running on offense doesn't count. It doesn't, anybody can run around and get a shot.
He was like the most well-conditioned guy in the NBA because of all the stuff he did off the ball. Like, this could not be more wrong.
I think he can be effective in a different way because he can hit his shot. Like, a hamstring injury will, like, if it's John Morant and he has an injury, as we saw, that's bad. But Steph can be effective a little bit, right? Like, you still have to watch out for Steph. I don't care if he has one functional leg.
Okay, there you go, Ross. That's the reigning defending champ right now.
I love Perloff. Perloff played high school basketball at Lower Merion outside of Philly with Kobe Bryant.
Kobe, yeah.
I think he was a couple years older than Kobe. That is funny. Yeah, no, like, hamstrings are important. And Steph Curry running around and getting open.
Even on offense?
Listen,
I feel like
I think Steph Curry could probably light up some high school team without a hamstring, but that would be tough in the NBA.
NBA playoffs. Yeah, exactly. All right, Ross, we talked very little football with you, but this is the most fun we've had in a long time. My front page story, here's my question, because we've talked about it with you for Valentine's Day and Mother's Day, and it's been largely a kind of a mom and girlfriend and wife thing. Could my kids do a front page story for me and tell me how awesome I am?
Yes,
okay,
they
good.
should for Father's Day.
Father's Day, thank you.
And also, I got my 20th wedding anniversary coming up tomorrow, so you need to follow me on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, because I'm going to post a picture from the wedding that will blow people's mind away. No, they'll be like, you'll be shocked that she married me. You'll be shocked that she actually went through with it and said, I do that day, because 3 weeks earlier I had a back surgery. Heaviest day of my life. I was 337 on my wedding day, stuffed into my 290-pound tuxedo from my sophomore year at Princeton. So make sure you're following me on every social platform at Ross Tucker NFL for that little gem tomorrow. But yeah, dude, myfrontpagestory.com. Anniversary gift, best I've ever seen. Father's Day gift. Okay, every dad right now listening loves the newspaper. Most of you were not ballers like Seth. You were never on the cover of the newspaper. No one ever wrote a story about you. But you know what? You deserve it because you're an awesome dad. And wouldn't you rather have something cool with your kids and wife talking about how amazing you are as opposed to something stupid that they order off of Amazon for you that you don't really need? MyFrontPageStory.com. Either get it for somebody else for your anniversary. That would probably be your significant other. If you get it for somebody else for their anniversary, it's a little bit weird. Or tell them you want it for Father's Day. MyFrontPageStory.com. Or just buy me a story about the skunk that never was. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Headline: Pennsylvania man heroically calls animal control for a rabid skunk, which turned out to be a rabbit.
Picture. Is it rabbit or not? Because that was my wife calling the other line because she's concerned it's rabbit.
Honestly, the fact that it's stumbling around or doesn't look like it's walking all that well might be. I would call animal control.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Don't worry.
You're not being a nervous Nelly. You should call animal control.
Looks mangy to me. It looks nasty. Yeah.
How well do they normally walk around? I don't watch raccoons walk that often.
They're very cutely. They kind of sneak around, and then they'll stop and get up on their haunches and examine some stuff, Do you have a sugar cube? If you have a sugar cube, it'll try to wash it off in a stream, if you have a stream as well. Go out. I want you to go out to this possibly rabid raccoon and hand it a sugar cube and see what it does with it. Because then, Ross, it's the cutest little thing. If it's not rabid, it'll try to wash it in the stream, and the sugar cube will evaporate in the stream.
Which makes
it'll look at its hands like, what happened?
Which makes it totally worth rabies. Yeah.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about anymore.
Ross Tucker.
Google, while you're waiting for animal control, Google raccoon and sugar cube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why is it a bad take that I wanted my family to be able to get reservations at our favorite restaurant?
Because it's selfish. Because you're selfishly sabotaging something that you love. You're like you know what you are? You're like a parent that can't handle his child's athletic success because he's going to be a better high school football player than yourself, so you sabotage him.
Hey, Ross, I'm more excited. You end up telling Cataldi that he unseated you as the champion, then we were excited to tell you that you were the initial champion, honestly.
Hey, great talking with you guys. Remember, everybody in Houston, go to myfrontpagestory.com and get a 20% discount coupon right now, or you'll be even less of a loser or more of a loser than Seth.
There you go. Hey, Ross, we appreciate it as always.
See you, boys.
All right, be safe. Prayers for Ross.
He survives. He doesn't know. He knows so little about skunks that he didn't even really get my Pepe Le Pew reference.
I don't think so. The texters did. They're like, I love that Seth gets all his wildlife takes from cartoons. That was good. All right, we went over, but that was fun.
If that were true, I would have told Ross to go out with an anvil and drop it on its head.
Drop it on him?
Yeah.
All right. So that was a great Ross Tucker. At Ross Tucker NFL, myfrontpagestory.com. The latest on Yordan Alvarez and why this is so frustrating coming up next.
Underdog is available.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I want to get to Yordan's hand injury, but all we're getting is tweets and texts about Ross Tucker being trapped in his house by a creature that he can't identify as either a raccoon or a skunk when it's clearly a raccoon. He sent a picture.
100% a raccoon, no doubt about it. We asked him to send a picture because he thought it was a skunk at first, I think.
Yeah,
he?
no, yeah,
and,
yeah. Because it does. I mean, it's got. I don't want to stick up for him on this. It's definitely a raccoon. It does have some white coloring to it. It's a. If you missed it, I posted it on my social media. No, it's not. It's not anywhere close to a skunk. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to give him some latitude here, but like this, I feel like he's never seen a raccoon before.
It's a mangy-looking raccoon.
It's mangy as hell.
And now Ross said it looked like it might not be walking well or staggering, but then Ross also asked, "What does a raccoon normally move like?" I don't get this because this isn't even. For one, it's not even a country kid versus a city kid or whatever. He grew up in like a relatively, he lives in a relatively rural area.
Yes.
You know, the closest city is Wilkes-Barre, which I think is 2 cities. I don't know. So he's not. I don't understand how he's gotten to this point in life without knowing what a raccoon looks like. And even if he had never been outside his own house.
Yeah.
He's watched cartoons or seen television before.
You would think. Yeah. You would think. It's clearly a raccoon. It's the most pathetic-looking raccoon of all time, but it is definitely a raccoon. Text message, because he wanted to know what rabies shots were like in case he has to go out and take matters into his own hands. Text message, I've had rabies shots. It's not a pleasant experience. Also, if you start showing symptoms of rabies, it's too late to treat. You're a dead man walking.
Rabies was one of those things that I feel, remember, when we get back and we get nostalgic about our childhoods growing up, one of the things, the funny things is always quicksand. Quicksand was, because of cartoons and television shows, we grew up, people, if you're our age or around thereabouts, you grew up terrified that there was quicksand all over the place. At any given point, you're out in the woods, you might get sucked up by quicksand.
Yep.
And I think rabies was the other one because all the stories about how bad the rabies shots were was that you were just I was in constant fear that I was going to somehow get rabies and have to get those. At the time, it used to be like shots in the stomach.
Yep. Someone says, y'all are joking, but in all seriousness, that raccoon could give rabies to pet serious problems. He needs to call animal control ASAP.
I told him to call animal control.
Well, he had to finish his segment with us first. The rabies can wait. We had to make sure he heard all the bad takes.
He was definitely distracted.
I think he's scared. I think he's legitimately frightened by this raccoon.
I'll text him. Seriously, you should call animal control.
Yeah.
It did sound like it might be rabid.
Yep.
But it also is, or it might just be moving exactly like a raccoon normally moves. And animal control.
I mean, I guess I would be scared too if I'd never seen a raccoon before, like Ross Tucker. Text message, y'all, this segment is 6 degrees of Ross Tucker with everything tying it together. The restaurant, Andy Reid, the cat game, what is going on? Ross Tucker, the most interesting man alive, still can't identify a raccoon.
It's crazy because we brought Ross on just to tell him about Take-A-Mania, which he inspired with a really bad take about restaurants and whether you should. So he was talking about a specific restaurant where he wanted to be able to get reservations. So then we played him the Angelo Cataldi take to tell him what the all-time or the longest-running champion was.
And to beat him in week 2, like that.
And then he says, you know what? I have dinner once a year with Angelo Cataldi at that restaurant that I was talking about.
That's incredible.
And then in talking about the skunk, the raccoon, we bring up Kevin Harlan, how awesome that was.
Yes.
And Ross says, oh, I was doing sideline at that game.
Wild, yeah. It's wild.
It was all meant to be, Sean.
Oh, totally.
I'm going to go play the lottery for the Mega Millions, even though it's $5 now, apparently, according to listeners.
That the current champ, Andrew Perloff, is also a Philly guy. It loves the Eagles and, played at Lower Merion with Kobe. And, yeah, man, like that's...
I'm going to play Mega Millions today,
You
Sean.
should.
I'm
You
gonna,
totally
I'm going to
should.
cut Ross in on 0.1% of the profits.
Yeah, I was going to say, just chip him off a little bit. That's all. Just a little
And I'm going
bit.
to deduct the original cost of the ticket.
Yeah. This is a great one. This is from Mike in Sci-Fair. After Ross said the normals thing, where he referred to people who have to make reservations themselves as normals, after Ross said the normals thing, I'm now rooting for the raccoon.
He did say, Ross also said he figured he wanted to, if he gets bit by a rabid raccoon, that he wants to actually experience the rabies for a little bit. I don't think it's that type of thing, man. I think it's one of those things you have to catch early.
You got to nip it in the bud.
Catch it,
yeah.
Once it sets in, it's a lot tougher. So I can never tell whether Ross is serious or not in a lot of the things he says. I hope he wasn't serious about that.
My dad always said, this is a text message, my dad always said, if you or the pets got rabies, you have to cut your head off to stop the spread. How many people believe that? Oh, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of people saying that the raccoons are typically nocturnal. There's definitely a reason to be concerned if they're out.
It's out
today.
in the day,
Yeah.
and if it is staggering around,
And
then
it's
just go
skinny,
out and call
man.
Animal
This
control.
thing is skinny. They're usually chubby. They're usually fat because they eat everybody's garbage. But this one is skinny as hell.
Now, the other interesting thing, too, was that his nanny had seen a dead raccoon just that morning.
Yeah.
So whether it's a rabies scourge or maybe they're eating from something toxic, there's something going on.
Yeah.
There's something going on.
It's like yeah, it's like an episode of Law & Order, Raccoons. You know, like it's, how did this raccoon die?
We started watching Fargo yesterday. It was the TV series.
Oh, okay.
Since you brought up Law & Order.
Yeah.
It's good. The TV series is good. You know, the problem is, it's just like the movie. At the very beginning of every episode, it says this story is based on true events, and it's retold exactly the way it happened, and that's not true. Which I don't. I feel like that's a dirty trick because I went through the first couple you go through the first couple episodes and you're like, there's no way in hell this is actually true.
Yeah.
And turns out it's not.
So this is Fargo, the TV show. It's based on Fargo, the movie?
It's got. I think the Coen brothers do this TV show too, and it's kind of got like a similar motif and all that.
You give it a thumbs up though right now. So
I do.
far.
Yeah, I like it so much. Well, it's got Billy Bob Thornton at least in the first season so far.
Okay,
he's really good.
He's been staying busy. Landman and this, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, this is it's been
This
good.
older?
Fargo was in 2018 or 19.
Oh,
I
okay,
think,
so
when
that's
they
older.
started.
Yeah, he's really good in Landman. If you've been a Landman, so you know the
Yeah,
plight
I haven't
of
watched
the Billy
it
Bob.
yet.
Yeah.
I can't watch it. I'll be sitting there the whole time. You're like, that's not the way we really
Not
do
true.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pointing at it. Payne and Pendergast, we will get to Yordan Alvarez. The latest update, why it's so frustrating, and where does this stack up on the injuries always lurking around the corner in Houston sports? We will discuss that. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on as well. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. What would you rather have, rabies or Yordan Alvarez's hand injury right now? Which is worse? I would say rabies still, probably worse. But Yordan's hand injury seems to be very debilitating right now.
I feel like rabies would, rabies. At least with rabies, you'd have some answers.
That's true.
You know, like you're going to take the medicine and then you'll get better, or I'll die. Like one or the other.
Clarity.
But at least I'll have clarity within a few days. Whereas with Yordan, I don't know how long this is going to last. He's got rabies of the hand.
He's got rabies of the hand, yes. Yordan Alvarez, this is the report yesterday from Matthew Kawahara. And this is, this is among, if not that the Astros have going on right now, the health of Yordan Alvarez. They need him back at some point. Yordan Alvarez, through an interpreter, said his hand is, quote, getting better, but he still feels it when he swings. Alvarez said he played with the hand hurting for, quote, a while, but it reached a point where I had to stop because the hand started getting inflamed, end quote. Alvarez said he's hitting in the cage and unsure of a timeline to return. He said if he's pain-free, quote, it could be tomorrow, it could be the next day, but we're going to keep working for it to be 100%, end quote. So in that quote right there, he alludes to the fact that, this was yesterday, so he says, could be tomorrow. So I guess technically it could be today he comes back, or it could be the next day, or it could be the day after that, or several days after that. This is a frustrating thing, and I'm not trying to be selfish. I'm sure it's 100 times more frustrating for Yordan Alvarez himself than it is for any Astros fan right now. He wants to get back out and play.
No, and especially given the fact that, man, some things look like they're starting to click offensively here. I mean, Jeremy Pena's just been on an absolute tear since he went to leadoff. Paredes is a power showing up. Christian Walker looks like he might stop looking like such a decrepit version of Christian Walker.
Yep.
Yordan coming back with a completely healthy hand, especially if the hand is the absolute real reason that he was playing as poorly as he was, that it was bothering him a little bit and it affected him enough that that's the situation. Look, we've got 2020 dealt with a hand injury, had multiple issues with it throughout the season. Astros won a World Series.
They won a World Series.
Worked out pretty well.
Small sample size, but every year where Yordan Alvarez has had recurring hand injuries that have kept him out of the lineup, that's the key. His hand may have been hurting the last couple of years, but that have kept him out of the lineup and put him on the injured list, they've won the World Series. And, by the way, he's played a big role in winning that World Series. 3-run home run to turn the game upside down in Game 6. So it's all going to be fine. That's what we're saying. It's all going to be okay. Yordan's hand is among the body parts of athletes here in Houston that concern me constantly, like every play. Like, honestly, Nico Collins is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. The way his first few seasons in the league have gone, after every play, I'm going to be looking for a hitch in his giddy-up, like after the hamstring injury. He pulled a hamstring scoring an 80-yard touchdown last year, and then we didn't see him again for 6 weeks after that, or 5 weeks, 5 games after that. Nico,
I mean, Nico, and honestly, Derek Stingley is still in this boat for me a little bit.
Yes, he is.
All right, these are the guys that have had continual issues with injuries in their career so far. And, Derek Stingley played every game last year, and hopefully that's what you see out of him. But with Nico, he is awesome when he's available. I just need him to be available for the entire season next year.
Yordan's hands, Nico's hammies. I jotted down anything on Stingley because his injuries have been all over the place since his freshman year at LSU. Amen Thompson's ankles became ankle, and he's gone for about 10 days, sprained an ankle. And then every time he would go down, there were a couple instances throughout the remainder of the season and in the playoffs where he looked like he landed wrong. He stayed down for a little while. He's their best player, in my opinion. That's another one. Like, Amen Thompson going to the floor, like, get up.
I would add, if we're talking about ankles, I would add Will Anderson's ankles to that list also.
Yes.
Will Anderson has had ankle injuries in each of his first 2 seasons.
Yeah, man.
And try not to make too much of it, but it's like both him and Nico, there's a little bit statistically that doesn't reflect how well they were playing because they had to miss time or were slowed down by injuries.
That's a good one. C.J. Stroud's only had one concussion in his career, at least reported concussion, and it was during his rookie year where he missed a couple of games after that. Every time C.J. gets hit, goes to the ground, gets hit upside the head hits the ground, I get nervous.
The one thing about the CJ was that was one of those hits where you totally think, oh yeah, I think a lot of people would get concussions there. It didn't look like he was a guy that's particularly, oh no, like sometimes a guy gets nicked once and it doesn't look that. I know we're not supposed to make judgments based on all that stuff, but you start wondering, okay, is the guy actually prone to concussions? CJ, for whatever it's worth, sustained that concussion, came back, and ended up playing really well through the rest of the time. And it wasn't, and he's had multiple hits since then that easily could have given somebody a concussion. So
Yep.
I don't, knock on wood, it's just, it doesn't, I'm not all that alarmed. Then I hadn't thought about it, so thanks for that.
Now you're screwed.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Now there's some theories on the text page about the dead raccoon in the driveway. If you missed it, Ross Tucker in the segment that we did with him was trapped in his house by what looks to be a rabid, skinny, mangy raccoon. And by the way, I showed Reggie and John Lopez the picture of the raccoon that Ross sent us. They're both like definitely rabid, especially Lopez he's a wildlife guy. He's like definitely rabid. Stay away from that. Call animal control. Ross said that his nanny, the nanny for his kids, said that there was a dead raccoon at the end of the driveway earlier in the morning. There's some people here on the text page theorizing that maybe the dead raccoon was the one that Ross saw. He was just either like knocked out or playing dead, or that he was, just that mangy and malnourished that he was asleep in the middle of the driveway and got up and walked to the backyard. I choose to think it's a relative of the dead raccoon. And a relative of the alive raccoon, and the alive raccoon is just walking around aimlessly.
Whatever the hell is, there's something going on with the raccoons in the neighborhood. Like enough that you got to call animal control.
Maybe that raccoon he saw was the dead raccoon being controlled by the zombie fungus. So Ross has a zombie raccoon in his backyard. All right, so there we go. You look like the raccoon topic has tired you out right now. You're staring into space.
No. Yeah, I feel like the multiple theories about potentially the dead raccoon. I feel like that's where the series took a left turn.
Oh.
Like in the second season, they made it all about the dead raccoon. It feels like they lost me.
Say less. I will stop reading those. Are you excited for Brandon Walter tonight?
I am.
Okay.
Give me look. The Colton Gordon has shown me something. I'm ready. I'm in the kind of mood for, hey, you're on this 17-game stretch. You're in Tampa where it feels like you're watching a minor league game anyway. That short right field is part of the problem. So last night, the broadcast was grainy for a lot of us. And then you've got that short right field, and then you got whatever environment it's like with the Rays, where it feels like you're watching a minor league baseball team, especially when Colton Gordon was on the mound, so it's a guy that you're not accustomed to. Yeah, I feel like this is as close to these guys getting an easy transition into Major League Baseball as possible is have Brandon Walter, lefty, coming off a shoulder injury from last year. Had once been he was at one point rocketing up through the Red Sox organization.
Yep.
Very fast ascension from 2021 until he played in the majors in 2023. But he wasn't all that impressive when he got a chance to play in the majors. Had an injury. Now he's going to get a second go at it.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for it. The ballpark, I don't know if it doesn't ruin the viewing experience for me. It's just a weird viewing experience watching a game in a minor.
I'm watching through the net.
Yeah, watching a major league game in a minor league ballpark is a little strange to me. And yes, that short right field kind of screwing Colton Gordon last night. He was dealing at that point. He was that's what broke the shutout for Tampa Bay. Was that little dinky home run that Cam Smith had a look on his face like, how did that get wide to right field? And it just kept going and landed in the stands. It was weird.
I think there's a good chance that he'll stick around for a while because nobody does names that you wonder, wait, does that end with an S or not? quite like Houston. I mean, going back to Owen Daniels and the multiple times he's been called Owen Daniel, Kevin Walter, who was like 50% shot. Somebody was going to say Kevin Walters.
Yep.
And now we have Brandon Walter, who's very similar.
He's
to
singular, right? He's singular Walter, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Brandon Walter.
Walter with no S. Okay. Got that. I'll probably screw that up at some point. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, each and every day on the program. Hi.
Howdy. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good.
What's going on?
I was just enthralled with your raccoon conversation.
Oh, are you? Yeah. Ross Tucker. Pray for Ross.
Yeah, you'd be proud of us, John, because we told Ross he needed to call animal control.
Yeah.
And we thought that the raccoon looked kind of mangy. That doesn't look like a healthy raccoon.
That was that raccoon had rabies. Sean showed me the picture. There's no question in my mind.
Yeah, it is a nasty little creature. Yes. So we'll
did you know Ross didn't know whether it was a skunk or raccoon at first, so that's what we were dealing with.
I didn't tell them about that. Yeah, he couldn't identify
it. It felt like we were air traffic control trying to talk somebody who's never flown an airplane down onto the runway. Yeah. Like we're working with a pilot where you have to explain every little thing.
Yeah. I would have given him some leeway if it was a possum that he confused it with. Those are both sort of really tell. I mean, neither. There's no excuse. You got to know it's a raccoon.
You got to know what a raccoon is.
For sure.
I feel like this is the place where you go, some people just, in order to become great in one area, they have some blind spots.
I got a lot of blind spots, man. That is absolutely true. 100% true.
I just never thought it would be like identifying a skunk. You know what I mean?
Right, an animal that you probably were shown pictures of in elementary school.
At least Pepe, he was in that Pepe Le Pew.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, that feels like this right now.
Yeah, that's how Seth tried to explain skunks to him, was Pepe Le Pew.
Good eye. Good eye. I think that's the good way to go about that.
So what are we doing today, boys? What's the big question for the people?
So question of the day, if anything, what would you want to be named after you? Because it sounds like the city of San Antonio is looking at naming their airport possibly after Greg Popovich, now executive, former head coach of the team.
He's El Jefe is what he said,
Jefe
right?
Airport.
Yeah. Now, that would be fun. El Jefe Airport. That would be fun. You're a San Antonio native. Mm-hmm. Are you good with the airport being named after Greg Popovich?
Yeah, I don't think it has a name.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just San Antonio Internet.
Space available, huh?
Why not? I mean,
they're not stripping it from like World War I war hero Jim or whatever.
Right.
I think, a mountain sounds like that. That's a prop, really.
Mount Payne.
Payne Mountain.
Yeah.
That sounds like a straight to DVD film.
Mount Payne. Yeah, it does.
Mountain Payne.
Yeah.
Okay. No, wait. I take it back. A river. I'd rather have a river named.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, having a river named after you?
Natural.
Or a Gulf.
A Gulf.
The Gulf
with rivers.
Just stay with the rivers, man.
Yeah. His name is perfect for this, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, no, Pendergast.
Payne River? Are you kidding me? Hell yeah.
That's absolutely.
River of Payne?
Absolutely.
Although rivers rather feel relatively serene, like it feels oddly oxymoronic.
Some aren't though. You got some raging rivers out there.
Payne River is just chock full of level 5 rapids.
Yeah. That's it.
Waterfalls and everything.
Yep.
Piranha.
Yep. Piranha
crocodiles.
In the rivers, huh?
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Crocodiles in the river. And piranhas in the river. Yeah, that is some river.
What about you?
Mine is actually okay. It's not necessarily something named after me. This is something I always think of anytime I go to the Golden Nugget or I go to any casino, especially the ones that have a ton of like modernized slot machines.
Yeah.
I want a slot machine with my image on it.
Yeah.
That's
like
what
the
I
Wheel
want.
of Fortune.
I want that more than being named after any mountain or river or building or airport or anything else. I walk around and I see, you know what? There's Dorothy and the Scarecrow.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz has one.
Yep.
Tillman Fertitta himself. He's allowed to have
Wheel
one.
of
It's
Fortune
his casino.
Wheel
of Fortune
is the #1 slot machine in the world.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
No, it is.
It's in every casino.
No, it's in every casino. And I do a hit with the bull every morning.
Yeah.
And this was off air, but I had a conversation with Katie, one of the new DJs on the Morning Bull. We started talking about casinos. I'm trying to get her into gambling because she's not super into sports.
Yeah.
She said she sits and plays Wheel of Fortune slot machines for hours and hours and hours at a time. Yeah. So I would want a slot machine with my image on it.
Yeah.
That's what you would want named after?
Boat.
A boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've like an actual, like a type of boat?
Yeah,
or,
not an
individual boat?
The Freedom Boats is a builder, a big boat builder, Bay Boats. They have a Bite Me podcast boat that they've created.
They did?
Yeah, it's in the name of our podcast.
But halfway there.
Yeah, halfway
Almost.
there. I had a sandwich named after me once.
Oh, I did too. I had a calzone named after me at Nick's place. Yeah, the Cablinasian calzone. Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit like you guys are just you guys were a little bit more cool about this than I was. You're like, oh, this is nothing big or whatever, and I'm like, a freaking river. Yeah, that's what I'd like named after. I'm glad I didn't go with my first choice, Jupiter. So that was felt like that was a little too grandiose.
What's the biggest planet in our solar system? Payne. Payne.
All right, so if Houston was for some reason going to go the way of San Antonio, like who would you nominate to kind of throw up there as putting the new face of one of these airports in Houston?
Okay, well, I mean, look, you immediately go to the big triumvirate of 34s, right? Like Nolan Ryan, Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Probably be Hakeem Olajuwon.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I would think. As long we were talking about sports figures, like
right.
That's why I asked about you, like how you feel about pop, because do you see a lot of airports named after sports figures like that in towns? Usually like government or historical figures. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure San Antonio seems like, I'm guessing they're all for it.
Yeah, he's probably historical in San Antonio.
Yeah,
just
5 championships. Sure. Yeah, I would say Hakeem Olajuwon would be mine. Hakeem Olajuwon or Jose Altuve, just to stick it to everybody who boos Altuve. Oh yeah, screw that. We're going to name the airport after him. Dad,
the Dream Shake.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if I want the Dream Shake on my airport.
I meant like an actual shake.
Okay, I thought you were like describing turbulence now as the Dream Shake. That's very.
I thought you were.
I'm flying into the Dream Shake.
Yeah, I don't want that.
The closest might be the Louis Armstrong Airport in New Orleans.
New Orleans.
So that's a non-political figure or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. That's a good one.
The old San Diego Stadium was named after a sports writer.
Who was it named after? Jack Murphy.
Jack Murphy.
Yeah, Jack Murphy.
Writer,
wow, that's huge.
That's big time.
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
How about that?
Getting one of the stadiums named after you if you're a sports writer?
Yeah.
Wait, you said John Wayne Airport?
Yeah, John Wayne Airport is out in, it's one of the, it's like one of the smaller
Orange
airports
County.
in LA.
It's Orange County. Yeah,
okay.
That's the Orange County Airport is John Wayne. Yep, that's a good one. That's the one Amy and I flew out of when the world shut down at COVID. We were the only people in the John Wayne Airport. Us and a bartender. That was it.
You know what, though? That makes sense. Like, Popovich is kind of, in terms of how big of a local celebrity he is and everything and what he means. Like, John Wayne was like the part of just really when Hollywood became Hollywood, that John Wayne was one of the biggest stars. Yeah.
Mattress Mac International Airport.
Hey now. He's going to get something.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He'll get something.
He's up there. Yeah, for sure. All right, now people are texting in with the name of my slot machine, Pender Pull Slots. Okay.
I'd play that.
Power Rank Slot Machine. That would be my I'm a big Power Rank guy. Sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. We got to let these guys get on with their show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and good luck having your slot filled to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Love that. We are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
An innuendo to start the day. You got to love it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig with you, and you, obviously. 713-572-4610 is how you get involved, as well as the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610 and 610 Houston. How you living, brother?
I am living great, and there's a little bit of tidbit of news breaking before we get into the segment. No, not important, but I do want...
Do I need to hit the sounder?
No.
Are you sure?
No, you know what I'm
it's
talking
there.
about, right, Figgy? I just want Sean Pendergast's reaction, gut reaction. New York Times reporting that Jordan Hudson has told at least one friend that she and Bill Belichick are engaged.
Hey!
Oh.
Engaged.
I have this chart that Seth and I didn't get to on the show today. Top keywords and phrases for Jordan Hudson as pulled together on social media.
Yeah.
Figure this is an evergreen topic. You can use it
certainly.
Marriage is not on here, though.
This is the New York Times saying that.
Weird is number one. Controversy number two. Drama number three. My personal favorites are closer to the bottom on this thing. Disgusting. Victim, fake, exploit.
Wow.
There you
go. Now new you add to the list there. All right, very good.
Terrified are his kids right now that they're not going to get their inheritance.
Gosh.
I mean, I do wonder, knowing
gonna have to go through her.
Knowing Bill Belichick himself, though, do you think those folks were all that open to the idea that they were actually going to get an inheritance anyways? You know what I mean?
Fair
This
point.
is true.
That's a good point.
I don't know. Maybe
Anyway, I thought that would be interesting.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's get going. I don't know how to segue. I was going to find a segue. I don't have one. Shout out to the Astros.
How about the perfect marriage? Jake Myers and the Astros.
4-3 victory at Steinbrenner Field there in Tampa. I probably should say Georgia in there, but whatever. 4-3. Jake Myers doing a little bit of damage there, which was awesome. Seeing him go yard on a nice 2-for-3 day, 2 runs as well. Like the bottom of the lineup. Bottom of the order doing some work. I mean, getting hits from your last 4 hitters. Obviously, also you include Isaac Paredes and Jeremy Pena on the top of that.
Yeah.
And you get offense. You get offense necessary to get a win in this one. Unfortunately, it's not for Colton Gordon, but it's Brian King who came in, handled up well. But Colton Gordon, we were talking about him as well, texting back and forth. And this might just be what he is. Goes 5 1/3. 3 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, though. He gets a little bit more of what he wants. But you get another victory, and in a way, you have another guy showing up and saving the Astros bacon. And thus we come to the conversation to start today's show. Who or what has saved the Astros bacon this year?
Who saved their bacon this year?
713-572-4610. This team it feels like this is a team. There's a few games over 500 at this point. And sometimes you're watching this, and it doesn't feel like it, but they're just timely situations. Certain guys standing up in the instances that you need them. 3 games over 500 to be specific.
Yeah.
And so, kind of want to take an opportunity to salute those folks and those things that are getting the Astros to that place.
Yeah, and I think you touched on the main thing, because that's what I was thinking. I literally said that, which is an old expression, but I use it. Boy, he really saved their bacon with that.
Right,
of course. And it got me thinking about this. Bottom of the order. You mentioned it. The bottom of the order, maybe bottom, 40% of the order has been really, because you got to throw this number 6 guy in there by and large. But he's been clutch. He is, I think, by every metric and every opinion.
Jake, I'm guessing you mean,
right? Jake Myers.
Which is funny because I say Jake, and this is very odd. I just happened to get thrown at me by the algorithm a Jake Marisnick highlight tape.
Well, okay.
And I was like, hey, Jake Myers doing his best Jake Marisnick right now, ain't he?
He is. I mean, he is, by whether you're looking at the data and the statistics or you're using the eyeball test, he's one of the best center fielders in baseball right now. I mean, he's batting .301 with a .795 OPS right now.
Is that good?
For the season. Last 30 games, it's been even higher. OPS over 800. I think the average is like 310, something like that. But that's for the season. And, oh, by the way, might be playing a Gold Glove center field. Might be. In the conversation.
I've really looked around the AL to see, who the center fielders are that are showing up. But,
Rodriguez and the usual suspects.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. But, it's not hard to see a guy who was covering up that center's field spot. And also, just narrative-wise, you look at the corner outfield spots, and it's either a couple of rookies on the right side, because Chaz hasn't really been getting that much burn. And then you got a reformed second baseman out there covering as much ground as his legs will allow him in left field, and he is doing the job of making sure that there's no gap between that. And he's doing it exquisitely. On top of the fact that he has been one of the few guys that's actually been using that bat fairly well. So no, he absolutely deserves a level of credit. And I guess the question for Jake is, how much now, as we reach the quarter portion of the season, right? How much now do you look at this as a good run of span in the season, or is this kind of a new Jake, a new expectation of Jake that we're reaching?
I don't know what the expectation long term is, but I think he's having one of those years. It happens all the time. Somebody has just a career year. And by the way, his path, to this point in his career is pretty remarkable. I mean, I think he got drafted like in 2016, 2017, and spent 5 years in the minor leagues before he really got up here. As
13th round out of Nebraska-Lincoln.
Yeah, and then it wasn't really until, I guess, 2021 he came up but got injured.
Correct.
And then, so, it's an incredible story. And maybe, now that he's got all that behind him, climbing the ranks, dealing with an center field, maybe this is him. maybe this is what we can expect because he's finally settled in as an everyday center fielder and a big time contributor. Or is someone else just for this season does someone else come to mind like they've really saved their bacon? And the reason I put it like that is because Yordan is still whatever. We'll get to that.
Correct. Yeah,
we'll get to that. Altuve, I don't know if he's slowing down. Heaven forbid we say that, but he's still not picking up things. At
least he's not showing up at the level that we had previously set an expectation for with Jose Altuve.
Well, you watched last night's game, I'm sure, and we were texting during the game.
You don't know that.
Some of the swings.
I did.
Some of the swings were so un-Altuve-like. Like way high and inside, and he's swinging, and down and away, and he's swinging. Like he just hasn't dialed anything in, in the last going on a month now. So he's struggled.
How did you take in the idea that instead of hitting second, right? Like obviously him moving to second in the lineup, we can attribute to.
Yeah.
He wants to make sure that he can get in from the outfield and get himself squared away in order to step into the batter's box. You can't say that about him batting third.
Right.
Right. How did you take that in? Because I saw that and I was like, ooh, this is a little change now, ain't it?
I think it's the first time he's done it in quite a long time. I forget the exact number of years, but to bat third, what it's doing is it's trying to wake up his bat because they put him behind Paredes.
Yes.
They're trying to get him some better pitches. That's a sign their best they're going again. And he's already moved from first to second. Now he's second to third. Now third, usually a lot of people will tell you is where you put your best hitter.
Right.
Yep. But some of these metrics are different now, especially when Pena and Paredes are 1 and 2. They're not gonna get as many pitches as the guy in the 3-hole. So maybe, it's clearly they're trying to wake him up a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you still want to put your best hitter in the 3-hole if you possibly can. That's where Yordan sits when he is healthy and going. I mean, just when he's healthy, because even when he wasn't going to start the season, he would still find himself parked very nicely there. But yeah, that was an interesting oddity. But you were saying, like, talking about some of these guys that have saved the bacon, and I did want to salute the texter from the 832 who did say that yesterday when we were talking about what you would like to see from this team in order to kind of get a feel for if they're going to be legitimate, they did bring up production from the bottom of the lineup, and right on time you did get that in order to get another victory. By the way, the first back-to-back road victories this season from this Astros team as they start to notch some of those things, some of those accolades that you generally just need in order to be a good team in a season. But talking about saving bacon, it feels hard to miss this or to skip this. So I'm going to hit this, and we can spend however long time you want to on it. Hunter Brown clearly is one of those guys in a way that it seems reasonable, but I don't know if it's something that you could have absolutely demanded or expected per se.
Right.
In the ways that he has been incredible. Jeremy Pena is absolutely that.
Is he the guy?
Like he is 100% up here.
I think
when
you could argue it because of what he's transformed the top
100%.
Yeah,
like having a guy that now you put him up there and he steps up to the bat, and I feel comfortable that you're going to get a good outcome from him. And there's some guys that you can name that were supposed to be that on paper coming into the season, and there's definitely some guys that in that same subcategory have not been that, right?
Yeah.
You could talk about Christian Walker. Obviously, we've mentioned Yordan. Even Jose in some instances because of his tendency to be aggressive and in that way. Like some of those guys will show up and you go, I don't know. Like Jeremy Pena has become through a quarter of a season very much a guy that you see him up to bat and you're like, all right, if there's runners in scoring position, I feel comfortable about the idea of them coming in. I feel comfortable about him getting on base and maybe taking some extras, which is another thing about Jake Myers once he gets on base, is stealing bases as well. Like he is like the change that we've seen in him. I know that T Mill put up a poll on his Twitter account about whose hot start has been most impressive or have you enjoyed rather more, and Hunter Brown obviously getting a huge amount of it. Jeremy Pena is my vote just because of that change in what he is or what we can expect from him, because that was the hope, is that he becomes this guy, and he is fully embodied that now.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I also feel in terms of a player like, boy, he's really saved their bacon. You kind of, sort of, as you alluded to, had a hunch that Hunter Brown could do this and become this. You kind of, sort of had a hunch that Jeremy Pena could do this. You didn't have a clue that Jake Myers was going to do
Fair
this.
enough.
So that's where I would put that. I think when you look at the bullpen, you you kind of knew what Brian Abreu could be. I think the winner last night is maybe a save the bacon kind of guy, at least representative of the middle relievers that have really stepped up, like Brian King. I think he's in that conversation as well.
All right, so this is a fair text that comes in, and I wonder, okay, we've talked about Jake Myers and the start that he's had and the way that he's played pretty well. And I asked you, how much do you take of this as a change in Jake Myers? And from the 954, look at Jake Myers' May last year compared to the rest of the year. And I take you to May of 2024. His splits are as follows. He averaged 329 with an OPS of 924, 14 RSBI. What a fig. And 518 slug. Those are all incredible numbers.
Yeah.
You want to get the rest of the entirety of his season?
Yeah. What was it?
After that, his season totals, he was a 219 with a 646 OPS.
So what are you saying?
It's quite possible that this is just Jake and May, where this is him carrying. But the thing that ultimately I still want to give credit for is you needed it.
Yeah,
you have needed it to a great degree. But, yes, it is possible that this is just a hot stretch for him. But I appreciate the hot stretch when you need it, especially because it has helped you remain in this place where you are just barely out of the AL West lead, 2.5 games? Because Seattle also got a victory last night. But, you're not too far back. You're staying above 500, and you're playing decent baseball, and he's been one of the guys that's helped you. It's saving the Astros bacon to this point.
Yeah, look, I mentioned you kind of sort of expected this from Hader and Abreu, but
Hader, come on, bro.
No, you know what he could do.
No, that's what I'm saying. I got to stop and give Hader his credit. 12 saves is not. And he has not blown a save to this point.
And he's only given you a couple of heart palpitations, and that was early on. So what I'm saying is, like, he's been exactly what you hoped for, and same thing with Brian Abreu. He had more than an inning of work yesterday. That was big time for him to come in and do that. So I feel like in the absence of Altuve and Christian Walker, we haven't mentioned him, and Yordan being hurt, these guys have really been able to sort of stem the tide and actually step up their game.
So we come to the portion of the program, as you mentioned, Yordan being hurt. We got a little bit of an update on Yordan. That he's been swinging off of the tee in the cages, but he just has not felt right just yet. He doesn't feel fully healed, and you just kind of taking it day by day is basically what the update is. Encouraging, discouraging, how'd you feel? And the 832 just said, I jinxed Hader. So if that's the case, I will take my comeuppance. I just don't believe myself to have that level of power.
No, you don't. Okay, just forget the associating the name with it. Just Player X. Player X was on the IL. He didn't come off the IL, and it's now going on a week after.
Astros Player X, mind you.
Astros Player X. Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
And they're hitting off a tee and still feeling those two things right there. How can you be encouraged?
How could you feel good about that?
That's it. Yeah, he's just hitting off a tee in the batting cages, and he's still feeling pain. It's going to be a little bit, man. It's going to be a little bit with Yordan, and I do think, as we speculated early on in the season, he's probably had this all year long, and that's been a big factor.
Well, and he says that, right? He said that, this is something that he's been dealing with. Like, he was fighting through it, and so that probably can speak to the way that it was a slow start for him all the way around, as we speculated. But, yeah, they're going to have to keep doing this, it seems like, for a period of time.
At least
without
another week, right?
I mean, if he's still talking about some level of inflammation here.
Inflammation, pain, and hitting off a tee?
Right. He said that, quote, he's played with his hand hurting for a while, but it reached a point where he had to stop because his hand started getting inflamed. He said he's unsure of the timeline to return. Quote, it could be tomorrow. It could be next day, but we're going to keep working on it for 100%. I like, at this point, and I think you said this yesterday, and I tend to agree, just let him get to where he feels right.
Yes.
Just let him get to feeling right, and that is the place where you are. But thankfully, and I will ask you this because I mentioned this yesterday about the idea of the ball maybe flying a little bit more at Steinbrenner Field. Did you get a sense of that watching the game? Because it did feel like a lot of loud outs to almost warning track, which I guess they do a lot.
Yeah.
But you had a couple of those that felt like they carried a little bit more.
Yeah, and wasn't Caratini's home run? Also, just looked like a pop fly.
It did look like it just just barely
benefited from it.
Agreed.
There was it the second inning when they put 3 up? There was an easy out in foul territory in most major league ballparks that went into the stands, and if it weren't for that, the rally might not have happened like it did. So they actually benefited from the small foul territory and the short right field.
Let's see if they benefit tonight. It is a different look for the Astros today, or at least on the mound. Right, you get another guy who's making not his debut, but I guess who's coming up. It's Brandon Walter who comes up to start for them. This is something that we'll have to circle back around to, but another group of people that have saved the bacon is just the various guys who have to step in. We mentioned Colton Gordon, who went 5 1/3. We mentioned also Ryan Gusto. Now Brandon Walter is having to take his turn in trying to help save the Astros bacon. They're 25-22, looking to win yet another series if they get a W today versus the Rays. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, don't put that evil on him, Ricky Bobby. Somebody said that they're afraid it's a hamate fracture. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want to see that. But you are.
Oh man, I hadn't thought
that is
that.
A fair point to consider. We'll circle back around to that later. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio spoke at the season ticket holders kind of meeting, State of the Texans meeting that happened. There's a few things that leaked out, including did D'Amico Ryans go full Caserio last night when talking about this Texans player? We'll tell you what we mean next.
Let's go. First impressions of the Texans 2025.
Insider access. Exclusive 10. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. D'Amico Ryans yesterday, along with Nick Caserio, actually Han and Cal McNair also. They were on a stage at NRG Stadium addressing.
It looked like it was packed too.
It was. A lot of season ticket holders in the building for the State of the Texans address. It's an event that's specifically designed for season ticket holders, obviously to get them ready for the season. And I mean, ticket holders have a lot of reason to be excited for this one. A lot of intrigue in the upcoming campaign for the Texans, as obviously went to the playoffs again, got another playoff victory, but still a lot of things to see when it comes to growth, development, where this team goes. And so people had questions, and there was a Q&A session that we got some interesting kind of insights on from this perspective of the D'Amico Ryans, of Nick Caserio, even some things from Cal and Hannah. And one of the things I think caught your attention here, John, was something that D'Amico Ryans said, and he's kind of talked in a way that felt a little glowing about a player that you would not necessarily.
First go back, and this kind of raised a lot of eyebrows here and all over town when someone in power like that says something completely unsolicited and goes way over the top, almost out of character over the top about a player. You kind of go, whoa, well, we got to pay attention to that. Well, this was Nick Caserio right here with Payne and Pendergast.
LD's been working his ass off really since last year. It's unfortunate he kind of had a deal with a couple different foot injuries, one that he was aware of, maybe one that kind of came to fruition when he got here, was new, but he's worked really hard. He's been here essentially every day since the season has ended, so he's got a great attitude, very upbeat, very positive, a lot of energy. He was a player that we thought was going to be competitive with the group last year, played tackle at Michigan, had some snaps inside as well, so kind of fits with the rest of the group. So awesome human being, just a great kid. So he's had a good attitude. He didn't allow what happened last year to affect his overall work ethic and mindset. So he's been great to have here, and we're anxious to see him on the field.
All right, so that's when we all went, whoa, because he was asked kind of sort of about Blake Fisher.
Yeah, he was asked about who's kind of transformed their body. Blake Fisher was the nominee that Sean threw up there, and he was like, all right, Sean, that's cool. But let me tell you about my boy, LD.
Yeah. And so last night, I'm presuming a season ticket holder, it could have been someone else, but asked D'Amico Ryans a very similar question about, I think the question was more about who stood out or who could stand out, et cetera.
You see a guy like Watson, he's in the building and putting extra work. He's staying later, doing extra work to see the work ethic. You see how he's picking up on the offense. You see how he's communicating. And that's a guy that's really stood out to me. Like, not knowing him before we signed him here this offseason, he stood out just basically showing his work ethic.
So if you didn't get all that audio, I know there was an echo in the room, et cetera. He was talking about Justin Watson, wide receiver they signed out of Kansas City.
Correct.
And we haven't really even mentioned Justin Watson very much other than when they brought him in.
Correct. I mean, right. Yeah. Justin Watson, obviously, who is, you mentioned played at Kansas City, drafted in 2018 out of Penn. He's played for a couple of teams, including the Bucs, and most recently, as you mentioned, the Chiefs. And, he's been on Super Bowl teams. He's been solid. I would not necessarily say that I would write home about him, but it's not like he's a bad wide receiver. But I think it is fair to say that we have looked at Justin Watson as a guy that when you first signed him, as okay, that paper's over. You could play him in that, your starting lineup of wide receivers alongside Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. But as soon as you brought in a lot of wide receivers, not just a wide receiver that you feel like could step that, I think we started looking at him as potentially disposable in that, what was that group of 8 that we kind of set of wide receivers that you were going to probably need to trim down to 6 between your 2 that Collins and Kirk, And then your two young guys that you just brought in, Higgins and Noel, you have two marks in some ways from last year if you're talking about Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. And then you have the two kind of wide receivers that you brought in as veterans, but they are new to your team, Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson. And those two guys feel like the ones that you looked at and you go,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because they were brought in before the draft, and you're thinking, well, they're taking a flyer on these guys. Berrios is clearly a special teams guy as well. Actually, well, Watson is too, but
but not in the same way.
Not in the same way.
You mean kind of return guy when you talk about Berrios.
Yeah, Berrios is much more involved. Is Justin Watson a thing? I mean, he brought him up just by name, on an open-ended question. He brought up Justin Watson.
Watson, yes.
All right, now I want him to be a thing.
I don't think so, right? And I obviously. There's value in having a guy who, one, has some experience, right? And experience with some very good football teams at that. But, I mean, when you also look at I think he's a solid player, but I know that D'Amico cares about the talent of guys and the types of guys that you have in that room, maybe from that perspective. Because that's basically what he was talking about, like that work ethic, which, again, that's one of the words that falls into that swarm mentality that they have for them. But I don't know that alone is something where I put him in for certain with the wide receivers that are going to be there. Obviously, he's going to compete. The question I'll ask you is, if he does, who does that then? One of the guys they like a lot, and maybe in a similar manner, and especially a guy that they trusted a good amount, was Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because sometimes it's not as much what he says as what he doesn't say. And some of the players that are in that mix, you mentioned the four that are pretty much locks. Nico and Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. All right, didn't mention Mechie or Hutchinson. Mechie and Hutchinson are in those weird positions now where talk about having to compete. They're not only having to compete; they're going to have to play better. From the very beginning. And you don't sign receivers that are veterans in the NFL if they don't think they have a real opportunity here. Because those are players that can kind of get about the same money at various places, but they came here and they were recruited here, so to speak. So Watson and Berrios, I think they're very much in the mix, and the clock is ticking on Hutchinson and Mechie.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. Mechie is the one that I think we've all been in that place. Hutchinson, again, they've talked glowingly about him. We've seen the ways in which they've been willing to utilize his play. But, yeah, maybe so. Like, also, when you talk about creating separation, Watson will do that to some degree. I mean, he had probably his best separation year last season with the Chiefs. Even though he did not have a lot of work to be done, it is possible that maybe they just really like what he brings, which obviously you would assume when they sign him. And so, I mean, maybe so. Like maybe that's a guy that they'll trust to be almost like a Robert Woods, right, where you step in and you know that he's done this before. That experience, especially you would be lacking when you're bringing in a couple of rookies to probably take up roles in that wide receiving core. So maybe that is where they are looking. And does that then put more of a I guess target in some ways on the backs of Mechie and Hutchinson?
Yeah, I think well, if you don't want to say target, you can easily say they're playing for a job. I think that's more than fair. They're playing for if Watson and Berrios, especially Watson, comes in and gets that kind of review from the head coach and an event like that, I think it says a lot about them and maybe puts more pressure on the other guys they have to perform. They have to play better.
Okay, so in your mind, you're looking at this, and of course, there's a possibility that it could be 7 with one of these guys kind of existing as your modern Steven Sims, who is just kind of return man. But Collins, Kirk, clearly. Higgins, Noel, clearly. Right? Am I wrong in saying clearly on all those guys? All right, 4. Between the remainder, give me your next 2 or 3 guys.
Without having seen them, just knowing what we know and having brought them in, I would say Watson has an edge right now. Berrios has an edge because of the special teams. So that kind of narrows down the people on the bubble, so to speak, at least going into camp.
You say the special teams edge. Okay, going into camp.
At least going into camp.
I do wonder how much, because Noel, and one of the things that Nick Casario was talking as well, he mentioned, he was asked about kind of the decision to draft 2 wide receivers, both in the same, or in back-to-back rounds. obviously both from the same school. And one of the things he talked about was they like Noel. And it's not ability he has as well. Obviously, ability to play on the inside part of the field, all of that. But does Noel's ability to return then maybe make Berrios a little more expendable as well?
Possibly, but I think Berrios has got a few more pelts on the wall.
Certainly.
And so that's going to give him that competition. And who's to say, you're not going to have kickoff and punt returners. You're not going to have, two guys in special teams with that kind of speed playing as well. I think it clearly is a statement to Hutchinson and Mechie.
Yeah, and the point that is made on the text line and that we were kind of talking about to some degree is Watson's ability to get open, because this was an offense that did not get guys open nearly as much as you would have imagined last year. And yes, a good amount of that falls on Bobby Slowick. But having wide receivers that have a knowledge of how to do that inherently will also, be – it's not a bad thing, and it'll be accentuated by good play calling. And so that's going to be a common kind of thought process, a common discussion point, which is how much of the advancement of this offense year over year is just going to be the schematics and the mentality of the game plan versus having your players kind of be different, better in some of those spaces. And Watson could represent one of those things as well.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. As San Antonio, as a city, is considering naming an airport after Greg Popovich. 713-572-4610. What would you want named after you? Let's discuss that next.
All right, let's discuss.
Tula.
All right, question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, inspired by the city of San Antonio apparently wanting to put Greg Popovich's name on the airport. What would you want to be named after you? 713-572-4610. The more original, the better. Oh, you have to get real.
About to get original on the
original with this. Yeah, no, please do. I'm very intrigued to see as what you would like to be named after you. Don't be shy. If you want a species of slug or something, not named that, go ahead and let it fly. 713-572-4610, because apparently San Antonio is considering the possibility of naming their airport, which is currently San Antonio International, after Greg Popovich, talking about his humanitarian efforts and his willingness to continually speak out on behalf of social justice issues, and of course his legendary basketball prowess. City Council there in San Antonio are thinking about dedicating the San Antonio International Airport in honor of Greg Popovich, which is one of those things that you don't see very frequently. We were talking about it with Seth and Sean this morning, and Seth started doing kind of the legwork on, are there airports named after kind of sports figures? And I think the closest that he found, or like just kind of
celebrity types.
Yeah, celebrity types, people in popular culture, as opposed to what it seems like they're typically named after, which is politicians or people that are
like historical figures.
Yeah, historically important
historical
to the area.
figures in the city or something like that we have no idea what they really did.
Yeah. Outside of Davy Crockett, I mean, you could argue that in the recent times, Greg Popovich did as much for the San Antonio economy as anyone, because of the championships and the, all the tourism and obviously it's a big. So that alone, that news development, I really don't have a problem with. I think it's fine. It's solid, and he's done a lot for the city. But I started thinking about things not necessarily for myself that I would want to be named, have something named after, but for like you guys. Like Reggie needs an advanced stat. Reggie, there needs to be a BS LMNOQ that is the Reggie stat.
Yeah,
it'd be LMNOP.
You should put something together.
Yeah. What is the BS LMNOP? That's Reggie's stat.
I don't like that. I don't like the acronym that you
right? Doesn't he need a stat named after him?
Yeah.
Like who's the dude we interviewed at Radio Row?
Aaron Schatz.
Yeah.
It's not named after him though.
But he's affiliated. He's known. He's known.
He is affiliated.
We need the RAS, the Reggie Advanced Stat.
No, it's the BS LMNOP.
No, we're not. You are fully denied from naming rights. You are very bad at naming things, and we've already determined this. So you don't get to name stuff.
What would Figgy's be named after?
I feel like Figgy needs a wing flavor. Like I feel like.
That's very obvious. Yeah,
I feel like that one's the easy one. If you go, what were you thinking though? Because it seems like you had one on your mind.
I was thinking like this producer studio, like the Figgy's the Figgy producer studio, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I think Tyler would have his feelings hurt. So
ask him who trained him.
Oh wow!
Look at you.
Ask Tyler who trained him.
Facts.
All right, this ain't even like no like being cocky type. Every time we talk about this type of stuff, you like, man, I appreciate you, man. Just kind of watching what you do help me out.
Yeah, they should name a taqueria after Lopez. Which there's a couple of levels to that. Number one, I wouldn't mind it. Number two, that's kind of profiling.
Which you don't like.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned because we were also talking about the idea of if Houston were to do something similar, which obviously both Houston's airports are named after figures historically, obviously Hobby and Bush. But if for some reason they were to strip one of those names and put an athlete up there, which just feels like something they wouldn't do, who would they go for? And somebody said, Jose Altuve. It's the smallest runway in America, but it's the best.
That would be Hobby? Would that be Hobby?
I feel like it'd have to be Hobby, right? Yeah. You don't think they're taking the president name off of one of these airports right now, do you?
Yeah. Now, this one is just mean. Figgy's short ribs. Although that may be Reggie's.
Good for Reggie, yeah.
That may be Reggie.
I was thinking that.
I actually like short ribs well enough where it's like I wouldn't be too mad about that one. From the 281, as a Houston firefighter, a fire station. Okay.
That's a good one.
Okay. Although, do fire stations get named after people that are still living? Like, I hate to be morbid here, right? But it feels like we typically get to naming stuff after people once they done gone. You know what I mean? Which is one of the reasons why the Popovich naming after the airport thing made me feel a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. I think the other reason too, I don't know if this is a real reason, but how stuff just be happening in real life.
Yeah.
So now, like, if something crazy happened, now you gotta change the name because it seemed a little weird.
Oh, yeah. Deshaun Watson, whatever.
Yeah.
We got to change that name. We got to change
or a Bill Cosby library or something like that. You're just like, we got to change that name now.
Yeah.
Let's make it to somebody who's already dead and no allegations coming out.
Seth got me thinking a little bit. I had originally said when we were doing crosstalk, maybe a boat named after me. But he said river. I would love a bay, like a fishing bay.
Yeah.
Like Lopez Bay has a good ring to it. It really does. I
wouldn't mind maybe like a strip club named after me.
The whole strip club. I don't know that I'm going to a Figgies.
Yeah,
it'd just be Figgies at that point.
Yeah,
like
Figgies has a good ring to it. Figgies, where all your dreams come true.
Yeah. Or name it Figgy's mixtape.
I feel like the easy is just like let me get a one of the food items at the booty club in that instance. I'd much rather that.
I can see that. The Figgy special.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
although does
two women.
Yeah. Wow. I was like, does that imply that you were one of the
four legs?
Are we talking drumsticks or anyways?
Sure.
From the 713, they're a veteran, a memorial base. When they pass. Fair enough. And then someone else said, speaking of the Greg Popovich, and this is what I was interested in, seeing if people agree with just the idea. They said the city has the Alamo. It's going to name an arena after a basketball, not an arena, a airport around a basketball coach. Feels like it probably could.
I feel like San Antonio got a lot of history, and that's not taking away.
I mean, the Alamo is everything.
I'm not taking away from Greg Popovich, but I feel like they got a lot more history in there where you be like, let's give a soldier who was from San Antonio. It's
a huge military area too.
Huge military,
the Air Force Base out there and everything.
Well, they are named after military figures. Lackland Air Force Base, Cliff Kelly Air Force Base.
And see, I would understand if it was
Sam Houston.
See, and I would understand if it was like like some type of recreation center or something like that. But an airport, kind of a big deal, ain't it?
I don't mind it. That dude has brought that city millions.
I agree.
Millions. And really, 5 championships?
Yeah, I agree. What about what if in the same breath, I guess, Phil Jackson in Chicago? Do you see them naming like their airport after Phil Jackson?
Nah, but would you see them eventually getting to the Michael Jordan airport?
Yes.
Or like the Michael Jordan terminal at O'Hare or something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Actually, I think I feel better with the terminal than the whole airport. And I don't know what that says about me. Like
Popovich
the idea.
Terminal.
Yeah. Somebody said, not reading that one. Someone said they would want an adult toy named after themselves.
Well. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't either. I don't know how to judge that. So they said, when I become president, I'm changing to the Gulf of Roland. All right, just putting your name on that. Let's see. Some other ones that have a tunnel or causeway named after them. Okay. I like that. I like that. Like a little bit of infrastructure out there.
Yeah.
I think, Figgy, you made a great point. I think I would want a rec center named after me.
Yeah,
rec center would be
that's
good.
always
something in the community,
Even like back at home when I used to live in Cleveland, it was a rec center name. I think it was Earl B. Turner, and we actually knew who Earl B. Turner was.
That's cool.
And it's like that, and then knew her daughter. And it's like, oh, that's your dad. And the recreation center is named after your dad.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool.
I feel like something that's a little bit smaller and community based also feels a lot less weird when you're still in the land of the living, right? Like just a stadium, a high school football stadium might be it.
There is Kubiak Field.
That might be the one.
That's actually a lot common.
Kubiak Field right there off of Shepherd at St. Pius, I believe. Yeah. I there's some pretty good and figgy flavored chips.
I do appreciate the 346 getting me on board with being named after the Booty Club here. If it's specifically called Figgy Shake Joint,
I like that.
I would go into a Figgy Shake Joint.
Yeah, I'm sure some people would probably be like, hey, where the milkshakes at? I thought it was a milkshake joint.
How about this one? This is great from the 832. How about getting a dog breed named after you, like Jack Russell, the Jack Russell Terrier?
That would be cool.
That's way cool.
Another one that's cool. I like Arnold Palmer. How it's just a lemonade and iced tea. It's known as the
non-alcoholic beverage.
Yes,
that's a good call.
Like an actual fountain drink.
That's a good call.
I love going to places. Like, let me get an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah.
Finally, I think this also might be a winner from the 281. I'd like the holiday day after the Super Bowl named after me. Well, if you can manage to make it happen, I think you would deserve that because it feels like all our society has fought against this way too.
I wouldn't mind having a car named after me. That way, rappers be like, "I'm in that 50 driving."
Ocho says, "I'm trying to think of a way to name Grammar after Lopez."
Don't give him that. Don't give him that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports.
Pull up in that 50.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL and welcome in B. Scott into the show. We'll do it next.
Ready.
station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And we do so with the man who joins us most every Tuesday right here in this 11 o'clock hour. His name is Brandon Kyle Scott.
It is.
I did not know it was Kyle. I learned that today. And,
Brandon Kyle.
I immediately went and doxed you on the radio, so I apologize for that, but obviously not too much because I still did it.
Nah, man, that's my son's first name. I got the compromise with the wife back then of, hey, I don't like juniors, but we can name him Kyle. We can give him your middle name. So, yeah, now I actually wear Kyle proudly now because it's my son's name. So
how'd you get Kyle?
I rock with it. I'm honestly not sure. I know my first name came from some kind of soap opera star. I forget which soap opera it was that my mama was watching at the time. But there was a soap opera star named Brandon. She liked it and she went with it.
All right.
Man, mamas used to be crazy back in the day. They would name you a D-list celebrity.
She had two soap opera characters that were named Brandon and Joshua, and she went with Brandon.
All right.
I don't know which soap and what the characters were, but yeah, that's what she. And how Kyle came through, I don't know.
Yeah. If you know the soap, 713-572-4610. Help our guy.
That's true. I'd like to know.
I should see her later on in the day. I'll figure that out.
Very good.
Which soap opera were you watching when you named your whole child? And only child, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I am her only child, and she named me after some fictional soap opera guy.
Well, if you do get to the bottom of that, I am now, for some reason, intrigued. Not just for that, but where Kyle also came from. So if you circle back with those, I'd appreciate that. All right,
the Brandon Kyle Scott Communication Center or newspaper newsroom at Sam Houston State University.
I like that. You want the something academic institution.
Something like that.
That's a good look. We were talking about it off air that we feel like you would be, of all the personalities at Sports Radio 610, you'd be the second most likely to actually get that done in a community, like some community-based, because you're tied to Hiram Clark is so strong.
Yeah.
Only problem is that I feel like I could easily see a Clint Stoerner recreational fields happening in Baytown. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's just...
Yeah, I feel like Clint and Seth got to be the leaders in the clubhouse just based off of their athletic accomplishment alone. But yeah, no, I've done some community stuff. I could get something named after me in Huntsville or in Hiram Clark or Stafford. That's another place where I spend a lot of time. Yeah, man, it could happen. I'm not, but it is rough to just try and do the things that would, on the back end get you something named after you, but not with the motivation of they gonna name the so and so.
That's right. Around the NFL, rookie mini camps, kind of those types of things are happening. I don't know. Have you guys seen the talk that has been coming out of Jags minicamp?
On Travis Hunter?
That's right. That's right. Travis Hunter. They started him. OTAs is what I should say. And him there in OTAs, there's been a lot of social media activity, let's say, discussing the idea that, hey, Travis Hunter's routes, not looking all that pretty. Now, of course, this isn't based off of, I think the entirety of OTAs, just a few routes. Do you guys make anything of this? Because I know for me personally, I was like, wasn't that one of the things that we had on him coming out is that he's very raw, but he's just really talented?
Yeah, it's not like you learned anything. And it's routes on air, yeah, okay, you'd like for it to look better, but it is going to look different against competition. But like you said, that's part of the scouting report, the raw athleticism and just sheer ability. The fact that he doesn't necessarily have to be as precise as others because he is just that special, I think is the whole intriguing part of him. So no, I am not moved by watching him run poor routes on air. Now, if he turns out to not have, let's say, the type of rookie season that you would expect for a talent like that, maybe it's something to put a pin in, but no, I'm not too worried.
I think it's something to monitor. Once you get to this level, you have to be better with routes, but Trevor Lawrence wasn't deterred. Did you hear him afterwards? He was like, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We talking about desperate man.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of juice. He can run all day, a lot of energy. I love it. Always dapping guys up. In addition to talking about his ball skills, running after the catch, he's very explosive. Just didn't realize how explosive he was in and out of cuts. He's impressive to watch. We've gotten to connect a couple of times. He said he's only going to keep getting better and better. That's what the quarterback of the Jags said.
When they face the Texans, is that somebody that Derek Stingley has to lock up because of his raw ability, or can Kamari Lassiter, given his technique, tenacity, is it? What I'm saying, I think Derek Stingley could shut this down.
Oh, yes.
But does it even need to go that far? Could Kamari handle this non-route running sun gun?
What's funny is my initial reaction is I think that he is a Kamari assignment rather than a Stingley assignment. However, the actual,
that was my first thought, just to say.
The words that Lawrence used, you notice the common factor was explosive is one of those things that keep coming up, and I hate to be the guy that keeps going back to the 40 times. However, that's the one thing that I go, is there a slight mismatch in that portion of this where I understand and I love Kamari's ability to kind of read a situation and be able to diagnose it with his brain as opposed to just leaning on closing speed or what have you. But it might be a little bit more necessary in this particular.
Who would you stick him with?
I'd go with Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
just take that guy out.
Hey, but you remember there's a guy named Brian Thomas Jr. who is a year deeper into this league, who I think is a little bit more crisp on those things that I think might require more attention.
No, they're both scary, but I'd rather just eliminate that dude.
But you see what I'm saying, though? Who's skills up there with whose, if that makes sense? And from a Texas standpoint, do you want just your all-out best corner against their all-out best wide receiver, or most proven wide receiver in Robinson, or like on the outside, or would you prefer whatever they're doing with Travis Hunter?
It's a good question. I think I'd still lean Derek Stingley.
And it's funny because I don't think that I would want Derek Stingley on Travis Hunter. I think that you have bigger fish to fry. And
I said Robinson, I meant Thomas.
BTJ. But also, I do wonder, would that even rise to the occasion of we need to specify where these things go, or does that kind of lay in with what D'Amico has typically kind of let these guys do, which is play your sides, and we'll just deal with that accordingly wherever you guys line up.
Maybe that's the play.
Let Liam Cohen try and find the places for his guys to be and force the Texans into a place where they might have to actually man cover, or at least not man cover, but follow a little bit more, because I don't know that I'm in a place where I feel like the Texans would absolutely need to do that. So we'll see how that continues to progress. Obviously, the division rival that you'll see pretty early into the season, week 3 in Jacksonville, is when you'll get your early taste of
I'm
what
not
that
gonna
looks
let
like.
the internet make me not be excited about Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter being in the division, the challenge that's up against the Texans, I welcome this type of thing.
Sure, absolutely.
He hasn't started doing defense stuff in OTAs. I am also very interested. This is probably the reason also why I wouldn't want the Stingley there is I think that's still early enough where they're going to be trying to do the both ways things. He might be dog tired by the third quarter in that place.
I don't envy their job here in trying to manage that because you have to try to maximize it, but you also don't want to mismanage it or misuse it or wear him down, kind of to Reggie's point. I'm fascinated by that just kind of from afar, aside from what they do against the Texans. How do they handle the Travis Hunter thing going both sides?
And I've been saying all along, I think he's going to be mostly defense and occasionally offense. Hell, he might be mostly offense and occasionally defense.
And that's what I thought too at first, Lopez. And then the further along we got into the draft, and certainly now it seems like it's going to be that way, the other way around.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Because I have become, in some ways, a Bengals hater, not the team itself, as the organization. Really, I'm a hater of that organization, their cheapness, and all of those things that they entail. And it seems like it's continuing to show up as a weird first-round draft pick, at least by a lot of draft analysis standards. Shamar Stewart, talented guy, has not shown the production, and even still, the Bengals drafted him in the first round, and yet he's going to remain sidelined as offseason workouts continue, right? The OTAs begin anew today, and he's still not practicing and playing because of a disagreement over the contract language in the rookie deal. We're seeing teams get these rookie deals done pretty consistently and easily. Shedeur Sanders, mind you, just signed his 4-year deal, the 5th-round pick. And yet Shamar Stewart still not getting involved off of his rookie deal, things that are fairly standard because something within the language is not right between the. Who do you blame here? Who is at fault in you guys' mind when it comes to this particular dispute? Because, again, these tend to be relatively standard, so you can maybe say it's Shamar, But also, I don't trust the Bengals as far as I could throw them.
Yeah, it's a question of who is bucking the standard. Like, who is the one that's going against the grain here? Is it the Bengals, or is like that? That I think is a key part of the question. I don't know the answer to that, but it does make you wonder. Like, okay, it's a standard contract, and like, I don't think Shamar Sanders is in a spot to be like, bucking the system or changing the old guard or anything like that. So it does, if I'm going to lean one way or the other, it does make me think that the Bengals are trying to pull some shenanigans here. Now, I don't have no evidence of that.
Yeah.
But if I'm just basing it off of whose track record is which, I'd go Bengals on the shenanigans
You
side.
want to lean Bengals, but also Shamar Stewart is one of those guys that, I've had questions, and he's an Aggie, and I love the Aggies and all that, but I've been around and seen him enough to think, hey, there's something there. I think the right answer is yes, both of them.
It could be Stewart v. Bengals, and there's no protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so continue to just look at the Bengals and laugh at them. They need him to come through well, though. Like, obviously, they're still dealing with the Trey Hendrickson situation, and just their defense needs a pass rush in order to be some level sustainable. And I guess from a Texas perspective, are you kind of rooting that this all falls apart, because that might be the thing that keeps the Bengals a little bit under their capabilities, which might make it a little in the AFC kind of top hierarchy there.
No, I got you. I think the question of, are the Bengals good? Like, we know Joe Burrow's good. We know who their great players are, but are the Bengals themselves good? I think is his own question and is worth discussing. But I would also say, kind of going back to this thing, like, if I'm a Bengals fan, like, whose fault?
Bengals fans are blaming the Bengals.
Well, I would even say, even if we're blaming Stewart, I'd say I'd blame, if I'm a Bengals fan, I'd blame the Bengals for drafting the guy that would agitate the salary.
Yeah,
like,
both of it.
Like, you went and grabbed the guy that's gonna that's gonna be hard to sign in a standardized contract. Like, even if it's not you that's trying to mess it up, like, either way, it's on you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL, the Bears and Joe Thuney agreed to a big-time extension. So they did the thing where they paid twice. Like, they went ahead and they acquired him, and then they also gave a big extension to the man. And how are you liking what the Chiefs, or not what the Chiefs, rather, but what the Bears have done here in their offseason?
I would answer your question with another question, which I know is kind of annoying.
Nah, I'm here for it.
But I'll just do this. I'll ask you this. Would you have done this? Would you have done the Joe Thuney move
for the Texans, particularly?
Because, and this is why I asked, because I have monitored and watched what they've done along their offensive line all offseason with some level of envy. I'm not saying I would have done every single move that they did, but I do feel like every single move they should have considered, or a road that they should have gone down. And maybe even at the very least, one of these things is something that the Texans could have pulled off.
So my immediate answer was no, because, hey, this is big money that you're paying this guy, and this is a Texas team that they're going to need to start being very cognizant of the money that they're putting on their payroll, because there's a lot of guys that have gotten paid, and a couple guys who are probably the two most important that need to get paid still when you talk about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. And then I looked at it and I was like, actually, no, I would do this.
Yes.
Because what have we been talking about all offseason? We specifically, and not necessarily everybody, is the offensive line and the talent level that I would like to see on the offensive line. Yes, I agree with a lot of the kind of conversation and comments about the idea that there's a possibility that so much of this was scheme, so much of this was the oversight of the offensive coordinator that allowed the offensive line to be as poor as it was last year. Agreed. If you get a different and probably better situation, you probably get better play. But you know what also helps better play? Better players.
Yes.
And I very much would. I don't feel great about the talent they put in there. Yes, I understand competition and everything. Joe Thuney is a dude that you drop into an offensive line and you go, okay,
well,
all right, we have a something to build upon. And with the contract extension, it basically makes it $17.5 million a year per season, and he would not be the highest paid offensive lineman on this team.
Well, here's the thing. The Bears had the exact same questions the Texans did. We got to protect our quarterback. They did it here, or they're doing it here, trying to anyway, but you still don't know for sure. Joe Thuney, you sign him, you know you got a starter. He's started every game he's played in the NFL. So to me, it's like you lock up at least that position. I know Cam Robinson, a lot of people are assuming, I am included, that he'll be a starter at left tackle. But, like, if you get all the other positions, you don't know for sure. Like, you don't know who's going to be there. You wouldn't have that problem with Thuney.
Yeah, I would have done this. I've been watching, like I said, I've been watching the Bears the whole time with a little bit of Texans envy, wishing that they would have done, if not all of it, just at least some of it. At least if I felt like that these are the roads that they traveled, I don't feel that way. I don't know it for a fact, but I don't feel that way. I feel like the plan and what we saw or what we have seen is what they were trying to do, and I don't necessarily love it. But I will say this in their defense, like if I was going to argue the other side, we've seen the Texans throw money at the offensive line before and it not work.
Right.
You know, so like, and I'm not saying that means don't throw money at the offensive line, but it does mean that it's not necessarily the answer. And I am willing to entertain the possibility that what they've done can work out. It just doesn't feel good as we sit here in mid to late May.
Right, and if you're willing to do the we'll trade away a future third-round pick in order to be able to acquire this running back or what have you, like I think that the double pay for the lineman, which I'm typically not here for the double pay for the lineman, except I looked up and
Except
I'm there
this time,
right? And obviously
if you think they're good, if you think they'll solve your problems, so to speak, right? Like this was the question in the offseason, right? Going into the offseason. And now it feels like it's even more of
it's at least unknown.
Right.
Yeah. That would be a known. That's why I would go there.
And he absolutely is known in a way that he also was playing positions that you did not anticipate him playing and handling it up pretty well. So, the Bears are going to be a very interesting one to watch this season. Now, it is worth noting that they are not in the same timeline with their quarterback. I appreciate the 832 mentioning you had to pay Stingley. You already have, but that money has not hit the books. All of these things are considerations that I'm sure they were talking about. But this one feels like it was downright possibly doable the way that they got there. Of course, it's not what they did, and we'll see how what the Texans actually did pans out for them once we get these guys on the field for your Texans. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, B. Scott's in tow. So what do we got for B. Scott's thoughts?
Oh yeah, we got Astros. We got Astros.
Okay, all right.
We got thoughts.
No, we got thoughts. We got Jake Myers' thoughts. Is Jake Myers the best Astros player on the team right now?
Oh, that's fun. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Karam Injury Lawyers Step presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
From Yep, man is in the studio. His name is Brandon Scott. He is from Hiram Clark. We just learned today that he was named after a soap opera character who we just did the digging. We found the character, we found the actor and all that. And apparently people are now blowing up my man's phone telling him that they also relate because they were named after some character or what have you. So we'll do a little impromptu question of the day. We'll keep that running. Who or what are you named after? 713-572-4610. But of course, it's still time for B. Scott's thoughts.
Yeah, apparently in the 70s and 80s, this was a common thing, naming your child after your favorite television or entertainment character of some sort. So yeah, y'all make sure that y'all text those in. Now, listen, y'all were doing the segment earlier about who has saved the Astros bacon.
Yes.
And I know Tyler's got the poll out there. I forget the exact verbiage, but basically,
whose hot start have you enjoyed the most is basically what I saw.
Yeah, and so I think that there are three keys right now, or three things that I'd like to highlight for the Astros that's kind of kept them afloat so far. All right. It is no less than the second or third best bullpen in baseball.
Correct.
I think has been a big part of, like, they're basically like something like 20-1 after 7 innings or something like that. Like, they are incredible. The bullpen and of course the back end of the bullpen was a big reason why they were able to win last night. So I want to point that out. The other two, I feel like we talk Jeremy Pena, like the rise of Jeremy Pena and just like how he's evolved as a hitter. Like, in some ways, like if you threw this guy a slider in the past, he was basically an automatic out.
Yeah.
Couldn't hit it to save his life. Now he's a much more well-rounded and disciplined guy at the plate, and the adjustments that he's made to his swing have changed him as a player. So I'd point that out. But then the third one, and this is the one that I really wanted to get to. I saved the best for last. Are y'all ready for the Jake Myers All-Star season?
Ooh.
For the Jake Myers All-Star season. Now, I want to, just for the caveat here, I think that we had a texter point out earlier in the show, and you read it, Reggie, how this is a thing that he did last year in May. And this could be a flash in the pan. Let's see how long this thing actually sustains itself. How long can Jake Myers actually do this? But as of where we sit right now, okay, he is top 3 in WAR among center fielders, Fangraphs WAR among center fielders. So
much appreciated.
So only 2 center fielders are better than this guy, according to Fangraphs. And that's hitting.
Yeah.
And then on defense, there are only 2 center fielders that have a higher outs above average or runs prevented than Jake Myers. So what I'm saying is he is no less right now on both hitting and defensively, no less than the 3rd best center fielder in all of baseball right now as we sit here on May 20th. Now, will that be the case once we get through June? Once we get, obviously, as they say. But as we sit right here, right now, part of the reason why the Astros are able to stay afloat is because a bunch of unexpected things happened and have compensated for each other.
Well,
Yordan Alvarez is nowhere to be found. His hands hurt like it's 2022. And apparently Jake Myers has finally found it. We finally have seen what everybody else in the Astros organization has supposedly seen in Jake Myers all of this time.
Look, he was my pick. You heard the segment. I think Jake Myers is the one that's really saved their bacon. Also, Paredes, we have to throw him in there too.
Yeah, he's been the most
steady.
I would say like what you were expecting. He's probably been a little bit
saved their bacon. So
he's been better defensively than you probably thought, but he's been, I think, exactly the player that I was expecting him to be. I just thought that what he was coming into, what was around him, was going to be a lot.
The interesting thing is the All-Star candidacy. Neither one of us mentioned that. I think it's out there if he continues what he's doing, but you got some big names at center field. You've got some big names in the American League at center field, so that might be a little bit of a big ask.
The only center fielders right now with a higher F-WAR, Fangraphs WAR, and not to get too Reggie on you guys, but wins above replacement, I think, is an accepted enough advanced stat for most people to kind of consume. The only ones better in center field than Jake Myers right now are Pete Crow Armstrong for the Chicago Cubs, who's playing out of his mind. He's got a case for right now being the best in all of baseball. Pete Crow Armstrong and Byron Buxton.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Byron Buxton, I love him as a player, but incredible season if he managed to make it to All-Star without getting hurt. And I say that with if you're really doing the All-Star thing now, of course,
and them's just the facts,
right? Yeah. I legitimately, if he stayed healthy, he would be much higher regarded widely than he is, and he's already pretty beloved as a center fielder. So you got like Julio Rodriguez in a similar place, and he's gonna get love off of his name, and then also being a good player.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Cody Bellinger is tracking behind him, and I mean, Cody Bellinger has a big name, and he's obviously on a huge fan base. So I wonder how that plays. Maybe you get into like a Cedric Mullins place, Riley Green, but all those guys,
all bigger names.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Bigger names. But I would like to again point out everybody that you just named is behind Jake Myers right now. Like, I'm just talking about right now.
Agreed.
Not reputation, not your entire campaign or the entire campaign of your career, right? I'm talking about 2025 right now.
No, I get it.
The only ones that have a case for being better than him are Pete Crow Armstrong and I think that's really it, because Byron Buxton, like you say, he's got the injury thing.
Not only does he have
Myers
the
is
injury
right there
thing,
defensively.
he is on his injury thing. May 17th, placed on the 7-day IL. He had a concussion.
See, I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed that as well.
I missed that.
It'll be Julio Rodriguez though, from the fan vote. And I'm not saying I don't want, because I agree with your premise.
No, you're probably right.
It would probably he's got 8 home runs, 7, something like that. But not the batting average.
Because if you're not an Astros fan, then you've got to be in the sticks to even know who Jake Myers is.
Correct.
Right.
And so he's going to need to. The Astros will have to be better. Let's be honest, right? If you're playing better, I feel like people will catch a little bit more of the wind of what's happening here. But it's going to have to be more than a May thing. Like, you're going to have to show out in June as well, and that's the big question. Like, outside of this, all of this that we're talking about is projecting forward, assuming that he keeps doing this, and that assumption, at least based off of what we saw last year, is not one that you can absolutely have. But, I mean, I think we can appreciate what he's done to this point on its face. And it has been really, really good, and it's been really needed. We were talking about something in the break after that segment, which is, and I wish you had brought it up during it, because I think it's such a good point, right? We could talk about the statistics and the way that they look. But can we talk about the eye test? Because he just looks so damn confident stepping into the box right now.
Yeah, when he steps into the box, and that's not even to mention potential Gold Glove outfield right
now. Which has always been there, or at least for sure since last year has been there.
But he steps into the box, and I was like comparing and contrasting, and I swear I'm not piling on. You guys know how I feel about Altuve. He was like flailing, not unsure in the batter's box. Myers gets up there and goes, "All right, what you got?" What's coming?
It's an asinine conversation.
And what up, PC? Hope you're getting some good rest in, brother.
And honestly, I wish I was around the clubhouse as much as I used to be, or a little bit more, to kind of get a sense for this, because I wonder how much of it for Jake Myers is just a matter of being more healthy, like after coming back from the labrum or from the shoulder issue that he had back in 2020. Like, it seemed he just never really became like figured it out or became the same guy. We're significantly enough removed from that now to where, like, that I feel like it's not affecting him at all.
Right.
And how much has that helped his, not just his physical performance, but his actual confidence, to your point, Lopez.
So let's do the Sean Pendergast Power Rank All-Star candidates.
On this Houston Astros team. All right. The tough part is that
it's got to be Pena.
All-Star candidates.
Hunter Brown.
All-Star candidates are all
pitchers.
relative.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
so I was going to say, so
position players.
It had to be Pena and then Jake Myers.
Right.
And I think Jake Myers has a case for being right, really, honestly being right there, because of the center field and shortstop being the most important or more important positions out there. I think they're right there neck and neck. So I got one more thought before we got here.
Yeah, man.
What's popping? Because since I mentioned Yordan Alvarez earlier, you guys. Yo.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on? Like this, what it is making me think of, and a lot of people probably have forgotten about this because they ended up winning the damn World Series that year.
You love to see it.
But Yordan Alvarez in 2022 had what felt like serious but odd and mysterious hand issues, because he had multiple IL stints.
Yeah.
And not just that, and I think a lot of people forgot about it, of course, because they won the World Series. Yordan had some monster postseason and World Series moments that make you think like, okay, well, what hurt hands?
Yeah.
I remember joking about it though that year, saying, man, the man hits the ball so damn hard, his hands hurt. Then you fast forward and going into spring training the next year, he was slow to get into a rhythm and slow to get out there because he was still having lingering hand issues from the year before. And I remember that year they decided not to do any kind of surgery.
Yeah.
And just feeling like, I remember the word back then was that they didn't feel like it was necessary. It's like, all right, cool, bet, let's roll.
Yeah.
Now we fast forward, that's now 2 years ago because we're going into the 2023 season at that point. Now we fast forward 2 years later, and I'm like, what's up with these hands hurting again and hand inflammation? Like, I wish I just understood this a little bit.
The thing that's alarming to me is when you think about the natural progression of a player coming off the IL, he's behind the curve. If he's just hitting off a tee and there's still pain, he should be a lot further along. If he was, he was scheduled to come off May 13th, it's now May 20th. He should be like taking live BP and stuff like that, and he's just hitting off a tee.
Yeah. But, and I don't want to get into the weeds of the medical, but like this has happened enough now. I'm like, okay, so hand inflammation. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like what is the source of that? What is the reason for that? Without having to take me to medical school, can you explain that to me? Why it is that this guy hands hurt all the time?
Yeah, because inflammation, at that point, we're talking about a symptom and not what is the actual cause.
Correct.
And when we do that, when the Astros particularly do that, the cause is usually something that is really deeply troubling, whether it's a fracture or what have you. So, no, that's a great point. But unfortunately, we are at the mercy of what they are willing to tell us, right? Or maybe what they know, which I don't, again, whenever these come up, both. I never know what is more scary when they tell us or maybe the idea that they flat out don't know. But either way, this is where we are. Yes, Ocho, I see you calling him Kawhi Alvarez. I get it, okay? I hear you. Fine. 713-572-4610, where people have been letting us know what they are named at, what they have been named after. As we found out that Brandon Scott was indeed named after a soap opera character. That is, in a way, what is popping. We'll talk about that and more next.
Let's go. First impression.
keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I am sorry. You lied to me day after day, week after week, month after month. It was all because of Regal, wasn't it? You told me that I was your son to keep me away from your wife.
She was slipping away from me. I had to do something.
So you decided to play dirty.
I had to. You're young. You're everything she ever wanted.
Everything that you didn't want Reba to have.
No. You don't understand, boy.
Whoa.
I was looking at the grave. That woman brought me to life.
And it's acting.
That's Kyle Sampson.
Oh, is that what it is? The character Kyle Sampson from Guiding Light, who we have found, that is where the K in Brandon K. Scott comes from.
Yeah.
You just named after all. Your mama really loved her stories.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, man, that's what the women's did back in the day. Man. They watched them stories and they were inspired.
I just love the description on this video. It said Kyle confronts HB about the big lie.
The big lie, not just any lie.
Big lie.
Wow.
Big lie.
I'm so glad my son is not able to listen right now. He would be so embarrassed to know this is basically where his name comes from, right?
So that's him.
He's named after
he
me.
named his daddy.
But I'm just saying, if you
yeah, but that's not his concern.
But if you do the origin story, right? Yeah. If you do a multi-episode origin story on his name, which would be incredibly boring,
his daddy,
it would take you here.
His daddy was named after this cow.
Wild.
That is
you had to have been. You should have been a bad actor.
It's so funny. Oh, I could have been. Absolutely could have been.
With minimal effort, in fact.
The funny thing about it is like, is this all I had to do to live up to my name?
Yeah.
Was just
you're named after 2 soap opera stars.
Yes.
So there's
that is incredible.
A soap combo, Brandon Kyle. But that I feel like explains a lot. It's like, how did this guy get to be named Brandon Kyle? Like, you look at me, and you're like, how are you Brandon Kyle?
This is from the same soap opera?
Yes.
The same one.
Guiding Light.
2 different people?
Yeah, Guiding Light.
Loyal to the soil there. Some other folks that texted in. Appreciate y'all listening and getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. From the 832, they said their moms had a crush on Emilio Estevez, thus they are named Emilio. Somebody said they were named after Adam Cartwright from Bonanza.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Somebody said they were named after a character in a romance novel. I want to know how your daddy felt about that one. Somebody else said that they were named after the King of Spain.
All right, I like that one.
Parents named them Morocco after the movie Casablanca. I don't appreciate that you said Lopez is old. He knows that movie.
Well, I know the
it's
movie.
A classic. What you mean?
I know the movie, but it was before my time.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm still tripping off of Adam Cartwright.
Yeah. So, wow.
I bet his friends probably Well,
that also speaks to the person who said their name is Merlin. They always get wizard jokes. I don't even know if they were named after Merlin, but they are Merlin in that place. All right.
There's a study out there that'll show you all of the, kind of keeping it with the Texans here, all of the Jalens born after the Fab Five run.
It's a lot.
Like, that's when you get, and I understand that there are so many different variations of the spelling.
Yeah.
But you get this influx of Jalens post 92, 93.
I looked it up on the air. We looked it up. It was 92.
Yeah.
After 92.
And now they are everywhere, including in about 50 spots on the Texans roster.
Yeah.
Huge. Named after Blake Carrington, an actor. Son is Riley, named after Pat Riley. Wife picked it, didn't argue. Okay. I feel like we're in a way I didn't anticipate.
I would be a little offended.
Really?
Yeah, like don't name my son after another guy you like. I don't give a damn if he a celebrity.
What you gonna do about it? All right, what is recourse in this instance?
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Hey,
that's a little wild. That's a little much.
We coming up with another name.
That's a little much.
Ain't that hard?
All right.
Hey, look, Figgy. Look, I've been there on the naming front.
Yeah.
And the work that mama's doing in terms of getting the baby here. That naming is one that you're gonna concede that one.
Plus, take it up with Brandon's mom. She was all about Brandon and Kyle from Guiding Light.
Yeah.
So you ain't gonna win that.
So my question is, did your daddy know about that?
So plot twist.
Or did he know afterwards?
Plot twist. My dad, first name, and my mom could not name her son this in 1989. I don't think. Dad's first name is Barney. So
tough.
how would y'all
That's
feel?
tough.
How would y'all feel about bringing Barney on every week?
Barney K. Scott.
So my mama wouldn't do. So what would you rather? Barney Jr.
Got the Barney song,
or Brandon from Guiding Light?
Yeah,
because it's close enough.
Mom made the right decision.
Now look, but he was named Barney in the 50s. Okay, so that was like a different era in time. But in '89. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go ahead and go Guiding Light.
That and Barney Miller.
Yeah, my dad wouldn't fight. Now he's smarter than that.
I don't even know what the nickname would be to try and get you out of Barney. Like I can't even find the cool nickname off of Barney.
You can still go with B. Scott, right?
B. Scott.
Yeah, B. Scott.
No. Seriously, that's where it comes from.
That's where Pops
was a Houston police officer for 30 years. So shout out to him. But on his badge, it says B. Scott.
All right.
And so that's where I adopted B. Scott from my dad's name on his badge. Was
Barney Scott.
B. Scott.
All right, man.
Yeah, that's his name.
That is indeed a thing that is popular.
Sorry, Dad. He has no shame about this. By the way. I told you, born in '56, he cares nothing about what any of us think. You can relate to this, Lopez. You get to a certain age, you're like, man, I don't give a damn what y'all talking about.
It is really and truly the thing that I look forward to getting older. I always say is being able just to cost young people, because when an old person start talking to you, you just got to stand there. You can't just walk away from an old person.
Right.
I can't wait to be like back in '87, right? I wasn't even born in '87, but I feel like a young one just got to listen.
Yeah.
right?
You would do it. Yeah.
So I feel like that's
Back
where
in
your pops.
2005.
That's where your pops is.
Yeah, Barney seen way too much to care about what anybody got to say.
Entirely. Well, I guess a man who seems like he does not care about what anybody got to say. Have y'all seen Juan Soto out here shuffling?
Man.
And of course, it really got highlighted in the worst way. Obviously, he decided to spurn the New York Yankees offer, which is technically a lesser offer, but a big offer nonetheless, to go cross town to the Mets. And the Yankees have decided that they hate that man. Well, they were playing, and Juan Soto has just been getting destroyed for not running out, not legging out, runs to first.
It was an infield hit.
Yeah.
Not tracking down baseballs that seems like he could be caught in the outfield. Admittedly, he's not a great outfielder.
Running it out. Man, not even it would be a stretch to call that jogging. Man, you called it shuffling. He could have shuffled, cha-cha slide, bunny. Man, he didn't do wobbled. He didn't do none of the line dances. He didn't electric slide. He didn't do nothing to try to get to first base. That was worth a damn.
And the other thing is like twice in 3 days.
My goodness, man.
He got to go by Juan Sloto.
Because
I see what you did there.
Last night.
Give it to him.
Yeah. He hit one off the green monster that he thought was out.
Yeah.
And got single.
But the boy's got his own money.
And that's why it's even more problematic, man. You make $700, you got to give me something, bro.
You got to at least run.
You
would think $700 million would get a player that could run.
One would imagine. And so he's getting. So where do you guys? I feel like we're all in the same place here, which is it just can't be this.
You got to no, it can't be this. You got to run.
Yeah, I mean,
run.
Easy for me to say.
That's not asking too much.
I got almost $1 billion, man. I don't run.
You want me to break a sweat?
Get AI to do that.
I'm here to hit home runs.
When in Major League, the guy that had all the money, what do you want me to do? Dive for it?
Yeah. Juan Soto looks like the guy that wants a pinch runner in mid-run. Mm-hmm. Like, don't wait for me to get on base. As soon as ball hit the
old
bat.
Babe Ruth thing. Remember when he was with the Braves? They had a runner for him. He would hit the ball and somebody else would run.
Yeah. Soto's like, why not? Why not me?
Yeah.
I feel like Juan Soto is a huge fan of Jalil Okafor, who was out here. He's like, I get paid for offense.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute now.
I get paid for offense. All right.
If that thing don't hit the outfield, man, I'm not doing nothing.
That's funny. He's been dealing with that. Some other things that are happening around sports though. USC and Notre Dame, because I know that you were seeing this, Lopez. Mm-hmm. It's possible that rivalry might go bye-bye, which is really wild because I think it speaks to the state of college sports.
Yes,
because that rivalry is not just one of these regional ones that is kind of being lost in the shuffle of conference realignment, right? Like Washington State versus USC or what have you. This one is being lost. This is a rivalry that dates back to when
1920s.
We're keeping these programs alive, right? This mattered in a long way, but Lincoln Riley was basically asked about it, and I don't have the exact quote, so I apologize for this, but he basically got to the place where he's like, "Look, man, this is a tough schedule, and we're going to do what we need to do, and we'll basically see what it is." Not saying the thing, but in a way saying, in essence, in the way that I interpret it, there's no need to add an unconscionably difficult opponent outside of what is already a difficult schedule in the Big Ten if it's not going to merit us anything on the back end when it comes to selection for the playoff.
I don't even think it's about the difficulty. I really don't. I think they would both embrace another, that kind of game for their case. I think it's as simple, and this is why I think it's vastly different from A&M and Texas. That is 90 miles away. That is a very regional, you're right there, you should be playing every year type thing. When you are in the Big Ten now and you're traveling to Nebraska and Iowa and all these other places, I think it's travel. Like, you don't need another one of those in your life, if you're USC.
Yeah. I actually hadn't thought about the travel aspect of it. Like for me, what college sports in general was, especially college football, as we're talking about it right now, like it's just what it is, the essence of it and what it's all about is just so much different today than it was in, say, the 1920s when this rivalry was first established, right? So like it's just like it's still about the institutions, but it's far less about the institution versus the institution as much as it is about each one of them running their own race to success. How much money can we make? What can be our next distribution or television distribution deal? Like how do we ascend from here? Or in some cases, in some programs' cases, how do we keep from falling back? How do we stay afloat? Like with whatever it is your lot in life is as a program, you're trying to figure that out much more than you are trying to figure out how do I hold on to tradition and rivalries and what ultimately amounts to pomp and circumstance in a bottom line business today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a wild, and all of that also, the backdrop of that is they're currently trying to figure out how this entire model, not even just like the entire landscape, what it looks like going forward, because there are multiple things on the governmental level that are shifting as we speak when it comes to trying to figure out if the NCAA house settlement is going to be agreed upon, if this presidential kind of commission is going to come to fruition, and what kind of recommendations they might bring up, whether those recommendations will be implemented and how they will. There's so much that's going on in this college football space or college sports that's affected by this. So very, very interesting things happening, and the loss of some rivalries might be a part of that as well. Let me see, one more thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just the point that Lopez made about travel, though, like that's one that does tie in.
No, I think that's as much as anything. They have at least 3 games of 1,500 miles of travel.
But think about it.
Without Notre Dame.
Go with the 2 points that we just made here, though. Like, why are they traveling? Why are they in the Big Ten? Right? You know what I mean? Like this is more. Those things are more important than this symbolic relationship that we've got with Notre Dame or with between Notre Dame and USC. It's we travel now more because we need to be a part of this conference and with these networks and get this money.
I mean, it stinks.
But it's reality.
But it's reality, yeah.
Hey, man, it's all professional sports, man, and making that money is ultimately the end-all, be-all for that. Western Conference finals start tonight, 7:30 p.m. You got Timberwolves, you got Thunder. Who y'all got in this series and game?
Yeah,
I think everybody's trending with Minnesota. I'm thinking I'm going to go with KC, man.
Yeah, so I've been Thunder all along, so I'm just going to stand on business, so to speak. I thought that the Thunder, when we got to the semis, I thought that the Thunder was the surest thing. They ended up being the last ones to punch their ticket to the conference finals. So I was wrong on that part, but I'm going to still go with the Thunder as the surest thing out of the last 8 and certainly now out of the last 4.
Yeah, and they got taken to 7 against a Nuggets team that had 7 games in both of their series. Aaron Gordon, at the conclusion of that last series, he was kind of lamenting the spacing of these games. I know that you might be chuckling there, list to carry on forever, but he was lamenting how you go 7 games and you get 1 day off in order to get to this next game. And even between games, now because of this, like it's every other night, there's not a additional day for recovery in addition to travel. Do you agree with his assertion here that you need that for the health and safety of players and the quality of game?
Yeah, I don't think there's a question about it. I think that what we're doing, we are rushing it, I think, for programming and for television and all that. But yeah, I mean, if I were in his position, if I were in his shoes, and what a badass, by the way, to go out there and play that Game 7 with a bad hammy and the playoffs that he had. grade 2. And before that, obviously, the performance that he was having really all year, but especially in these playoffs, the 2-game winners, not just the 2-game winners that he had that were in dramatic fashion, but also just his overall play. Like, he gave it his all out there. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I think he's making a solid argument here. Hey, we could stand to get more rest if you want a more quality product. We got guys dropping like flies in the NBA, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, this is an issue, so it's something that they're going to have to look at.
I don't know if I'm on an island here. I don't know where you stand, Reggie. I am not with him on this. I think this is something that is the norm in the regular season, could be the norm in the postseason. Get one day. It's not back-to-back. They're not playing back-to-back.
But look, they're not going to shorten. It's either this or shorten the regular season, which is, I think, is off the table.
Well, that I could get down with.
I would get down with that too, but I feel like that's off the table.
Yeah.
So since that's off the table, go ahead and be more considerate with this schedule, which I think you have a little bit more leeway with.
I think the tough part about that is that now we are moving this thing into where you're playing well into July to circle this thing back around. Like, this feels like a improv any side of this solution. I think that what you have right now is probably the best, balance besides what is the right answer that you just brought up, which is take less money and ultimately end up in a situation where you have less regular season games.
You could sell me on July basketball.
That is fair.
Like, that's not going to be a.
I mean, hell, I'm surprised why they haven't jumped on the idea more and actually shift that schedule a little bit further into start at Christmas and take it further in the summer where you're only really competing against basketball or against baseball, which even then, I think there's a little bit space for you. So I don't know. We'll see how that continues to go. But B. Scott, Brandon Kyle Scott.
Always fun.
Always appreciate you sitting in with us. Very, very interesting. In
Salute
fact,
to Barney, too.
Yeah,
man.
We're going to start calling you Barney on the low.
Barney holding it down. Hey, we have no shame.
No shame
whatsoever. We have no shame.
That's
the Scott family, the B. Scott family.
There you
no
go.
shame, not at all.
There you go. All right. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, if things had gone a little differently, would the Astros still have won the World Series? A couple of kind of nuggets audio-wise that we've heard. And I kind of want to circle back around to what B. Scott was talking about with Astros All-Stars. We'll do both of those next.
Ready? The Texans schedule. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, if things would have gone just a little differently with the Astros right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610 with John Philip.
Yes.
Lopez, I almost called you Felipe, but that's the wrong one.
Juan Felipe.
Juan Felipe, as we like to call him. Reginald Atatula, not Fitzgerald. And Edward Figgy Fig Gilliard.
Edward Boyce Gilliard, the third.
Boyce?
Boyce.
C-O-Y-C-E. I wasn't going to make you put your middle name out here. Actually, Boyce, you could have gone by Boyce very easily. You look like a Boyce.
Yeah.
Do I?
Yeah. I think you can make Boyce go. 100%.
Yeah.
Various people telling us who they were named after. Somebody said their dad's name is Dudley, so named after Pops. Always respect that. 832, brother is named Julius after Dr. J. That is tough. Somebody, interestingly enough, said that they were named after the guy who had passed in a motorcycle wreck with their mom on the back. So almost in like a memorial to them. That's wow. And then someone said that they named their child after Tupac the day after Tupac passed.
Did y'all see Giannis on Twitter? He was answering a lot of tweets.
Yes, that was an interesting Q&A.
And somebody said, "Hey, if you retweet this, I would name my kid after you." And what did Giannis do?
You're darn right.
He said,
he retweeted it.
He said, "Let Lil Yanni know I said hi," which is funny. Thank you for reminding me. I'll have to circle back around to that Q&A on potential future Rockets.
Pretty interesting too.
Giannis out to talk about. Yeah, he had some good answers in there, and so maybe
I guess he's a Cowboys fan, Cowboys and Packers fan.
Yeah, he don't need to let them do that to him.
Did you see? There's another new report as of yesterday that kind of tapped the brakes on the Spurs.
Okay, hold on to that.
And
let's get to that a little later in the show. But right now, I want to talk a little bit more. Somebody said I need the full Nigerian name. Okay, I can do that for you. My name is Reginald Bankole Adetula. That is my. I don't get. It's not too much. Like I don't have.
I like that.
I don't remember all of the names because one of the things with Nigerians is that when you go through your naming, that you end up with like 7 names.
But they all mean something.
They all mean
something. What does Bankole mean?
My child will build my house for me, which probably speaks as to why I wanted to be an architect at one point.
Oh, wow.
But so there you go. Now people know more biographical information about me.
And if you want Reggie to build your house, just say the word.
Look, if that's all you're trying to do with my name, I appreciate it.
I bring you to my house so you can help me build something.
I didn't actually get my architecture degree. I want y'all to understand
but
that.
You closer than everybody else. So
buddy, if I got out here starting designing and they were like, "What accolades do you have?" I mean, I got closer than anybody. You know what I mean? I know some things.
You're an architect in our heart.
Thank you. That means a little something over here. All right. Wow, more people coming in. I will circle back around to those. But we got some interesting audio clips as it pertains to the Astros, not recently, but in the past. Starting with Dayton Moore, who was the former president of
general manager.
Who's the general manager? Okay, I saw that he was president. Maybe I remember. Maybe he became the president at some point, but he was a former general manager of the Kansas City Royals. And we got this from him about a potential trade for this notable Astro.
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. Computers restarting and everything. You love to see it. But, apparently he gave us a little insight into widely regarded as one of, if not the best Astro or greatest Astro that you've had. And 2011 is when he made his debut, right? Or was it 11 that he made his debut? But 13 is when he really kind of solidified and established himself with the Astros. And I mean, it's kind of wild to think, like, even that was even still in the dark days, and then you get to 16, 17 when things really start moving, and he is fundamental to what is happening there. But it could have never happened, like that, according to what we had historically from Dayton Moore.
He might have saved my career because there is no doubt I would have been listening to that trash can, getting those signs.
Hold on, press pause. That's Eric Hosmer.
Yeah.
So Dayton Moore, and I have it here. I don't know why you're having a hard time finding it here, but it's fine. Dayton Moore said that in 2013, he called up.
He got a call from.
Oh, that's right. He did get a call
from.
from.
This is the key thing. Just to lay it out.
Thank you.
He was in Houston at a Starbucks. I guess presuming on an off day or a day of a game or whatever, and Jeff Luhnow called Dayton Moore and offered to trade him Jose Altuve in 2013, said, I got a trade for you. Jose Altuve for Eric
Hosmer.
And I heard this, and I'm just like, wait, what? So Jeff Luhnow offered to trade Jose Altuve for Eric Hosmer. Now, you talk about butterfly effect. This was early in his rise, as you pointed out. And of course, would this have been the monster team that it became? Would they have even, when you start talking about some of the butterfly effect things, would they have gotten to the point in 2017 where would they have been good enough to trade for Justin Verlander? Would in 2019 would they have become the monster? Now I know they had Springer and Correa and all that, but Jose Altuve for Eric Hosmer, would all these other things have happened?
And it's really impossible to know. It's worth noting though that Eric Hosmer, he was still pretty damn. I mean, that you would have had the best stretch of his career right in there, right? The 2013 season was a very good one. The next 3 seasons there, or let me see, because I know that my computer obviously acting up for me, right? Don't you love it how technology showing out right when you need it? You're like, hey, I want to look at something. So the 4 of the next 5 seasons there between 2013 and 2017 for Eric Hosmer were Gold Glove seasons, an All-Star in there, and a Silver Slugger in there, right? You got the strength of those seasons. But after that, it does trend downwards for Eric Hosmer, which is right when you hit 2017 into that stretch where Altuve being at the peak of his powers mattered to what the Astros were doing. And obviously into 2019 all the way through 2022, at that point for Hosmer, he was a 716 OPS guy in 2022. And I don't know exactly how that goes. And of course, the team around you matters in a deal, but I don't think that that's a guy that helps you win a World Series in 22. Right. Talk less of getting over the, being this close in 19. 17, I can make the argument because that is one of, if not the best of Eric Hosmer's seasons. But beyond that, I think that maybe you can hit the start, but the thing about it is Jose Altuve, he tracks with the rise to dynasty for the Astros in that he reaches the peak of his power in that time, and he maintains through that time, and he helps you in fact, he helps you with the way that the Astros have gone about talent, I guess, the way that they've let talent go. Because some of the reason why is that that you have a Jose Altuve at home to
But here's the other part of it. Jose Altuve, you're right. Hosmer was good in that stretch. But let's talk about the clutch home runs.
That's where I was thinking.
Let's talk about Game 5.
He beat the Yankees
of the ALCS.
Yeah, he beat the Yankees himself.
How about the previous series against the Red Sox? How about the World Series? That Altuve answered. In that memorable Game 5 of the World Series. It's so fascinating. And it kind of, I put this on the doc with you guys. It kind of makes me look at Luhnow differently. Now, he was a horrible person and did some really bad things, but nobody ever questioned his aplomb as a general manager. Dude that traded Jose Altuve?
Yeah,
what if that was the case?
Well, here's the tough thing about it is, do the Royals then become?
Yes.
Well, I don't know about that.
Keep in mind, the Royals.
They were good, but I think eventually, with it being the Royals, I think Jose Altuve probably would have end up going to a bigger market. I think he probably would have ended up on the Yankees at some point, somewhere, something like that.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know if he would still be a Royal.
But keep in mind, they wanted to trade him in 2013. In 2014, the Royals lost the World Series. In 2015, they won the World Series. So could the Royals have all of a sudden things have been changed,
I don't know, because I also don't look at that and see the same exact level of talent that the Astros had. Because part of the idea of the Astros being so horrible in that time period leading up is that there was a level of stockpiling of talent that then they went and they hit for their lick once they reached the stage.
But
right?
Do the Royals do that?
I don't think so.
If they could, that means you think Jose Altuve could actually carry that team for a few years too.
Well, what has he done here?
With that current,
what has he done? What did he do here?
He did a lot here. But also the Astros is pretty loaded.
Yeah. That's the part that I go back to. They were loaded and they had some great players. But you go back to those clutch. I mean, do they beat the Yankees?
No.
Like,
do they beat the Yankees?
No.
Yeah.
The answer is just no there. And yes, a good point that's made here. Let's see, from the 929, Hosmer was also very disliked in the Padres clubhouse versus Altuve, right? And I just Altuve, even with being in Kansas City or what have you, or if he moves on, does he become that guy, right? Like, does he become the guy that has that level of feeling? And we got Kansas City expert Ron Hughley texting, Hosmer was the heart and soul of that team. Royals don't work without Hosmer. So is there?
Yeah, but what about Altuve?
Yes, but is there a way where you take both of those guys off of those teams and neither of them benefit? Like, and do you then become the guy who trades Jose Altuve? But does that even matter if Jose Altuve does not reach the stratosphere that he has managed to reach in this place? It's a fascinating thing to kind of think about that was possibly there. And here's Eric Hosmer and his jokey joke way discussing the news that Dayton Moore had put out there about the idea of Lou now offering Jose Altuve for him.
He might have saved my career because there is no doubt I would have been listening to that trash can, getting those signs. There's no way I'm saying no and being the only guy not hitting homers in that lineup. So I appreciate him for not doing that.
I never thought about that. That never occurred to me. I was just going pure as a player value. Altuve, who is playing now. That is so funny. So you think you would have done that if somebody come in and said, "Hey," or Carlos Beltran and Alex Cora and others are like, "Let's do this." You're right there.
I want to look you virtually in the eyes right now and say I wouldn't have done it. In the first two games, I'm watching everybody else hit homers and I'm not, that I'm going to have to start listening to some trash cans as well, Buster. So I don't know. If I'm being truthful, I don't know.
Appreciation to Buster only on the Baseball Tonight podcast. But I appreciate that he was able to kind of.
Well, he would have done it. I think most people would have done it with that kind of peer pressure.
I feel like he could have brought up that topic in a way that would have made a lot of us mad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, of course, he could have not brought it up at all. That would have been nice.
That would have been better.
Well, but just a wild kind of thought to consider, and a reason to appreciate Jose Altuve as, you've seen quite a run. And one of the questions we were asking ourselves off air yesterday is just how much longer can you expect? But I mean, it's easy to forget at times just how great Altuve's been, and that's kind of wild to say just because there's been so many highs, and it's kind of wild that we learned that we very easily could have not experienced all of those.
I wonder how many World Series they would have won.
Oh, if not for Jose Altuve?
If Jose Altuve had been traded. Any?
I think they would have got the first one because that was still like a dominant team.
It's a pretty big home run he hit.
Yeah,
pretty big home run.
I agree with that, but I think they still could have got at least one. I think they could have got one.
There you go.
I don't know how many World Series they would have got to.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting note that came out. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I did say we was going to get to some All-Star kind of talk.
We will.
We'll get back around to it. All right, coming up next is about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions here, brought to you by the Men's Clinic, and we will do that next.
Ready? There's plenty of
Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, we were talking about it during the break, and this is my first confession. I refuse to believe something that is a fact. That's my confession.
What you talking about?
I actually don't know what you mean.
I refuse to believe something that and I'm Mr. Hey, just get it factually correct, all this stuff, do it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Mario Ellie hit the kiss of death 30 years ago today.
Yikes.
I refuse to believe that.
Yeah, that's right.
Figgy, 30 years ago today.
Dang, that's crazy.
The kiss of death. I'm just flabbergasted. I was.
What, it felt like yesterday?
I'm not. Can you? Is that even? What if somebody had guessed? Hey, how many years ago was kiss of death?
Well, I mean, I know that it wasn't yesterday. I know that for damn sure.
Well, it felt like it, but if you had to guess, I would have said, and I was following that team. I was writing at the time.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
I was involved. I was there.
I ain't gonna lie. It felt like it was 30 years ago, man.
Does it really?
Yeah.
It's been a while. The
30.
I wouldn't immediately jump to 30, but you think about it, and you're like, damn, yeah, that's right.
It sounds about right.
It feels like maybe like 20 years ago,
maybe.
In a way.
Yeah, maybe.
But yes, I understand what you mean. It's just it does not feel like it is nearly as long ago as it actually is, and I don't know how that makes me feel.
Yeah.
Either.
And in terms of like singular moments, it's that and the Altuve home run, maybe, and the Yordan home run, like singular moments in sports history.
For Houston?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
It's up there. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, get that one in particular because it was first championship.
It was first championship, and that was Choke City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Choke City.
Somebody said to the kids, it feels like 30 years. Yeah, it might just be like the relativity of this and being a little bit younger, where it's like it does feel like a little while ago for you.
Because I was a kid during that time, man. Obviously I wasn't ingrained with the Rockets or nothing, but I kind of remember during that time, during that 90s basketball time.
Mm-hmm. Just seems incredible.
That is wild. Yeah, shout out. Also, great dude. Fun guy to talk to and everything. And man, just one of the many fantastic kind of characters in that. Does it feel like sports nowadays we don't get as many characters, or am I doing too much there?
I don't know. That's a good question. We have some.
I feel like you don't. I feel like a lot of these players kind of keep their head down a little bit and just they just play.
They're maybe more aware of like everybody's watching.
Yeah, everybody's PR trained now.
Yeah, everybody's watching. Everybody's PR trained.
Like there's so much. It's one of the things that I kind of lament. Right out of like college into that area, everybody already has been doing so much of this, or at least they're so exposed to the professionals as well that people kind of know the quote unquote right answer.
Yeah.
From very, very young, where you get the high schooler on the the local television,
player speak,
and they're and it just felt like we had fewer of those guys in that time, which I mean. It's good in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. It is good in a lot of ways, but it is kind of it kind of stinks for just like building the character, the tapestry of the sport.
Just so y'all know, I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge that it's been 30 years.
Why?
Because I don't want to.
Well, that's a fact, man.
It is a fact.
Look it up.
It is a fact. I don't have to look it up. But I'm just going to go ahead and, for my own benefit, refuse to believe that it was 30.
You're not going to be alone in that.
Yeah.
832, there's someone from the 281. They said it doesn't feel like 30 years ago. And shout out to Perry from the 281. Does not sound like it's possible. She signed it. She said it does not even feel like it's possible.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Shout out to the actual 30-year anniversary of that championship for the Houston Rockets.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I really have never been afraid of getting stuck in an elevator. Like everybody's just, I think that there's people that have claustrophobia. There's people that kind of, I don't know, have seen movies, whatever. I've never been afraid of such a thing before recently. I think it might have been like a week or two ago where I got in the elevator. It did that thing where it closed and it lurched a little bit. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
oh no.
I don't want to do it.
And I realized very quickly, in the same way that I realized this over the last weekend, that I there are things that I actually did have within me that I did not realize, which is a fear of not having a 6 in front of my height, and also the fear of, I could get stuck in this elevator, possibly fall. And it had never been even instances where like you have something happen. I think that as I'm getting just a little bit older, not saying that I'm old by any stretch, but as I'm getting a little bit older, I feel like I'm opening myself up to more of these fears or concerns about myself than I realized I had never had.
I think that's fair. Hey, I want anybody who's worked in the elevator industry to verify this, whether, all those elevator companies or repair or whatever. Somebody told me years and years ago when I got stuck in an elevator, I've told that story on the air, it was terrifying for an hour and a half, by the way. They said that when an elevator, if it breaks, it actually goes up, not down, because the counterweights. There's counterweights. Like if the lines underneath it break, the elevator actually rises. I've never looked it up, so somebody help me out.
Unless cable that is holding it to the pole. Actually,
the cable above it makes it go up because there's a counterweight on it.
Okay.
But somebody help me out. Is that true?
I just assume you falling down 19 flights.
Me too. Yeah.
It was one time I was actually getting off the elevator up here, and it wasn't. I guess it wasn't even. It was like a little step, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was like halfway through.
But the doors open up fine?
The doors open up fine.
And you can get out that mud.
But it was a step where I'm like, what the hell? Like, it didn't go all the way up to the floor.
Yeah.
So I hurry up and hopped off of that.
Yeah.
Are you the person who's like, never again that one right there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Leaves a scar.
From the 832, an elevator will not just fall. Thank you. Very much. Appreciate that.
All right.
Again, I have very much existed in that place where I have belief in the systems and the checks and balances that we have and all these things, and all it took apparently.
You still think it'll fall?
I don't and sincerely I don't. However, I realized in that moment, you're not as rather secure as I thought I would have been prior. And shout out to T-Mill. Maybe I am justified in that thought. Apparently, he got stuck in the freight elevator here during his promo team days.
Yeah,
he was on there for like 45 minutes. So. Man. Yeah, I guess that is a little bit more of a possibility than I had previously considered.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man, I feel kind of bad for these kids. So I went to this spot. I want to say it was near Cypress called District Market.
Okay,
it was like a little local market, and I actually got this little drink from there. It's a pretty cool spot.
Yeah.
So it's a sea moss. It was some little kids in there. And they were selling some little beads and like necklace, little jewelry they made.
Right.
And they tapped me on the shoulder. Hey, excuse me, sir. Would you like to come? And so I went over to the table. I'm like, hey, how you doing? My name is Figgy. What's your name? And the little girl told me it was a Nigerian name.
Yeah.
But she said it very low where I couldn't hear. And so I'm like, I'm sorry, what's your name again? And I could tell she kind of got, she didn't get frustrated. I could tell she kind of got a little down.
Like embarrassed or whatever?
Yeah, where she ended up saying, you could just call me Elizabeth. Because I guess that was her middle name.
Yeah.
And my confession, I felt so bad for her, man. I'm like, no, I wanted.
Be proud. Say it.
I wanted to know your real name.
Yeah.
And then the little boy followed suit and just gave me his. I guess I guess it was his middle name
or nickname or whatever.
Yeah. He said Orlando. So I felt so bad. I walked out. I'm like, man, I don't want them to do that no more.
I'm
man.
with you on that.
Yeah. I'm like, whatever your name, whatever name you go by,
say it.
Yeah, I would just have to learn it. I might struggle with it, but if that's your name, I'm gonna learn it. I just felt so bad for that, man.
Yeah, that I do get embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed for them, but I feel bad when people have a unique name. Say it.
Yeah,
be proud.
If that's your name, roll by your name. Unless you have a nickname that you rather roll by.
Yeah,
then I'm gonna roll with that. But I don't want you to give me the easy way out because I can't pronounce your name or something like that. Hey, just say your name proudly. I know she's younger, so that point where she go by, this is my name. Yeah, but I felt so bad because I really didn't hear it.
Yeah, no, I feel
she was talking low. I couldn't hear it. It wasn't the name pronunciation. It was she was talking low, but I think she assumed I didn't understand the name.
No, I get that, right? As someone who has one of those names that maybe not as easy, or does not appear as easy to folks on first viewing. I get that. My mom always said this, though. If they'll learn how to pronounce Hakeem Olajuwon, they'll learn how to say your name.
There you
right?
go.
Exactly. Yeah.
There you
But
go.
I do want to point out, right? Sometimes it's not necessarily about giving you the easy way out. Sometimes, like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to have to go through
I get that.
the back and forth of, no, not quite. Actually, it's like this.
Yeah.
No, is this it? Like, no, you're not
You're
quite
close.
there. It's,
Yeah.
this, sometimes it's about saving your own time in that moment. But yes, I very much with you. I'd very much prefer if everybody's like, no, this is my name and I want you to figure this thing out.
Yeah. Hopefully I didn't offend her in anything, but yeah, I felt so bad.
These are my confessions.
I think social media teams for pro sports teams and college teams, for that matter, they're getting far too sensitive and thin-skinned. Did you see what the PGA Tour tweeted after Scottie Scheffler won the PGA Championship?
I did not.
It was funny. It was good. It was catchy. It could have taken some, grown some legs, so to speak. But they ended up deleting it. I think people are getting there are definitely tweets that need to be deleted, because it was whatever. And so they tweeted this because the PGA Championship and they were trying to highlight that Scottie Scheffler now has 15 tour wins, and they tweeted out wins since 2022. Scottie Scheffler 15, Carolina Panthers 14.
Yikes!
What's wrong with that though? That's not insensitive. That's not a you should delete it post.
Yeah, it's not insensitive. I wonder why.
Funny.
Why they picking on the Carolina? Is there
because it was in Carolina?
Okay, gotcha.
The tournament was in Carolina, and so I'm like, I think people are getting far too thin-skinned, sensitive. Even Tyreek Hill on that one tweet, he's like, "That's funny, man. Should have left it up."
I think it might be the messenger here. If this is Yahoo Sports or something, tweeting that out. That's one thing. The PGA Tour about their event,
there's nothing wrong with that. It's funny.
You are antagonizing another sport for no reason, with no real good reason.
Are you really antagonizing?
Yes, you are. That's inherently the thing that makes it funny is that you're antagonizing them.
See, I might be the wrong person to talk about this.
I don't agree with that.
I'm totally fine with. I actually like, and this could be a little cheesy now, but when you got some of these big corporations on Twitter going after the other one.
Oh, Jack in the Box is awesome.
Yeah. Like if Wendy's
or Wendy's is good too.
Remember Wendy's released the album?
Yeah.
And it was dissing McDonald's or something like that.
Yes. See, that's good.
As long as it stay on social media, as long as it's not crass, as long as it's not crass or legitimately insensitive. Here's something to maybe think about. And maybe rethink the Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper is a member at Quail Hollow where they had the PGA Championship. That could be the reason.
So he might have just rattled some cages. But again, he's being too sensitive.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason why they took it down because he probably was a little offended.
Yeah. So what?
Yeah, but it ends up being real direct in that, right?
I mean, if he take his ball and go home or whatever, then that's a whole nother thing. So
I
guess they got to keep those relationships good.
That's the thing is you manage your relationships here. Again, if this is some third party outlet doing this, they just making jokes. If it is you as person A now saying something about person B. Now y'all might have individual problems, and I don't know if the NBA, if they did that to the NFL or the NFL did that to the NBA, I don't think that they want those problems per se.
Yeah, and I think it's just the relationships though, to be honest, because if we made some type of post or something about, let's say, Kyle and Hannah or something, they gonna blow your phone up. They gonna be like, "Yo, what's up with this?" They might think it's funny.
I think there's some NFL teams that are really good at doing it the right way.
Yeah, but our bosses probably be like, you know what? Let's be safe and take it down.
No need to direct shots, man.
I get it, man. It ain't my money. I don't want to lose nobody no money.
Right, and here's the thing, right? That is not in that instance, you're not doing fair criticism per se. You're just out here kind of direct shots for jokes.
Yeah,
what's
wrong with that?
Does not feel like it's worthwhile there. And of course, maybe that's just a value judgment. I don't know.
Yeah, it's social media, man. I say let's have
Who'd
fun.
you hurt? Yeah. Well, who cares about that? Didn't hurt anybody.
And here's the thing. You also probably hurt some Carolina Panthers fans' feelings.
Okay.
Especially considering your events in Carolina, that might be know your audience
There
type
might
thing.
be some that laugh.
Hey, no,
there might be some you damn
Carolina
right.
fans been through a lot.
They might
so
be saying
I hope
you damn
they
right.
ain't, I hope they ain't crying over that post.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate the Men's Clinic for providing you lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, will the NFL be better if they do indeed ban the tush push and playoff teams are reseeded? Because the votes are coming in today. We'll do that next.
The Drive with
A free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're kind of waiting on the votes that are going on there in when it comes to the meetings that the NFL owners are having regarding two particular things. They're voting on whether or not to get rid of the tush push and really get rid of, again, the idea of any player really pulling or pushing their teammates in order to advance the football. And then also there's a vote on whether, teams should be reseeded in the playoffs, and probably the most important or the most talked about portion of that being all the division champions ultimately getting a home field advantage in the first round of the NFL playoffs. Those are the things that are kind of major. I haven't seen any updates as far as today when in those regards. However, would the NFL be better if those things were to come about?
Yeah, I have some questions for you. By the way, the only sort of newsy thing that has come out so far as the votes are happening is Adam Schefter did tweet out that the vote to allow NFL players to participate in flag football is expected to pass, quote, Olympics should be easy, according to one.
I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about it when you weren't here. In terms of it'll pass. Players, in the NFL players in the Olympics.
I'm kind of amazed that the NFL actually allowed this. I guess maybe they're getting to the place that I typically feel about basketball players where hoopers are going to hoop, and that seems very, very obvious. But no, basketball players will play basketball during the offseason, and so the idea being that they're whatever risk of injury is likely to be there anyways in some ways. But I guess typically football players don't quite play football, right? And the risk of injury is different, but I guess running routes and those types of things would be there. I just wonder, I imagine usually that teams would want to be in between that situation of, being in something organized that's going to demand a lot of stress and strain on players. I also wonder how much that actually factors in, because I know that the flag football players, when this was kind of discussed, were like, we might be making too much of this because just because you're good at football on the gridiron does not necessarily mean you will be good at flag football. And I wonder how many guys this would actually apply to. Yeah, no, that guy House Doucette or whatever, the quarterback that said it was going to be difficult. I think all those things you said are true, but I think they're just weighing it both, and they see much more benefit than not. But the two things that are really big and certainly affect the NFL, as we know it here in this city, is the tush push and the reseeding. If the tush pushes, it's sort of 50-50 out there, and they've changed the wording and all this other stuff. So that one is totally up in the air. Well, my question is, will the NFL really be safer? No, without the tush push. I don't think so. I don't know that we have seen very much within the tush push where there's been major injuries, and maybe this is just the amassing of that kind of stress in the trenches, but that's the trenches for the most part. The thing that I feel like is more the distinction, or the thing that teams are making their decision based off of, is quote unquote entertainment value or the competitive advantage that it provides. The competitive advantage, I think we both agree, is kind of nonsense. That is built off of having the strength and having the ability to execute to that degree. The entertainment one might be the most compelling one for me. But I just don't know that, all right, you get into the red zone and you know that this team is going to, if they get to the one, they're going to get this in. I don't know that is so much of an entertainment. The idea of a goal line stand being there is, obviously a big thing in football, but I don't know that's so much of a knock on entertainment that it is worth changing the way that this goes. Do you? Is that how you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, man. Show me some crazy injuries that happen for the
There's no real data on it.
Yeah,
on that one play.
Yeah, I said, if it was a lot of teams around the league that was doing this and players was really getting hurt, then I would understand that you want to keep the player safe and all that. And then as far as the entertainment part, do we have this conversation whenever it's a QB sneak, a regular QB sneaks on the goal line?
See, but here's the other
complain about that. We just complain about the Eagles because they're good at doing it, and nobody can stop it.
And that's the reason why. They're giving us all kinds of reasons, but that's the reason why. But you mentioned the entertainment part. I don't know if it'll be more entertaining or less entertaining, because that's one of the other questions I had. More entertaining perhaps because it's hard to run the ball in the red zone. We all know that. Do they throw the ball more? Are they as successful, or are there more field goals?
Goal line fade.
Nobody wants
throw that fade to the corner.
Nobody wants to see field goals. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm kind of up in the air on that one as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I thought about this because I did see someone bring up that point about entertainment value, and I was like, all right, does that then mean, all right, if we turn every tush push at the goal line into like a goal line fade, is that more entertaining inherently? Because
nobody likes to fade either.
I don't think so, right? Like,
yeah.
But see, it's entertaining when you stop it, though. Like when you see other teams try to imitate that. We've seen the Buffalo Bills try to do something. I don't know if it was quite the tush push, but they tried to do it and got stopped.
Yeah.
So, like, that stuff is pretty entertaining to me. So if it's a team out here that can stop it, I would be entertained.
And then the compromise to me is just makes it worse. You know, the whole just ban all assistance that a teammate can give to a player. How is that more entertaining? That is less entertaining. That to me is one of those little hidden little fun things in football. You know, linemen grabbing them by the pads and pulling them across, or pushing, or a running back. Everybody piling on behind them to push them into the end zone. All that would be
actually not as excited about those plays as you are. Like, you get more.
I just think they're entertaining.
I know, and I understand that, and I think like it's fair for you. Those aren't the things that get me that get my jolly. So I'm not as distraught about that. It just feels like a unnecessary step to take in order to kind of satiate a lot of these, in some ways, sore losers. Actually, and I say that. Here's Frankie Louvu. This is his thought when it comes to banning the tush push.
You are, in a way, linked to this play because of that moment. You also have a powerful voice. This week, in a matter of a couple days, the league is going to vote on the tush push, whether to keep it or to ban it. As a guy who has been out there in a playoff game trying to defend it, is it unfair, and should the league ban it?
Man, my personal opinion, I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Now, Frankie Louvu, Commanders linebacker, who was trying to
that was entertaining.
Do just that with in that game, the Commanders and the Eagles, where they were trying their damnedest to stop that. And maybe that's where this comes from, is you get to a point where a team's like, no, we are going to fight to all costs to try and stop this. And that got a little frustrating because no play was being run in all reality because there was penalties.
It was about to be a penalty for him keep doing that.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah, just for doing that.
They were going to award the touchdown.
Yeah, that's right. Now, and as far as like banning all of assistance, you said it's not really entertaining to you. That's fine, but I do think there's also an argument could be made that's going to lead to more field goals and less entertaining because if a guy doesn't get helped into the end zone, he gets tackled on the 3-yard line or whatever, 2-yard line. Then all of a sudden it becomes 4th and whatever or 3rd and whatever. I mean, I think it's just you're taking the fun out of the game.
That's kind of going. I feel like that's going to mess up some parlays too, right?
Oh boy, there is that too.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't necessarily want to come at this from like what is the desired end result of this because that might be a little bit like again gaming the system. But I just feel like when it comes to a modicum of fairness or whatever, I think that it exists as a rather fair play. Frankie does bring up a good point, though, is if you're ending up in a scrum circumstance, the defense is at a clear disadvantage there because of the snap count portion of this. But that has been football as we know it. All of this has been leaning further and further away from the fairness towards the defense. So I don't know why this would be any particularly different than the other one.
Yeah, I just don't like the reasoning on why they should ban it, man.
Right,
because it just seemed like it's they're fair, so let's try to stop it. It'd be one thing if it was health reasons and try to keep people safe.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the reasoning.
Yeah.
If they had a good reason, then maybe I can understand it.
And then the other one, which at least historically would directly affect the Texans, is the reseeding of a 17. I am all for that. I know it would affect the Texans, but I truly am all for that. I think because a 17-game schedule, everybody talks about, well, what is the division? We've talked about that as well. Winning the division gets you in the postseason. Mm-hmm. That's what it does.
Get you a home game.
But it shouldn't get you a home game if there's a 12-5 team out there that finished second. And that's why I think fair is fair. 17-game schedule, pretty much the best teams will always show themselves, even if some divisions are stronger than others.
Well, that 12-5 team should have won the division then. They should have
12-5. They played 17 games and went 12-5. That's my point.
Only
6 of their games.
They should have beat the person ahead of them.
Only 6 of their games. Only 6 are in their division.
Does it at all change your feeling of this, that we kind of have studies out there pointing to the idea that home field advantage or home court advantage in these sports is mattering less than it had in previous years? Not to say that it is not an advantage. It clearly still is when we talk about travel, when we talk about weather and things of that nature. But does it at all change or affect your thoughts on this when you consider the idea that maybe home field does not matter in the same way that it previously had?
It may not matter as much, but I think 32 teams would rather have it than not. They would rather have the home field advantage than not. And I also feel the value of reseeding teams. That means those division teams like the Texans that have it in the bag relatively soon, they're going to be playing for more later into the year. So it's like those late 2 or 3 or whatever late season games where they got it in the bag and they're maybe the Chiefs or whatever are already going to be the 1 seed. Well, now if you can get a home game by winning more games as opposed to a road game, I think those late season games become more important.
Yeah, continue pushing for higher seeding there. Mm-hmm. I can see that. I think that changes the chase, like the hunt for the playoffs as well, because there are some teams that they would be a little bit further out. Although I guess if you continue to have that division winner getting an automatic playoff spot, I guess that still exists for some. Mm-hmm. I think it is fair. It is fair to absolutely point that out. I just think, and I've mentioned this a number of times, the unintended consequences that could be weakening of the importance of division round games. I do wonder if that is worth the squeeze there. But I mean, we'll see how the NFL owners feel about this as they will return their votes here within the next day or two on how they feel about these things and what the NFL will look like, at least as it still remains a 17-game schedule going forward. Somebody said they need to allow jumping over when it comes to defenses for the tush push. I could see that.
That might be a little dangerous.
That one you can actually probably point to player safety on. That might be a little tough. And when it comes to every team has run the tush push, one team has done it well, and that's why they want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, B. Scott, when he was in with us earlier, brought up an interesting thought that I kind of want to go through. Season. How many All-Stars do the Astros have in your mind? Let's dig into that. 713-572-4610. Next.
Let's go. First impressions of the Texans 2025. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday's been going pretty darn good. The Astros, 25-22, got a victory in Game 1 of their set versus the Rays. They'll be back in action tonight with the new man on the mound, which will be interesting to see. Always big shout out to Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner, who is indeed in the building. Just in case you were wondering if he was going to be on the show today. I don't know why you would wonder, but he is here. But
he was wondering.
Oh man, I was pulling you a little bit behind the scenes there. But how many Astros All-Stars do you believe that this team has at this point? 713-572-4610. Of course, that's not how any of this works, right? You don't determine who the All-Stars are now. You have until the middle of the season thereabouts. But I mean, at the quarter pole, it's an opportunity. I love milestones because it's an opportunity to kind of reflect and look at things. And we've looked at some other things, how this Astros team is playing. They have an opportunity to win yet another series in this tight stretch of games where there's no rest. But we were talking about Jake. Jake Myers has been fantastic. You saw him do some fantastic stuff yesterday as well. I mean, he's just been that over the last, I mean, even 14 days, 28 days, he's been hitting damn 300 right in there. He's been good. He's looked confident. He's stolen bags, right? All of those things. And Brandon Scott mentioned that could we have an all-star on our hands? And that got me thinking, how many all-stars does this team have? And I know some of you have gotten on the text line and mentioned some. I'm surprised that nobody's mentioned the one guy that I think is actually probably the best lock outside of Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown is the lock, right? Hunter Brown has been fantastic.
Pitching a different category. You know, pitching is somewhat of a different category.
There's two locks, actually.
Yeah.
Pitching-wise.
Hunter Brown and Josh Hader.
Josh Hader.
Yeah. Well, Josh Hader's, he's an all-star.
He is an all-star. And so you have those pitchers. But then when it comes to position players, nobody's mentioning Isaac Paredes in a way that I feel like is kind of wild. We were using Fangraphs WAR when we were talking to B. Scott about this. And when you go to third baseman and you look at Fangraphs WAR, the best third baseman in the AL is not Isaac Paredes by WAR. It is Alex Bregman, and that is fair. That is understood. Like he's gotten to Boston and he's had a hot start. We know the defense that he brings with him, but just the bat is immaculate, and it's also been helped by the way that the Red Sox have made some adjustments for him.
Yeah.
Second in Fangraph WAR is Isaac Paredes, right? And the thing about this in particular with Isaac is there? I'll ask this as a question for you, Lopez. That feels like he's been playing out of his mind, like above what is a reasonable expectation for him to continue doing as the season goes along.
Not really. We all knew when they brought him in as the replacement, so to speak, for Bregman, what he was capable of. Now he might be having a better season than we might have expected. You wanted certain things to happen, but no, he's not out of character. See, now Jake Myers, you can say, is somewhat out of character, at least from what we had seen, over the course of most seasons. But no, I think Paredes is getting it done, and none of it is crazy,
And he feels like he exists in a place where I also look at some of the other AL third basemen, right? Just to give you an idea. Michael Garcia of the Royals, right? Zach McKinstry of the Tigers. Josh Young of the Rangers is interesting just because defensively he's been playing very well himself. But you can look at a metric where he might be the best defensive third baseman to this point in the AL. But Isaac is second in that way as well. So I look at all that and I go, Alex Bregman has the name in addition to kind of the production for. Yeah. He's probably an AL starter at third base. I don't think anybody would be too upset with that. But when you look at the guys that could end up being then the substitutes, and Isaac feels like he's in there, and that's an all-star still, nonetheless.
I think he's got the enough of a name recognition, enough of a resume that he'll probably get there with the season he's having. The one that's interesting to me is Jake Myers, who's having an all-star. Now, he still has June, and our voting's into the first week of July, maybe the very end of June. So he has June to stay, keep doing what he's doing. But he doesn't have the name recognition of a Julio Rodriguez. And I think and he's right, they're both right there together. Rodriguez doesn't have the batting average, but he's got like 8 home runs and pretty high OPS. So I think he'll be the pick there. at center field for a number of reasons, not just, the production. If you're just looking at the numbers, most fans are not just going to be looking at the numbers.
No, and that's fair. And, I mean, we mentioned Byron Buxton, who is currently on IL with the concussion after running into a familiar face, Carlos Correa. They both ended up with concussions, or at least in the protocol. That does not seem like it will keep him out forever, but Byron Buxton seems to always end up with one of those kind of significant IL stints. If for some reason he didn't, he's your center fielder in the AL. He has been fantastic, and he always is. But if he is not, you mentioned Julio Rodriguez has a big name. In that same place of similar production, big name, Cody Bellinger for the Yankees. And, the Yankees kind of have a different level of pull in some ways. Riley Green is an interesting guy when you talk about it. Cedric Mullins is an interesting guy when you talk about it, although the Orioles have been in a funny place. There's enough teams in there. Plus, one of the things that gets a little tough when you start talking about all-star in baseball is sometimes some of these teams got to have an all-star representative, and if they maybe don't have a guy that compares, but their best guy is at one of those positions, can they pop up and steal a place from somebody? And so I think we're a little bit far out to be able to determine some of those, but we may that are near the bottom and
figure out who's
figure out who their all-star representative that is maybe going to steal a place is, and if that might have some level of bearing or effect on some of these guys that we're talking about that might not be starters in their position.
Might not even be that good. Remember Jason Castro when the Astros were losing 100 games?
Because again,
he was batting like 190.
It's got to be this one of them group projects, right? Like this is one of them group projects where everybody got to show up. And so, yes, you will have to have the Chicago White Sox represented in some way with one of these players, right? You will have to have the Los Angeles Angels, although the Angels aren't nearly as bad as the White Sox. Even the Royals. I did not realize the Royals were that damn bad, even though they fired their manager recently. But I feel like going back to Jake Myers, if he stays on pace, which is a huge if. Yeah. Because we mentioned it. Last year, his May was even hotter than this one, and it really tapered off. So, Jake, if he can manage to stay in this place, now we're cooking with some. That's a big if, but he has been very helpful for you to this point.
Well, and there's another factor that the Astros somewhat starting to take care of this issue, but you're not going to have a 500 team or a slightly over 500 team with 4 All-Stars. Or 5 All-Stars. Just not going to happen. You have to be good, too.
Right. And
so if you're talking about Hunter Brown, lock it up.
Feels like it.
Josh Hader, lock it up.
Feels like it.
Isaac Paredes, lock it up.
I think I'd feel comfortable with that.
That's pretty much the limit, and that's stretching the limit. That's going to work against Jake Myers.
And one of the things that also hurts Jake Myers here, obviously looking at season-long numbers and forgetting that this dude has been on an absolute tear. Javi Baez.
Yeah.
Has been incredible thus far for the Guardians. So, yeah, man, that's one of those ones that, he's been really, really good playing in center field. So those are the types of guys that also have the narrative that fit in there. Pena is an interesting one at shortstop because you look at...
And I didn't even mention him.
Yeah, you're starting to add how many possible guys in there.
You can't have 5. They're not going to be 1 or 2 games over 500 with 5 All-Stars.
Right.
Just not going to happen.
Right. So at this moment, it feels like you can go with the pitchers probably with a certain. I feel like a certain team. Like you got a starter
Hunter
who
Brown
is
for sure.
Cy Young conversation, right? Top 5 Cy Young type guy. You have Hader, who has easily been the most effective with his save opportunities, and has not blown a save yet, right? Like those feel like those are in there. I think I put Paredes in there, and I go. Hopefully Pena, even though Pena at shortstop has been pretty damn good.
One or the other, who do you pick? Pena or Isaac? Got to be one of those two.
If I had to pick between them, I would want it for Pena. I would want it for Pena in the ways that this is represented development. But Isaac Paredes has just been so damn steady. And I feel so confident in what he's able to do and what he will continue to do that it feels like he's deserving of such.
And the one thing you mentioned, does any of that stuff surprise me? And I said no, but his defense is perfect. I mean, his defense has been perfect. And that might be a little bit of a happy surprise.
In Pena and Hunter Brown, 3 backups in their mind: Paredes, Valdez, and Jake Myers.
Yeah, I don't think so. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, but
all of them all-stars?
No, that will not happen.
I think that you got an all-star short list, and then we'll circle back around. But of course, all of this is
and he
really
didn't even put Paredes on there, so make it 6.
Yeah.
Well, no, he did. He had Paredes in there as one of the
who did he
backups.
not put? Okay, JP Hunter Brown. Oh, you didn't put a Hader.
Yeah, no Josh Hader in there, and he's just been incredible as a reliever.
I think the question is who is going to get snubbed. It's going to be somebody.
We're
going to
be talking about that.
It's like the one that gets snubbed because I think for sure it is. I would say for sure 2, but you could put in 3.
3 would be, like I said, stretching it, but very very justifiable. I'm afraid Jake Myers might have, and especially if he continues it through June, he might have the best case and get snubbed.
Yeah. It's fair that also to remember that there's more to be seen. There's a fair text that comes in talking about the Mariners closer having 15 saves as well. That's tough for Hader, but he has been incredible in his opportunities. I guess that's where I've been a little myopic here with Hader and what he's done. And yes, Bobby Witt obviously is holding on to shortstop. We're not talking about Pena's. Oh, I guess I read the text about Pena as a starter. That is fair. It feels like your pitchers are where you have an opportunity to really have starters, and then beyond that, you're looking at guys that can maybe fit in.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing is that the Astros still have the level of talent to some degree where you have all-star considerations.
Yeah.
You have many all-star starters type field.
To me, the interesting thing is we're doing all this exercise, and we haven't mentioned Yordan or Altuve.
And that speaks to just how slow. Well, I mean, Altuve is not necessarily like the slow start per se. I think Yordan is he's just been slow.
Yeah,
this has been a slow start, and it's not going to get any better with the update that we got that he's still hitting off of a tee, and we're not sure exactly when. He said that it could be a day, it could be 2 days. That doesn't feel like it's actually going to be a day or 2 days. That feels like just a manner of speaking to maybe get you to a place where you feel good about the near future and hopefully him returning. But that is kind of incredible that you're not mentioning those 2 guys we were talking about them. But yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Somebody said Hunter will be snubbed. Could you see a possibility where Hunter Brown himself, as the starter that he has been to this point, and with no real signs of slowing down, of course, knock on wood, with the ways that the Astros can maybe have an injury pop up out of nowhere, do you feel like there's any possibility where he ends up being?
I really don't, because he's been enough of a name. I mean, maybe not the biggest, but enough of a name, and I mean, he's just untouchable.
Yeah,
right now.
I think his name is in the conversations of Cy Young, so I would be shocked if he gets snubbed.
Oh, and from the 281, what does myopic mean? Having blinders on a little bit, being very, I guess, very close and closed in your view and your vision, right? So I guess I would say I've had a little bit of blinders on is the way that I'll adjust that. But very interested to see what that looks like. And you're a quarter of the way this season. That's not that big of a deal at this point. It was just an interesting thought that came up when talking to B. Scott about this Astros team, especially after a victory where you got exactly what you needed. Bottom of the lineup showed up, and some of those guys that we're talking about, Jake Myers has been very good for you. Jeremy Pena has remained very good for you. Isaac Paredes doing all that he needs, and tonight on the mound for you is a brand new pitcher, right? Like you have an entirely new guy trying to fill in that kind of 5th, 6th role when it comes to starters to help you get through this 17 games in 17 days for the Astros. And how are you feeling about this stretch to this point? Because they win tonight, they will have won 4 of these 5 series.
Yeah.
Obviously, they would still need to finish out the Rays series there, but man, they're putting together.
They've been clutch. We talked about it yesterday. They've had some very clutch moments lately, and that's the one thing that has really saved them in this stretch. So they're still in line to maybe go. What did I say? 11.
You went 11-6.
11-6.
Yeah, I was hoping for 10-7, and I mean, all they've got to do is get this win and then split against the Mariners, and you're right in that space. So excited to see how that goes. It's Brandon Walter on the mound versus Zach Littell for the Rays. That starts at 6:05. First pitch there at Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. There you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so we got a prison break update. One more down. We got 6 more to go. I'll give you an update on that. Plus, we're going to play a little game of Figgy's Be Fish.
Oh, all right. I want to see what that looks like, and I will stick around to find out about that next. But right now, I do want to tell you
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's on Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. We got a prison break update, man. So Orleans Parish Prison is so we've been talking about the breakouts.
Mm-hmm.
It was 10 guys that broke out of a New Orleans prison, and we got another one, man. One guy has been found by the name of Gary Price, and I'm not sure if this is the same guy that was asleep on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently the sheriff found somebody asleep on the bench that was one of the inmates.
A convict or an ex or whatever?
Yeah. So I guess he had nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people, we didn't even get to this yesterday, but a lot of people been putting in parlays and stuff on who was going to be the last man standing. So I got their picture right here. So you can look on the rundown. Who you think going to be the last man?
The last one caught.
Yeah.
My money is on who looks like they're smart enough to not get caught.
Sometimes it's about also good fortune.
Yeah. Who's going to be the last one?
I'm going to go with Lenton Van Buren.
Okay.
Lenton Van Buren is going to be the last one standing. He looks like he's about ready to. He knows what he's doing.
I'm going to go with Derrick Groves.
Mm-hmm. That's also where I was going to go.
Yeah, because he kind of looked like, to me, I think the thing with the tattoos on the face and all that stuff, I feel like it's a slim chance you're going to get away for good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Real identity, gentlemen.
Antoine Massey, he's getting caught.
Yeah, he's got many face tattoos.
Yeah, I'm not putting my money on him.
He's got many face tattoos. A lot of these other guys have somewhat distinctive hairstyles. Our guy Derrick Groves, he just,
he could put on a wig.
He's just a man.
He could put on a wig and you won't even recognize
Well,
him.
now we got to make it interesting. I got Lenton Van Buren.
You're a sick human being, because I know what you mean by making it interesting, and no, I will not do that. I'm not betting on which of these gentlemen stays out of being the longest.
Yeah. So yep, that's your update. Hopefully soon we will have all 10 of these guys.
And a fair point made on the Twitch chat here. Which one of them looks smart enough to not get caught again?
No, well, this is true.
That is true. That's technically a thing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's play the game of Figgy's Beyond Belief. Have y'all watched that show?
I have not.
Yeah, you don't remember the show with the guy? I forgot his name, but he would put all these scenarios out beyond belief.
Is that like Ripley's?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of. It's kind of like Ripley's.
Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. I remember that guy. They had a good run.
Yeah. Do you remember this theme song?
Yeah.
That show used to scare me a little bit, man, because it would be some creepy stuff that happened.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, this was real.
Yeah.
This happened in the 1800s. And da-da-da-da. So
it was on for 7 years.
Yeah, it was on for a little bit, man. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to keep tally.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to, and I want y'all to tell me if it's real or if it's fake.
Okay.
All right. So the first one, a Florida man claims he's half dog. Bart said a police officer during their arrest and said he's part of a new species called Canoe Man.
Canine Man, or maybe that was it. I don't know.
CANUMAN.
That is absolutely believable. Absolutely. Like somebody kind of maybe a little bit mentally challenged, strained, emotionally
and remember,
strained.
he's from Florida Man.
Yeah.
Florida Man, you had me at Florida Man. I'm going to say that is true.
It is believable. Here's the thing, though. I always end up getting double-crossed by games of this nature because I'm like, that might be too believable for this particular game.
Yeah.
You're trying to trick me. And then it ends up being like, no, you should just went with your first guess. So I'm going to try not to overthink this here. And I hope that the fans and the listeners are playing along. 713-572-4610. I'm going to say that I believe that this is a real thing, but I'm going to be real mad if it's not because I did surmise the game but I will ultimately put in my guess as believe it.
Yes, it is. You're right. It's fact. Yes, a similar event did take place.
Dang.
It's true. It actually happened not too long ago. I think it was, I want to say, maybe a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So he's just out here barking at police, you said?
Yeah. He was so apparently he was around the Advanced Auto Parts store.
I don't know why that store in particular makes me laugh, but that's funny.
He was barking for a night.
Here's the tough part, right?
He was on that dog food. That's what it was.
The tough part is if a dog is barking at something, you just like, hey, shut up. That's annoying.
Yeah.
You're not going to do anything about it. If a man is barking at someone's probably going to go touch him up, right?
Yeah, it's a little bothersome.
Or probably stay away from him.
Yeah.
Because he's crazy. What about this one? Arizona couple opens a drive-through funeral home.
A drive-through funeral
I believe that. I believe that.
So where's Aunt Mary? She's in the back seat. You just drop her off?
Yeah, so apparently mourners can pay their respects by driving without leaving the car.
This absolutely seems like something that could have easily been cultivated during the pandemic, like the height of the pandemic when you did not.
Funeral.
I could see that. It feels a little insensitive to be fair,
well,
but
yeah.
I could see this coming through. I could see this.
I'm gonna say no because I feel like there are some laws that might be broken somewhere along the line. There.
When has that ever stopped anybody?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, a similar event did take place.
That is true.
I figured out my scheme in this game.
just
I think I figured it out.
All right, so Reggie is up 2-1.
Oh, I didn't realize it was like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to take score. I'm bad with taking score.
Yeah.
So what about this one? McDonald's testing the mixed spaghetti. Come back in select U.S. cities. It's saucy, nostalgic, and allegedly back on the secret menu.
I'm going to say no way this is true. If only from a business perspective, it's too sort of spaghetti machine or spaghetti pot in all those McDonald's.
That's an interesting perspective. I had not thought about like what is the actual food service.
Yeah, they got to like retrofit their kitchens.
Or it's like, are they flash freezing spaghetti and then
maybe, yeah.
Like how are they heating it? Does that end up being a microwave? Do you drop it into you can't drop it into the fryer? And I don't know that people are like boil it. Yeah, actually, I'm with you here. I don't think that this is believable.
Yes, it is.
Dang.
It's fact.
It's true.
Y'all get spaghetti from McDonald's?
No.
So apparently the mixed spaghetti was real overseas and made a comeback in the Philippines.
Ah, okay. See, if you had told me it was the Philippines, that's something different.
But he said select U.S. cities.
Yeah, on the secret menu and select U.S. cities.
Oh, okay.
Somebody said to compete with Jollibee, which I guess that makes sense. Jollibee. I haven't had spaghetti at Jollibee though. I feel like I'm missing out there. But yeah, I did not. Best of luck to y'all if y'all get honestly. Spaghetti at McDonald's, really?
That's crazy. That's almost like chicken nuggets at Taco Bell, which they have right now. But what about this one? A new club called Granny Grinders opened in Oregon with 65 plus dancers, bingo, and 0 teeth required.
Okay, hold on. I can understand.
Is this Figgy Shake joint? Is that what that is?
It is not. Although Tyler, he did text me and say if he had opened up a strip club, it would be called T Milfs.
T Milfs.
T Milfs.
Well, apparently it's close to it. Granny Grinders I could totally buy. And what makes it even more believable to me is they're going to play bingo too. Like, I just come here for the bingo. I just come here for
That's like I'm going to the strip club for the food.
Yeah, I'm just coming here for the bingo. Yes, I believe that's true.
In Oregon, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. This is not believable to me.
It's false.
Yeah!
So this is a fake.
Lopez wanted this to be true. He was about to plan his trip.
So shout out to Marty from Nuts Said Tailgate. He actually sent me this article.
Yeah.
And apparently it's a fake art. It's a fake. I mean, it's not a fake website, but this website do funny stories like this. And I guess a couple years ago they did one about a pregnant strip club.
Oh,
that would actually sell. Sad to say.
Yes, it would.
There are people that have that particular appreciation.
Yeah. I believe they're called fetishes.
Okay. That is fair. That is what they are called. You are correct.
All right. I'm gonna do the last one right here. So
by the way, you can't win. I just want you to know it's 3-1.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I've won. I just wanted to let you know ahead of time as I high step it into the end zone before I even reach there. I just don't need to drop the football. That's all.
Now he's taunting, so he's going to get a penalty, and I'm going to win.
All right, so this is the last one. So Alabama middle school bans students from saying "Okay, Boomer." Is that real?
That sounds real.
It sounds real to me,
That sounds
too.
very real.
Yeah, I'm in on that one.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You're right. It's
Okay,
fact.
Boomer.
Yes.
But they be real
Similar
annoying
event
about
did
it.
Yeah, they didn't want to. They felt like that was bullying the teachers.
There you go. See? See there?
So talk about sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the teachers don't get paid enough to get bullied as well.
Well, that's true.
Back in my day, we used to call teachers Yep. Yeah, it was students out there just MFers and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, okay, Boomer, that's where you draw the line at.
That is true. Like we probably can let a little bit more slide, but I guess if you're not going to give them reasonable class sizes or pay raises or whatever, at least stop the kids from getting on their damn nerves.
Yeah,
to the best of your ability.
Yeah, that was Figgy's Beyond Belief in the Loop Sports
I like
Radio
that.
16.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe I'll do that a couple times, a couple headlines to see if it's real or fake and all that stuff. All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I'll get you guys out of here on this. So, Devontae Yaps, who is our adult entertainment correspondent.
Oh, we've heard from him.
Yep, he spoke again.
I was like, why do I know this name?
Yeah, we've heard from him.
This is why.
Yeah, so he spoke again, and this time he was talking about the best duo in sports.
In that sport?
In sports.
Oh, in sports. Okay.
In sports. So here's Devontae Yaps talking about his best duo in sports.
We should all know by now, you need at least two superstars to win a championship in this league. But you also can't just slap two greats together and expect a ring. Real success, that comes from chemistry. Today we're ranking some of the league's best duos, not hype, not on-court dominant.
On court.
Some of you are wondering, why do I have the same picture up here twice? This is Pinky and Cherokee. This right here is my Kobe and Shaq. Pure physical dominance meets intensity. They're the last team to three-peat with ease. They linked up on West Coast Productions, and they had Brian Pumper feeding them the ball. They had a dynasty. Both of them dropped 30 in a finals game. Absolute legends.
Brian Pumper.
He's feeding them the ball.
That is a real name. I think the bit is going too far. Because, the idea of I'm going to talk about adult entertainment like it's other sports. Mm-hmm. It's funny, but now it feels like he's forcing it now. You know what I mean? Like, what does championships entail here? Is he talking about them awards?
Gotta have chemistry, man.
No, I understand. that is an understandable thing. There's a lot of things in life where you need chemistry. When he's like, they won multiple championships, I'm like, what are the championships? What are we talking about here?
So he actually put up a list of the best duos in sports, and he brought up Lisa Ann. So,
wow.
Yeah, Lisa Ann, she's a fan of the show.
Our friend.
Yeah, a friend of Sean Pendergast and all that stuff.
I like that you said that particularly. Like, I understand what you mean, but it sounds like you're like,
hey, whenever he go to New York, they had dinner together. Him, the wife, and Lisa Ann. Yeah, so yeah, that's a friend of Sean Pendergast.
Good chemistry.
I got to keep a list of a running list of Sean's friends because it's a fun list. It's like John Gruden, Lisa Ann, apparently Dak Prescott.
Yeah, put out the list. So here's Devontae Yaps talking about Lisa Ann and another sports star, Julia Ann.
Ann and Julia Ann are a legendary duo. They are Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili.
Wow.
They have unmatched IQ. Lisa is technically sound and has no wasted motion. Julia brought the spark, the flair. They've seen every era, adapted to every play style, and still found a way to dominate whenever they linked up.
So is Lisa Ann, is she Tim Duncan or Manu?
Oh, she's Tim Duncan. Yeah,
okay.
No, for sure she's Tim Duncan.
5 rings? 5 rings?
5 rings.
5 rings, okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means you have welts. Lisa Ann, she'll post you up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently Lisa Ann also went to Sean's wedding.
Yeah, she did.
This is real friendship.
Yeah,
okay.
she went
Sorry, did not realize. My bad. I had no idea. I am learning in real time. All right.
It's funny. I had no idea who Lisa Ann was when she came up to the station.
Really?
Good for you.
I was a part-time board op producer, and she had came in town, and she was here, and I guess I had to record some stuff for her, and everybody's like, "Ooh, Lisa Ann." I'm just like, I had no idea who this lady is. I never watched anything from her, and when she came in, she was super nice. She was super nice, and told me keep doing my thing.
Oh, she's great. And I've spoken with her a few times, mostly just here and there, but yeah, she seems great.
That's cool. That's very nice. Someone said from the 832, they had a crab roll at certain times. Would not recommend. Or lobster roll, actually, is what they added that to. So, yeah, just I feel like if you at McDonald's, stick with
Come on, play the hits.
I wonder if they have it here, that secret menu, that mixed spaghetti.
I will not be the one to find out. If you do find out, let us know on the text line 713-572-4610, or just hit up our guy at the Figgy Fig on social media. That's how you get at him. That's the Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports.
Somebody asked me from the 346, what you record her for? Talk about Lisa Ann.
Oh, that is a good question that I did not think about.
Audio recording.
Sure.
And
they need that as part of it.
Now, I think 610 at the time we had a program director that was all into that witty type stuff.
Yeah.
So she was reading some lines or something.
Okay.
I have no idea.
You don't remember any?
I'm going to have to find it.
What was your POV of the whole thing?
It was good. I actually took a picture of her doing it.
I bet you did.
Or I think I recorded her doing it. I'm going to have to find it.
Yeah, I don't
she was
think...
trying to read it in like a sexy voice and all that stuff.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Excellent.
And then she said, you want to take a picture? I'm like, sure. I guess so. She asked for the picture. So
You're like, I don't even know who you are, but lady, let's do that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get you ready to listen to the fellas of The Drive. Clinton Ron, we'll do that next.
All right, lowtcenter.com. Let's talk about getting you guys feeling better, like your old self.
Include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the most Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice, man, Reginald Atatula, John Lopez. I said my name twice. Apparently, I just really excited about it. We were talking earlier with B. Scott about how he got his name and how both his names, given names, came from his mother's fascination with soap operas. And we found out a lot about all of you, our listeners, as you told us the various things that you were named after. I guess I should participate. Apparently, my name, according to my dad at the very least, my biological father, the idea of Reginald, I was named after a couple of basketball players.
Okay.
Reggie Theus, Reggie Miller. I don't know if that's true because sometimes dads be lying.
Well, your dad probably suggested Reggie Miller and your mom said Reggie Theus.
Other way around, if anything.
No,
my mom was more of a Reggie Miller fan.
But Reggie Theus was
more of a Reggie Theus fan.
Known as being quite the looker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did not realize that because obviously a little bit before my time. But anyways, appreciate you being rock with us. Of course, much appreciation to B. Scott for joining us as he does on Tuesdays. We were talking a little bit earlier about the state of the Texans, that season ticket holder event that the Texans had yesterday, and some more, all sorts of things kind of filtered out. One of the big things we were talking about was just like D'Amico Ryans and the highlight that he had on Justin Watson about being like a hard worker. A couple of other things that came out of it. One of them was D'Amico was asked about the running back room, and one of the things he said, I think that was something that we probably all would have assumed would have been a response from him. But he also went further to say he wants to see him get more touches this year. How do you feel about that, especially in a circumstance where this is an offense where you still have Joe Mixon and he is going to be, I don't know that we see a change in him being like the workhorse, or maybe you feel that you do see a change in that. You add Woody Marks to this, who seems like he can very much add into what you are doing. Where do you see the space for more touches specifically for Damian? And if it does look like that, what does that mean for your offense?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because he wanted to see him get more touches last year. He said it.
True. Very true.
Like he said that, and then it didn't come to pass. So now maybe that was offensive coordinator, problems or disconnect. Or
I feel like we're beyond maybe at this point. There's so much of this that feels like
specific carries for him. I mean, we know the offense was kind of an issue.
And honestly, if that's a place where I don't know how much I would blame Bobby Slowick for that, because for what Bobby Slowick was trying to do, Dameon Pierce was the wrong tool for the job.
Right.
I think we all saw that. Now, obviously, keeping him around probably serves as was probably a prescient move, knowing that his value is still there if he is not doing specifically what Bobby Slowick wants to do, and Bobby Slowick clearly no longer here, right?
Right.
But I don't blame him for that. However, now that you're in a circumstance where you're not going to be in that exact same system, I don't know exactly what the system to come is, but it stands to reason that there's probably some gap scheme in there. The viability of Dameon Pierce is back in there,
I think you're right. I think the viability of because on one hand, what you just said is true. New offense, new style seems to, at least in terms of what we are guessing and educated guess, know about what their offense is going to be. It seems to fit Dameon Pierce better. So you would think if the head coach wants to see him get more touches, this would be a good opportunity for him to get more touches. On the other hand, you did draft a running back. And it was one of those spots in the draft where he wasn't like a second round pick, which is like a first round for other positions, when it comes to running back. But still, fourth round drafted running back. I believe Dameon Pierce was drafted in the fourth round, if I'm remembering that correctly. So you did draft a running back on the one hand, so you would think Woody Marks might have a good chance to get some of those touches or earn most of them. On the other, Dameon Pierce with a new offense, it might fit him better. So it's one of those that's kind of, I'm undecided on just what that might be.
I kind of took that as him saying that as I want to see him win. Like I want to see him more. Not really demanding that. Hey, I want to get him more touches. It seemed like he's trying to push him a little bit.
He's pulling for him.
Yeah. Because if he get more touches, he's actually playing pretty good at that point.
Yeah, but I think that also that's a fair interpretation of it. I don't want to knock that at all. But I mean, being the head coach of this thing and maybe seemingly taking a little bit more of at least an eye towards the offense. It's one of the things that we kind of speculated on is maybe did he feel at all burned by the idea that he allowed Bobby Slow to be the offense of sorts, and you saw the ways that there was a lack in production in there. Is he going to have a little bit more of a perspective on this? And obviously, a head coach always is going to have say in how that goes to some degree, but is he going to have more of a say of it? And there's also a question to be asked. 245 carries that Joe Mixon had last year, how sustainable is that really? Because that was one of the things we talked about going into last season, the idea of how he is getting a little bit up there in age as a running back. Yeah. Not that he cannot handle it. I think we believe that, but do you want him to have that kind of workload? And does it make sense then to have that kind of parsed out a little bit better?
Well, no, it does. It absolutely makes sense for other people to take some of that workload off. I mean, Joe Mixon has had over 1,000 carries in the last 4 full seasons that he's played. That's a lot. That is a hell of a lot of carries for him. But at the same time, you're not gonna really slow down on the gas pedal with Joe Mixon until you have to, because he has been that good. But I do feel they brought in Woody Marks for a reason. He's a 4th-round pick. That's a pretty premium pick for a running back. I mean, the pressure on Dameon Pierce is going to be very real to produce. Either in training camp or preseason or both.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, with Joe Mixon, you missed him for 3 games last year. I even think that there's in this sport, there's always the possibility of a level of injury. If he goes down, I mean, you had Cam Akers kind of carrying the load. Who do you have here to carry the load? Especially if you have the kind of split that you had last year, where you're not really prepared for the opportunity of somebody else having to do some of the.
I think it's the winner of that battle.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how much, not just who, but how much of a share there is, and maybe you end up with more of a robust room, which I think it makes sense for that ways. But then I also on the other side stop and I go, are any of these guys real comparisons to the talent that you have out there with Joe Mixon? I just found that to be interesting, where DeMeco Ryans seemingly is advocating in some ways, and maybe it's very light. It is in front of season ticket holders many months before we actually get to the season. But maybe he's advocating for a more equal division of labor in that running back room. And a text from the 713 says, DeMeco came for San Fran. Before McCaffrey, they had the 3-headed monster. DeMeco wants to run the ball and play defense. That complementary football absolutely is something that comes up every time, and I'm interested to hear in some ways what these fellas feel about it. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity every day to talk to the fellas of the drive. It's Clinton Ron, fellas. How you living?
Good, man. Just know who you are.
And you say that to mean?
You would. Yeah, I'm sure he would like to mimic what Kyle Shanahan had there. But they've done before, right? Like even the first year under Bobby Slowick. Bobby came from that's what they wanted to do. And then quickly figured out who they were. Yeah. And they weren't there's not Trent Williams walking through that door, as Rick Pitino would say. Yeah. Right? There's not Kyle Juszczyk walking through that door. You know who your tight end is. All right? George Kittle isn't walking through that door. So you may want to do what you want to. And also, Kyle Shanahan ain't have no quarterback like CJ Stroud is make a bunch of money, but he's not had that talent. So you have different stuff, right? And Nico and stuff like that. So you got to know who you are and kind of go. And that's what they said Nick Caley brings now. Nick Caley goes to what his talent is on the field and not his system.
That is all true, but they are going to force feed the run game. I mean, that is, to me, obvious. DeMeco said it. I think they've drafted for it. I mean, they're going to definitely try it, and that's what I think is the key thing with Mixon and obviously Marks and Dameon Pierce. You got to figure how that is. They're going to run the ball a lot.
They're going to attempt. They're going to try
to run the ball.
Yeah, they're going to try to.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, know who you're. Like, do you all look at this team right now and say this is a team that appears to be set up to run the football the way?
We don't know anything about the offensive line.
Yeah,
nothing. We don't know if they're going to be a good passing team.
But what you know of the offensive line, does that scream out to you like they're going to run the football?
Well, herein lies the problem. If let's say that is true, Lopez, and I don't know, I don't know what is written, but let's say that is true. Shame on them for sitting on their hands, and we're still sitting around here talking about Dameon Pierce and a 4th-round rookie.
Yeah.
If this herein lies the problem when you hire a defensive-minded head coach that fires the first offensive coordinator that misses there. Okay, now you got to decide who you are. Ron said know who you are. They don't know who they are, right? If you're going to be a defensive football team that wins defensively, ground and pound, protects the football, your ass better go make a move and bring somebody. It better not be depending on we're one ankle roll away from Damian Paragumale being back in the mix. Come on, man. That can't be the plan, right? I mean, that is. But that's a problem. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that. But the deal is we don't know. I don't think they know.
Yeah, I mean that's been the crux of all my things. And maybe they do have some idea, but the identity is not clear as to what it is. So we'll have to take whatever nuggets we get as we move towards the season on what that identity is.
Their offensive talent does not scream, "Hey, let's run the football and play defense."
Yeah, but the problem is
you got an all-pro wide receiver out there. You just went and drafted 2 other receivers,
right? And Christian Kirk, and then the quarterback.
And you brought in Christian
Kirk. And you got a $12 million year tight end that can't block me off the end.
And there ain't nothing about them offensive linemen you brought in that screams.
Yeah, run the ball.
Right.
So I'm just saying that maybe that's not what their personnel says.
Good luck, Nick.
Best of luck, Nick Haley, and all the other Nicks, if we're going to be completely honest. Real quick before we go, do y'all know who y'all were named after? Because we found out today.
Clint Eastwood, baby.
Oh, is that for real?
Oh, that's awesome.
Clint Eastwood.
My dad.
I'm
the second.
I respect it. Yeah. Do you know who he was named after? Because I feel like B. Scott's son might have learned today that his dad was named after some soap opera characters.
I don't think Grandma Reese had a reason. I think she just liked Ronald.
Okay.
I don't think it was. Maybe it was Ronald Reagan, the actor at that time.
I was named after Ronald's dad too.
You were.
Yep.
Clint.
Dirty Red, baby.
Oh, Dirty Red.
Now, my dad's nickname is Dirty Red. And I have the story on that.
I'm gonna guess Ron's dad's a little older than me. Something.
He grew up in Shreveport, and the red dirt was outside of their house. And he was always playing in the dirt.
Dirty Red.
Dirty Red. That's how he got the nickname.
Y'all got some good origin stories here when it came to the names.
I didn't pick that up, though. I didn't become Dirty Red.
By the way, this rule change thing really fascinates me. I think it was you. I don't like you poo-pooing on the entertainment value of the tush push.
Oh, I didn't say that. I like the entertainment value of the pulling and the players helping each other over the goal line. I think that's fun.
If you go out and you invest $50 million in a quarterback that can squat more than anybody that's not an offensive lineman.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Well, that's part of what you do, man.
Yeah.
I think he could be pretty successful on a quarterback sneak without having to have 2 dudes behind him pushing.
Yeah, he could possibly.
Yeah.
Tom Brady was.
He possibly could.
My thing is they can go for it on 3rd and 3. And do it.
Yeah.
They really could. They really could.
I want them to do that so bad. I want them to take a first down and just tush push it all the way through to see how many yards.
See, now they would definitely ban that thing after that. They'd be like, all right, okay, we see what time it is.
Yeah, I need to see somebody else do it the way he does it. The way he and they do it before I decide it's.
I just hope. I just hope they don't do it. I hope they don't change it. It might happen during your show.
Yeah,
you draft and pay a $250.
Yeah.
That can squat the house.
I hope they change it.
Hey man,
you do?
Oh yeah.
No way.
Of course he does.
Yeah. What am I saying?
What does of course he does mean?
We know.
Do you remember who played in the Super Bowl this past year?
Yeah, who played in the Super Bowl?
Listen, unlike Texans fans, some of you out there, I can attest that the tush push was not what got our asses kicked in that game, nor was it the one that they beat the Eagles in a couple of years ago. I just think I think it is so stupid to me on defense. When you stop a guy and you drive him back, do they get pushed back to the 7 yards you drove him back? No, it comes back to the line of scrimmage.
Of course.
But on the offensive side, if the offensive guys keep pushing,
you're still moving. You know the rules.
No. Well, how come they're still moving 2 backwards?
Yeah, but they stopped them.
Forward progress.
But then there's forward progress too. The forward progress.
They don't possess the ball.
Yeah.
So
but the forward progress only continues because you
keep moving forward.
Because you continue to let. Yeah, but what I'm saying, it is stupid to me that other guys can come in and push ball carriers forward when their progress is stopped. But defensively,
you're assuming their progress is stopped.
There are stopped.
No, they're pushing them from behind. They're not stopped.
Well, yeah, that's not in their under their own power.
They're not.
I got you.
They wouldn't be put. They wouldn't be.
But then you'd have to figure out where they were stopped. Because they're getting pushed from behind.
But again, as soon as
where did they stop?
Again, then let defensive players shove offensive players back until the whistle blows and the ball goes.
And they do.
They do not. They
yes,
stop
they do,
it and move
but
it
the
back
forward
up.
progress is stopped.
Stop the
and then they
offensive
keep
side of
moving
the
them
ball.
back. Here's my analogy. I know we're eating into your
Well, first, I would like to say that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, the sports station.
To me, this comes down to one thing. There's one team that is shooting 50% from three-point range, and everybody else can't shoot more than 30, and they want to change the rule. That's what this is. One team is really good at it. They're shooting 50% from three. Everybody else is shooting less than 30, so let's change the rule. That's what this is.
I think Ron's issue is not even just with the tush push itself. It is with the idea of pushing offensive players pushing or pulling it.
It is however you put it.
Here's the deal: you can't just eliminate forward progress. There has to be some rule in place for offensive football to happen, right? I mean, for football to happen, there has to be some way to place the football. But here's the deal: if you're the defender and I'm the ball carrier, and I hit you, and you can't stop me. And we're going backwards, and you're going backwards, and I'm continuing to gain yard. What's going to happen?
I'm gonna feel real bad about myself.
No, but what are your teammates going to do?
They're going to come up here and try and stop it.
They're going to bang the hell out of me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then
So offensively, my guys just got to stand around and let y'all just pound on my ass because. You know what I mean? Like that. It just there's no clear distinction of like.
But the play stops when they come up and hit you and you stop. The play stops. On the other side, they get to just keep driving them on down the field
because
they're not the ones when you are getting help.
But as long as they're still moving forward, the play has not stopped.
That's my issue.
When you stop somebody, the play stops.
That's on the offensive side.
On the offensive side, I know, but as long as he's moving, the play isn't stopped.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is the crook is what he's talking about.
And I go back to my point.
No need
One
for the
team
crook
is shooting
at that
50%
point.
from three, and you're mad about it.
And to me, it's not even just the Eagles. It's anything offensively. First off, offense gets everything in the game.
No, but what I'm saying
to me too, when you as the ball carrier are no longer moving on your own, I think it is BS that other people on the offense can move you to keep gaining yards. The play should be stopped when you have stopped moving, just like it is on the other side.
They're pushing him from the snap of the ball. You don't know when he got stopped. They're pushing him as the ball snapped.
Again, John, you should not ever be able to push
because they're really
forward
good at it.
I'm just saying, anybody, you shouldn't. Like that is crazy to think. Hey man, here you get the ball on offense, and here we're gonna get 8 other guys to just push behind you, just keep pushing you. You've been stopped, but we're just gonna keep pushing you. We'll go up. We watch all the time. The Eagles get up there, bam! It is a stop right there, and then these two other big dudes behind him are pushing the guy who can squat 700 pounds, are helping push him through. And it's not even just on the tush push. We see other times when offensive players have the ball on the field, and then offensive line. You want to talk about safety? Offensive linemen on the full sprint. On the full sprint.
I think we can agree on that.
But an offensive lineman on a full sprint coming and just nailing guys forward. It's silly. When you stop, you shouldn't be able to move forward with the help of others.
And I think you're just seeing it differently. Because I think and you're saying they shouldn't even do that.
The ball carrier, no.
No.
Right. But what I'm saying, okay, like if he gets stopped when somebody's pushing it, how do you know when he's getting stopped?
What I am
You're saying don't even do that.
I'm saying you should never be able to help push forward.
You can't push a pop.
Another
but you
offensive
can,
player.
And one team is really good at it. That's my bigger point.
I know that you're able to do it. I'm saying the reason why the rules. I just don't think. To me, it is not a fair thing that an offensive player can get pushed forward by other people. An offensive player can get pushed forward and continue to get yardage by an offensive player. And then, as I said, on the other side, if 3 defensive guys started to shove a guy back, they stop it. And you don't get the yards that you lost. You come right back to where
I don't
stopped.
see that at all. I mean, defensive tackles they push piles so the linebacker can get in and make a tackle. Is that fair? Where do you draw the line on that?
I don't even know.
No, what I'm saying is defensive tackles, pushing each other to push the line of scrimmage to free linebackers. That's pushing a defensive player.
Yeah, but they don't know about these guys don't have the ball.
I understand
I'm talking about the person with the ball.
Yeah,
the person with the ball.
I think to attempt to make it simpler is that if the ball is to be advanced by a player, it needs to be under their own power. That is the stance that I think Ron Hughley is making.
Yes.
But you get to use 3 or 4 to stop me.
Yeah.
So all the defensive guys can hit the ball carrier, but the offensive guys got to stand around and just let him see if he can.
Because I think
tackling.
The protective.
But it's 4-on-1. So I'm just gonna stand around and let my guy just get smoked.
I think the protective part of that is that the whistle blows on forward progress.
But what does it do on the second and the third? Are we just gonna all stand around and watch it happen?
Like if I'm running, let's use the other example. I'm a running back. I'm on the wing. It's 3rd and goal from the 5, and defensive players start hitting me. Offensive linemen come up and start trying to block the defensive players. Is that a flag because they also hit their own offensive player? You know what I mean?
You can't touch the offensive player.
Yeah. According to you can't do that. Like if you're trying to tackle me and you're trying to tackle Clint and he's trying to tackle Clint and I come up and try to knock Reggie off the pile, but I also hit Clint and I'm helping him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Where do you stop?
If Clint is no longer, if you are pushing and assisting,
but I'm trying to block you.
Sure, but that's not what they're doing, John, and you know
but
it.
it's exactly what they're doing.
No, they're not. John, stop it. You know they are not sitting there trying to block somebody else. They're trying to push Jalen Hurts forward.
Oh, I understand that, but how many times?
But you're bringing up other stuff that.
No, I'm not. We see it every Sunday. We see it every Sunday where there's a running back stop with defensive players coming on them. All these other linemen come up there and start pushing too. They're trying to get the defensive lineman off. But they're helping the running back.
No, they're trying to push the running back forward. They're not trying to get the defensive player off. They're trying to push the carrier forward.
No, you're taught to just knock those guys out so the running back can run some more. But you're hitting your own running back too. Are you legislating that? You're taught as a lineman, get those guys off your running back.
John, they are coming up and shoving them forward.
No, I know what happens.
Even within that, once you see
that play stops.
There are so many. We see pals that stop, and then offensive players get to move it forward, get to drive it forward. When the pal is stopped, play should be over. Play should be over. When the pal is stopped, you come up, you're no longer moving. Then some big-ass 340-pounder comes up and starts shoving you forward. Yeah. Where did you start to move again? Well, your legs just start to get powerful again? Or did that person behind you start pushing you forward?
Or is he trying to knock the guys off of you so you can move and continue to run because the whistle hasn't blown?
I think there is a real difference in, hey, I'm trying to block a guy and I accidentally hit the carrier. Then, hey, I'm grabbing the ball carrier and I'm pushing him forward.
So that's
try to legislate it.
I imagine that's what the room sounds like in Minnesota as they're trying to decide whether or not
to disagree.
whether or not they'll ban the tush push. I'm sure the fellas will keep you abreast of that. But right now, the drive is live.
It is. The drive is live.
You already got that read in though, right? You already got that in a little earlier. You got it. Reg broke his mic. He wasn't even hardly involved.
He got it with 22 seconds left.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Yeah, he raw dogged it right off the damn rod over off the stand over there, man.
Aaron, Andy, come fix the mic.
Never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I feel like I could use one right about now.
Yeah.
Woo!
Man. There it is.
Oh, it's a hell of a start on a Tuesday. Let's get it.
Crosstalk right there, baby. Yeah. Now, I will say this. I don't think they're going to change it. I don't think they're gonna change it. Not
Ron's
yet.
Got some juice to
Not
him.
yet. Yeah.
I think if they change it, it would be very. That's the fear. The way that the Green Bay Packers have written up the proposal of not assisting in any way, shape, or form, it would be impossible to officiate. I mean, like you literally, offensive players would literally have to just allow their guy to get smoked over and over and over in any stalemate situation, which the referees are supposed to take that out of the picture and blow the whistle dead, but they don't do that at all times. But in order to apply what the Green Bay Packers are proposing, offensively, you literally, anytime there's contact in any level of defender hanging on an offensive player, you would have to just step back and let it go.
I don't think that is the case. I think you can get in there and protect your guys. I just think the play stops.
Well, the play doesn't stop unless forward progress is blown dead, which is at the referee's discretion, right? So that's a whole different topic. The truth of the matter is the way the proposal is written is you cannot assist in any way, shape, or form a ball carrier. You can't push him from the back. You can't lock arms with him. You can't do any of that. And it's not just tush push specific.
No.
So that to me, that's where the problem lies. Is that it's got to be. It's not one. It's not cut and dry. And two, it's like, how do you I mean, they've done crazier things, right? They don't allow guys to get hit in the head, and somehow these DBs are in real time. Most of them are pretty good at avoiding it. You know, I guess maybe it could be done, but I just think it'd be.
No, I think the point that you made before of to blow the thing dead when when progress happens. And I'll watch, and I don't know, it was a long time ago in my high school years as a defensive player. It eats me alive when I see, all right, this back is not moving anymore, especially at the goal line. You'll see the back's not moving anymore, and it almost will appear, and I'm talking any team you watch on Sunday, it will almost appear that the officials are waiting for the offensive players and the back to get into the end zone. It'd be 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Like, come on, guys, y'all got to blow it dead at some point. Until then, these offensive players are then shoving forward, trying to shove it in. It's not just, as you said, the tush push. That's the thing is, if they got a handle on blowing the whistle dead fairly on offense, because I'll tell you, that whistle on defense, you hit a guy and he goes backwards, that whistle comes out quick. Bam, hell, you can hit him again. The only time they'll send it back is if the receiver or the offensive player tries to run forward and you tackle him further back. So I just, like, to me, it's just it's wild.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they've tried controversial or difficult, you know, the high level of difficulty in terms of how it's officiated. The way I read it is it's not strictly about the tush push. It's about aiding a runner, and boy, that to me that's a slippery slope of asking offensive guys to not assist in any way, shape, or form in any kind of stalemate, any kind of pile up, anything. That would be hard for me to think that they would allow it.
Text line coming through. Completely agree with Ron here. He makes all the sense in the world. Lopez is being confidently incorrect as usual. Someone is Super Bowl bitter. Lopez is right on this one. Ron is so condescending when he gets animated about something. Again, did you all only hear me animated? Was I the only one in there animated? For that texter, the only one in there animated. I'm in there, like I say to my wife, am I here and arguing with myself?
You do got away.
Oh, stop it! You sit here loud too.
I know. It's not the volume. It's not the volume. What I thought John was going to get pissed when you said again, John. You do that twice, and I thought, now it's going to get from loud to an argument.
Well, I'm sorry. It was just like you start bringing other things to the conversation.
My ears immediately perked. Like, again, John.
It ain't about no other stuff. It's clearly about someone getting behind ball carriers and pushing them forward. Listen, the Chiefs lost by 40.
I think you got a technique there.
The Chiefs lost by 40. I'm a great debater.
That is awesome.
Shout out.
I'm a master debater.
Shout out to old Jackie, my old debate.
Jackie.
But no, I just listen. It is the six. They got tush pushed on them 2 years ago in the Super Bowl by the Eagles, and they won it. This had anything to do with the Super Bowl. Hell, if I complain about the tush push, hell, it wasn't a tush push. It was the kicking their asses up front push. It was the Milton Williams push. It was the Josh Sweat push. They don't have nothing to do with that. It has been a thing for me from the jump, not just the tush push, but anything. Like, hey, man, these guys, I'm just going to keep shoving them forward. I'm going to just keep shoving them forward. Blow the damn whistle. His progress has stopped. Damn, I don't even know what we were going to do.
I think the Astros,
Coming up. Another thing. I am hot and heavy today. Another thing. Somebody needs to stop blaming this. Somebody needs to stop blaming this person in Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you about what Clayton Homes is doing. And listen, they're one of the most respected builders that we have out here. And they have an amazing special going on right now. It is the Clayton Homes Save and Sign Sales Event, and it's going on right now. You can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes Sign and Save event, and up to $2,500 on a single section home or $5,000 on a multi-section home. If you already own a manufactured or mobile
Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Khakis. Walkout ratio is 19-4. Get out.
That ball hit to right. The ball's been carrying there all night. It's gone.
Do it.
Jake Myers, number 3 on the year. First batter to face Manuel Rodriguez. Hits one out to give the Astros a 4-3 lead.
Mammoth, 38 feet.
There it is, Jake. Jake Myers going deep, continuing his season as he continues to hit over 300. And it is May 20th, folks. He's out there every day, hitting over 300.
Jake with the rake.
I do want to get to him. Some people here on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. Glenn Robinson, pretty strong here. Show is already hangry from the diet.
That's good.
I'm full, man.
That's really good.
That was a solid.
That's solid. That's solid, Glenn. I got to get it in for Glenn. That was nice. That was strong. That was strong. Someone text in. You all should do that once a week. Ron versus John.
That's got a ring to it. Ron versus John.
Ron Hughley. Yeah. Show man snuck out there for a second.
The showman.
In the midst of that. But listen, shout out to the Astros as they got a big dub. The bullpen came through huge again. Shout out to Colton Gordon.
Hell yeah,
hey,
man.
Look at that.
Round of applause.
Gordo. I mean, are you handing out peanuts after that?
It's all of though. I mean, if you're not on YouTube and Twitch watching, you're not getting the. It's the weird clap.
It's the one solid clap after.
Yeah, but you're clapping like this, like this, like big suit.
No, that last one you held it. You held it a lot longer. Like
that was good.
Cracker
That's
Jack's
solid.
coming out behind it.
I knew T-shirt.
Seriously, though, hell of a night by that
No,
guy.
he did. Hey, he held it together. And then, of course, like, it started to leak a little bit on him, but then, they went ahead and got him on out of there. But, no, big-time performances. He's, 5 innings scoreless, and then, that's all you can take from him. You can take that
huge.
Press a button on that every day. But from what we saw yesterday, and that's just not yesterday, I think it's also big picture-wise, Clint. And we enjoy the back and forth from folks on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you on the text line, you can be a part of the show from that, 713-572-4610. Those of you on those who call in from time to time. But you know something I see all the time? And I mean, a good 10 times a week I see this. Astros need to fire their hitting coach. They got to get rid of it.
Early this year, too,
you got to get rid of Alex Cintron.
That's the problem.
You got to – I don't know if they sound like that, but we can do it.
Imagine a couple of them do.
Fire Alex Cintron.
Get his ass out of here.
Some real calm and collective guys. You just got to get rid of him, man.
Well,
just got to let him go, man.
Hey, y'all know that hitting coach?
Yeah, that one.
I think his name's Alex. I got to get rid of his ass.
I got to get ACF out of here.
I got to get rid of his ass.
I got to get him. And I just think
that was a joint, by the way, not Tyler's
helium
vape
or
pen.
helium. Yeah. Listen, I just think that conversation is I think it's silly and unfair to Alex Cintron, because to me, I would propose this: the guys that he would probably have the most impact on, Clint, are younger guys.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, and when you think about who's struggling right now and who has struggled in the season, really the only young guy that's really fighting is Yainer Diaz, and he's even come around. But Christian Walker, man, that joker's 35 years old, man. Alex Cintron ain't coming here changing his swing. All right, I know what we read about, Alex Bregman in Boston, but that's not common. Boston. Like, they're going to let Christian Walker, who has been a big-time hitter in this league, kind of do his thing. Altuve, who is really fighting it right now. He started off well, but he's fighting it right now. You don't want Alex Cintron to go over there and come changing his swing or come in here and do something. Like, let's chill, right? Yordan Alvarez, before he was hurt or whatever he is. By the way, folks, there's an update on him. You don't want to miss that.
I just tightened my cheeks.
But you don't want Alex Cintron ain't going to be the one you're reaching out to help from him. But let's start looking at the other guys. The guy who we just heard his highlight, Jake Myers, on May 20th, the Bronze Glove winner.
Khakis.
He's hitting 300, 301, 370 on base, 426 slug. I mean, that's not great, but for Jake, 300, every last one of you would have pushed the button. I mean, you would think that the hitting coach is more likely to have some impact on that. What about Jeremy Pena, who is playing at an all-Tyler, you all hopefully more money last night. He's hit 309, 362 on base, 455 slug, and has been this team's most consistent offensive player in his third season. DeZenzo, Cam Smith have been solid.
These nuts.
For first-year guys.
Got him.
Paredes, who's 26, coming over a new place. Even young, like he's been. You would think the guys that he would be most likely to work with, they're showing some promise. You can't be fire the hitting coach because Yordan is starting off slow. Fire the hitting coach because Christian Walker can't figure it out. To me, that one's got to calm down. The guys that you, like all the surrounding parts, Clint, you damn near can't push. You can ask for more.
You can't. You can't. Maybe if you wanted to get real critical, like see a little more out of Diaz, Ron. Like see a little more out of Diaz. But that really
Diaz is
the supporting cast that you're talking about. The others are without a doubt in any sport, any skill set. The younger developmental, raw players are the ones that, especially at the pro level, there's still a little bit of development that can be done. And if you've got a staff or a group that will develop those guys, spend the time, then you've got money. And you're spot on. I mean, the young ones that need to develop are absolutely developing, are absolutely produce. And so I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. I got zero pushback whatsoever. I agree with you.
The putting
It's
the
a silly
offensive
thought.
struggles on Alex Cintron is crazy. Kick rocks from the YouTube and Twitch. I've never seen that on here. This seems like a straw man topic. Ron, you let one texter get you this riled up. This is something. I mean, you can call me a liar if you like. This is something that is up and down the text line multiple times a week. No less than 10 times a week, up and down the text line, fire the hitting coach. There have been calls we've taken where that has been included. Fire the hitting coach.
Cheryl just did the research. She verified. It's there a lot.
It was there early. I don't know the frequency. I'm gonna trust Ron on that. It was there early. I know when we weren't a couple weeks in of that everybody but Altuve struggling, and it was definitely
just a lazy ass argument.
Oh, especially when the Bregman stuff came in with the Red Sox. Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
Bregman swinging the stick
Look at that.
instead of that old Bregman.
Look
slump.
at Bregman got away from Alex Cintron.
It's just a lazy conclusion to reach when it comes to this debate.
Yeah, I just listen. They've got to pick it up offensively, but really, you're staring down the guys who have the most on the back of the baseball card.
Yeah,
and those are the guys that if you're hiring a hitting coach, that's probably the guys that Alex Cintron you would think is probably given the least amount of conversation and input to, because they know what the hell they're doing. So I'm not making that up, or that is something we need to chill out with. Like Christian Walker needs to pick it up. The hell with that.
He might make an appearance on Best Bets around 5:45.
Man, he might. Can he make? Is he eligible for the third list? All right. No, that's just Tyler for poor performance. Tyler will put you on the third list in a heartbeat for poor performance. Not generally, or for winning performance if it has anything to do with teams that he's rooting for.
Got high standards.
Coming up, Clint has made mention to this a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. I think it's time for us to dive in. Clint said a hidden improvement on this offense can deal with Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was a Pro Bowler last year. What the hell does that mean? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, as America's lead.
Ask about pricing. There's an effort to enact legislation to call for site-neutral payments or same price for the same service protections for patients.
Visit samepricenow.org to learn more. Paid for by Action Now Initiative, LLC.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Team Stroud under center. Handoff Mixon. Starts right, cuts left. 10, 5. Mixon still going. Takes out a defender and takes the ball into the end zone. Jones couldn't bring him down. Mixon has 6 for Houston, and they can tie the game with the extra point.
Mixon with a grown man run. Get off me. What a run by Joe Mixon. I am a fan.
That damn Andre's underrated at times, man. Andre up there. Andre gives you one about 4 or 5 times a year.
He always gives you a good giggle.
And and the part is, I know he is holding himself from cussing. Like when he told him to put them jerseys in the trunk, I know he wanted to add another word in there.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
At the end, right there. And you know the word at the end. Like that right there, that would have. I know he wanted to say it.
Wow.
He probably turned himself off to say it. That's underrated. But Clint, you've been talking about this, and I found it interesting because you said it in passing. We didn't have much time to kind of dive into it, and I want to have this conversation as well with the people. You can jump in and give your thoughts. Clint, you said, as you said, there are many different things that can just be improved a little bit on this offense. That all of those things just being improved a little bit can make this thing go a long way. And you said one way that's kind of hidden that people don't think about that this thing could improve is Joe Mixon and his usage compared to what it was last year, and it can be improved this year. And it's wild because Joe Mixon in 14 games, now he had some injuries, but in 14 games, Clint, is over 1,000 yards, 11 rushing touchdowns, 245 carries, 36 catches on 52 targets, 300-plus yards, and another receiving touchdown, and made his second Pro Bowl.
I love Joe Mixon.
What is it that you're looking at when you say there can be improvement with his usage from that?
Well, look, I think, one, he was on pace to have a career high in carries on a season. So that was heavy usage for him throughout over his career if he would have lasted 17 games. 0.1 yard per average was really good. The production overall, if you're just looking at a box score, was really good. But if you watch the Texans, it seemed like everything he did was on the not just physical, but on the super physical side of things. The runs that he did make, it seemed like a lot of them he made himself. A lot of times it seemed forced. There was running into heavy boxes. There was running into cut splits. There was subpar offensive line play, and it was just a admirable job by Joe Mixon. But Joe Mixon ain't lasting 2 more years of what we watched last year. So I mean, whether we want to look at just the sheer physicality, or you want to look at the lack of support that he had between the O-line and the consistent pass game to take the pressure off of him, to remove one of the helmets from the box, if you will. Literally, I don't remember what week it was, but I remember Bobby Slowick being pressed about Joe Mixon and why we don't see him being used in the pass game more. And by the way, when I say that, I don't mean screens, like running back screens. It's part of being a running back. I'm talking about out in formation, catching slants, catching quick, little quicks, or just running routes, because we were told when Joe Mixon came in that he could do those things, and we were looking forward to seeing those things. The OC literally chuckled, really in disgust, to be honest with you, with the thought of getting him involved in the pass game. And if I don't remember exactly how he said it, but to me, I walked away with things there was no they could ask him to do more. And so if you just look at the box score, I think you say, Joe will be all right. But if you look at how he accumulated those yards, if you look at how difficult it was, how physical it was, where he's at in his career, I think there is a lot of meat left on the Joe Mixon bone.
Did you get a feel that he was wearing down?
I think he admirably was all right. Because my problem with did he wear down or not has more to do with was the ankle fully healthy or not, right? Was he injured or was he wearing down? To me, watching him play, had he not injured the ankle, I feel like he would have absolutely worn down. He would have had. I mean, it would have been a miracle for him to stay healthy.
Yeah, if he played the 17.
Yes, the physical brand that he plays, he needs a Robin. He needs a Robin. To me, he can be Batman. He can get the bulk of the carries. He needs a Robin to take 5 or 6 carries off his plate, maybe 9 or 10 carries off his plate. He is most efficient and most effective when he's used in the pass game. Again, moved around in formation. He can play faster, get him the ball. Like, how many times last year did he get touches in any way, shape, or form, and there was running room there or there was space for him to operate? Very rarely, right? So a lot of there were certain games where he had much more space.
Yeah. Other ones he really had to work hard. Big hit that he got. Yeah.
Well, I just think it's double. I mean, it's there's two things here for me, Ron. I think he would be a lot better if you limited his carries. And I know he would be significantly better if you gave him some support, some help, whether that's the pass game, relieving the pressure, or that's an O-line that's moving the line of scrimmage, things to come a little bit simpler. And I believe you get the best version of Joe Mixon if you limit the carries, but you get him touches in the pass game. Now, he's never been a guy in his career, except for 1 year, he's always been a 2 to 3 catch a game guy, right? But there was 1 year in his career, I believe it was 2022, so a couple years ago, where, I mean, he was averaging over 4 catches a game before he got injured again. But that, to me, that's where Joe is going to help you. Instead of always being the battering ram, that he by nature is, lighten the load a bit with a number 2 running back and get him touches in the secondary or at linebacker level so that he can then apply the punishment versus everything being uphill.
That's to me where I can see his impact growing is, again, not knowing exactly what Nick Caley, are going to be, his like staple plays or whatever, things that he turns to. But in New England, the running backs in the passing game was a huge part of their offense, a huge part of checkdowns that they would go to a lot and take it, like James White being there, big time, Danny Woodhead. Like those were big time parts to their offense. And again, not knowing, is this going to be the Patriots style offense? Is it going to be the Sean McVay style, a merging of the two? But that to me is the clear space where Joe Mixon could pick up more and maybe keeping him fresher and keeping him better if he's catching it and not having to run up against defensive linemen as much.
Well, he is just such a physical player that I think when he gets up, he can do it. It's not that he can't do it. It's that you just need the freshest, most healthy version of him week 17, 18, and beyond. Yeah. And can you get there? And then again, the other part of that to me is what is the best version of Joe Mixon? And I just personally think we've seen flashes of it. Him catching a little slant from the slot, when the Nico on the other side or an overload formation the other direction gets all the attention. He's a natural catcher of the football, and you get him in that second and third level, as physical as he is, he causes problems. And I think they, again, to get the best version of Joe Mixon, they can win. Look, to be honest with you, if Joe can stay healthy, they can win 9 or 10 games again. With Dameon Pierce being, saving all his bullets for the last game of the year when Joe Mixon can't go, or if Joe Mixon gets hurt, that's fine.
Special team.
I mean, whatever. And they can win 9 or 10 games. But if you want the best version of the Texans, I think there's they got to find somebody.
Yeah, he is he's so good late when he wears on people and late, and you don't want to hit him in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Like that's the other part is. But if you could have somebody else helping,
yeah,
with that.
Well, no, and that the goal is to get him there as healthy as he can be, right? To get him there and get him there for 17, 18 weeks, and you still have that guy. I think, again, I just think there's. I like the thought of the creativity of moving the running back around in formations. I think they need to do that, get him touches that way. So I just think there's a serious jump that I think Nick Caley can make just from the creative, efficient, way in which they use Joe Mixon, especially if you're not going to get another back that it's more of a 1-2 punch and it becomes a big group.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue. Oh, Tyler, this is going to be some really annoyed and pissed people out here this next segment. Oh, PFF did their quarterback tears today. We'll let you know where C.J. Stroud is, and I feel like it's going to be some verbal furniture moving with some of the Texans fans when they hear that. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Again, if you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about Academy Sports and Outdoors. I'm going to tell you, man, this is the best time of year right now to get outside. It's going to be hotter than hell in a little while. And, hey, I mean, if you've been around these parts for any amount of time, you still get
North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake coming up here in about 20 minutes. Do that every Tuesday. Should be fun.
We don't discriminate.
We do not. That came from. We don't discriminate.
Fake, natural, whatever.
Not talking about fun bag. Ain't talking about sweater puppies.
We're not?
Not talking about.
I've been thinking that has been the basis of this segment from the start.
Oh, man.
All right, my bad.
Hey, ain't talking about Jack and Jill's.
I am a breast man.
I always have been. But I do like a little ass.
Oh, yeah.
I like a lot of ass. More ass than you do.
That is fair.
Yeah. The amount of times Tyler has hit me with that's just too much ass. Take a walk on him, man. Like, what you mean that's too much ass, man?
Well, I mean, he just
attack that ass.
He's got his preference, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't, I'm not doing it. I'm not.
Good. It's too much ass.
Get me in trouble.
There is some, like, I understand there's some too much asses, like, Lizzo from several years ago. Like, I can understand some too much ass. So, like,
she's a fine
Tyler
girl.
Tell you Megan Thee Stallion's too much ass. And that catches me.
I never said that.
But you've never said that. But there have been some in that range that's too much ass. Like, Lord, and you agree with me because you would have come out strong with it. No, I'd never said no.
You bring up good points.
There is some Megan Thee Stallion type of ass that's just too much. Obviously, just admiring.
Yeah.
But
appreciate a woman's beauty.
Yeah. All right. PFF. They do this every year. They put out their quarterback tiers to start the season, and these are the tiers, right? I'm not getting to the tier 5s and the 6. By the way, Anthony Richardson has slid himself into tier 6, but they took his ass up out of the tier 5. Is the young guys that we don't know a lot about yet. They took him on out of that young guys we don't know a lot yet to starters that could be replaced in tier 6 is where they took Anthony Richardson. But tier 1 is elite. Tier 2 is high-end starters. And then there is 2 parts to tier 3. Tier 3 is who have flashed high-end play. And then tier 3B is starters, solid starters that need more help. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, where do you think C.J. Stroud landed? Do you think he landed in tier 1 elite? Do you think he landed in tier 2 high-end starters? Do you think he landed in tier 3 solid starters who have flashed high-end play, or do you think he landed in tier 3B, solid starters that need more help? This is what they said about him. Stroud represents the cautionary tale of Jaden Daniels. Spoiler alert, they had Jaden Daniels listed ahead of him. A stellar rookie season followed by a sophomore slump. That said, he finished 2024 strong and delivered in the playoffs, leading the Texans to a wild-card win over the Chargers. One glaring issue remains, his pressure-to-sack rate. After taking just 39 sacks as a rookie, that number ballooned to 63 in 2024, a problem that must be addressed moving forward. Text line coming in, tier 2. Text line coming in, Clint, 3A. Text line coming in, 3B. Kick Rock says 3. He is in tier 3B. Solid starter that needed more help. CJ Stroud Stroud, 8th overall ranked quarterback, and the other members of the Tier 3B are Jordan Love of the Packers, Baker Mayfield of the Bucks, Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, and then these may be tough to swallow. Dak with the Cowboys, Tua with the Dolphins, and then
Weak-ass Cowboys.
Trevor Lawrence of Jacksonville. Those were the others in the 3B tier. Clint, when you read that and you see how they have them specified, did you agree with the tier 3B for CJ Stroud?
Well, it depends on what they mean with need more help. Like, does that mean the supporting cast, the play caller, they just need some more help? They're just not there yet. They just haven't graduated yet, or they're not good enough. I need to know exactly what that is. I would have C.J. Stroud more in the solid starters who have flashed high end play. But I'll be honest with you, I'd have several guys in that 3B in the starter that have flashed high end play, not just C.J. But with that said, just for the sake of the conversation, I can see where PFF could get here. I mean, they are an advanced stat. Flip every single stone, take everything into consideration. When you're having a quarterback conversation like this, I think you do view the quarterback through a lens of, yes, he didn't have that much help, but there is a certain to protect yourself. So all 63 sacks, those aren't all on the offensive line kind of deal. I could see where they got here. I don't agree with it, but I could see how they got there. Yeah.
I can see him around. So like the tier 3, someone just texted in, who's on the tier 3? Solid starters who have flashed high in play. Because when I hear that seems like that describes CJ.
Agreed.
Right? Year one, this is a guy who finished top 8 in the MVP as a rookie. That's high-end play. This is a guy that outdueled Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Like, he showed high-end play. Won a playoff game as a rookie. I mean, he was Jaden Daniels, who, by the way, Jaden Daniels is checking in Tier 2, high-end starters, and he is the 6th overall quarterback behind Jalen Hurts. So, I mean, he's checking in there. He sounds high end, and then last year, obviously, that to me is the best way to describe. He was solid last year, to me, right? He was solid last year, and maybe you even add a little bit more to him with the pressure that he was under. So maybe it was a little bit more than solid last year, but he feels like a tier 3A, which has Jared Goff at 9, Geno Smith at 10. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll take. It ain't even got the age for me, Clint. I will take C.J. Stroud over Geno Smith every single time. I like that one. I don't see how Geno Smith lands at 10. Brock Purdy at 11, another one that I would take C.J. over, but Brock Purdy, I don't know what last year's season did for him, but he is at 11. So those are the 3 that are in Tier 3A, as someone texted in to wonder. Listen, it's weird. I agree. Like, to me, I think he is in the Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield category. But I don't know if the wording describes him. Like, I would, if you were to tell me right now, like, who are the quarterbacks you would say? I think he's ahead of Trevor Lawrence. And again, the Dak Prescott one is weird too, because the last time Dak Prescott played a full season, he was healthy. He finished number 2 in the MVP, and he led the league in touchdowns and yards. But
there it was. Glory hole.
But I still think at this moment you would put him behind him. But it makes sense to me that C.J. Stroud would be in the same company of Baker and Jordan Love.
I'd even throw Kyler in there.
You would throw Kyler in there?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a guy that we won Rookie of the Year, didn't he? Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, someone Kick Rocks just said Stroud and Kyler are not in the same tier.
Yeah, look, I mean, based on what we've seen, I would beg to differ. I mean, I think Kyler's played some really good football. He's had really bright moments. He's had some not so bright moments. I mean, if you want to take the whole drama behind watching film, not watching film kind of thing into effect, okay, whatever. If you don't like Kyler, cool. I don't necessarily. I've never been a fan of Kyler's demeanor and kind of his
body language.
Yeah, I've never been a fan. But the reality of it is, man, you watch him play, little dude is electric with his feet. That there's a lot left to be unsaid, or there's a lot. I think he's got to prove. I think there's a lot C.J. Stroud has to
Probably
prove.
hasn't had the best around him all the time.
I think Jordan Love is the same way.
Yeah, C.J. and Jordan Love to me feel like they are.
I think Dak is unfairly categorized here.
I think he's too low.
Yeah, I think Lawrence and Tua have somehow jumped up into that solid starter that needs more help.
I couldn't put Lawrence and Tua over Dak.
I think Baker's tapped out right there. He's a solid starter that needs help. I think that's where he lives. I think he's tapped out, and I think Love, Kyler, and C.J. Stroud got some climbing to do.
All right, well, let me kick it here with you. Judging by kind of how they are categorized in these tiers, for the Texans to have the kind of successful season that they need to have, or that you would want them to have to get to the places that they want to get to, what level of tier does C.J. Stroud need to be in this season with this particular team, knowing, obviously, they've got an amazing defense, so maybe he doesn't have to be up there in tier one with, Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Lamar and Josh. But where does he have to be? What tier, what level does he have to be?
I think he has to be a high end tier two.
Tier two. Where I think he was last year going into the season.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Hell, he led the league in touchdown interception ratio. Rookie of the year.
Yep.
Yeah. One team took a team from the bottom of the barrel to 10 wins in the second round of the playoffs. Yeah, I think that's fair.
By the way, that's Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, and Matt Stafford, and your favorite, Justin Herbert.
Yeah, he's got to be up there. Like to me, he's got to play that level of ball. Like this team, even if the thought of the season is play defense and run the football, you're going to do more of what we've seen here before. You're probably going to win the division, and you're not going to really be competitive in terms of winning a Super Bowl. I said it before. I'll say it again. I don't care how good the defense is. This team is only going as far as C.J. Stroud can take them. If you think they're going to line up and be conservative on the offensive side of the ball
against the teams you got to beat,
yeah, it's just not going to happen. And so I think on top of that, I think he's got to do more with less. As we've said before, or I've said before, I think the one thing that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans is asking him to do this year is he's got to do more with less. Unless they are just this run-dominant team that all of a sudden can run the hell out of the football.
Oh, come on, Clint, that's not it.
Well, I'm just I agree with you, but unless they
at least their personnel right now does not. Their personnel doesn't say that they want to play that way.
Well, he's going to have to do more with less in a big, big way, and I think he's got to play some of the best football he's ever played in order for this team to really compete in the AFC and really compete for a Super Bowl, and. So I would say he's got to be, to your point, to the topic here, I think he's got to be a high-end starter, tier 2.
Yep, I think that's the point that I don't think he got to be, MVP candidate like, those guys, those top 4. But it does seem like when you look at how the roster is constructed, how much they're laying towards him, in terms of responsibility, it feels like, Clint, there's going to be some, defense, hold us in, and hey man, we need you to go make a couple of plays.
Yeah.
And you and also don't turn it over. Don't put us in bad spots. We need you to go make some plays here and there, and don't turn it over because we need you to make up for maybe potentially the lack of run game, potentially young receivers kind of needing to get up to speed with things and new pieces. So I do think he's going to have to be through the tier 3 and into the tier 2 because I think they're going to ask him to do more on the offense.
Yeah, look, I agree wholeheartedly. To me, Ron, it's pretty simple, man. It's you. If they ask CJ to be Superman, which I think here's the problem. The expectations for a lot of fans are CJ to go out there and be one of the top quarterbacks in his league and to light this thing on fire and to repeat to some degree, lead the league in touchdowns and lead the league in the fewest interceptions. I think we got to temper our expectations.
But do you think this team the way it's constructed? They need year one level CJ for them to really get where you think he needs it, because he was really good.
Yeah,
he wasn't just really good for a rookie. CJ was really good.
I've said it before. Hell, to me, it's one of the best NFL seasons that I've seen. Hell, I mean, that's damn sure by anybody, much less a rookie. That was impressive.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, he was right a lot. He was right a lot, man. The thing is Larry texts me and has a question of do more with less, right? Year one versus year two. Year one, you going into that season, you had a boatload less than what you had last year.
More comfortable.
Right. Last year you had a five-headed monster supposedly, right? And you did more with less. You overcame offensive line problems. You overcame injuries at the wide receiver problem. Your quarterback played a smart brand of football and protected himself, getting the football out. Now, was that him or was that the play caller? Was it the plan because he was so young? I don't know. But that brand of ball leads to fewer turnovers, and he played out of his mind, right? Year two, the expectations was you got all these weapons, all these bells and whistles, and you got this highest paid left tackle and yada, 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 and the quarterback had a better supporting cast. Right? This year, you have less. And you're going to be expected to, even though you've got less talent around you. That is less money invested in the offensive line, but sacks have to come down. A tight end that doesn't appear to be able to pass protect or separate from defenders that was part of your five-headed monster, doesn't appear he's that guy anymore. You got to make it work. Got a bunch of young guys behind him. Right, Nico Collins is your go-to wide receiver. That's your dude, and a bunch of rookies behind him with Christian Kirk. Like you go from Nico, Tank, and Diggs to Nico and Christian Kirk and a bunch of rookies. That is a step down. Joe Mixon. Now you can say because you drafted a fourth-round running back that you got help in the running back room. I think it's risky to depend on that, but you got Joe Mixon and then a hope and a prayer on a fourth-round running back. So I think he's got to do more with less. He's got to play a better brand of quarterback and ultimately fix a bunch of the problems with his communication as well as his execution. It's on him.
All right, coming up, it's Tuesday. That means at 3:25, a little real or fake. We'll do that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, so I got to take a quick minute now. Got to tell you about these cold Coors Light.
insider access, exclusive content. Since play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue right here. It's Tuesday. We do a little real or fake. If you are not used to this, shame on you. And if you are, you know the drill. If not, we say a statement. I say a statement. You let me know if that statement is real or fake. You can jump in with your thoughts on YouTube and Twitch or on the text line as well, 713-572-4610.
Is this real?
No, it might be, or hell, it might be fake. But let's do a little real or fake. All right, real or fake. The Texans will add another real contributor to the running back room. Real or fake?
Real. I'm going with real.
Now, not your opinion, Clint, but I'm talking about the opinion of them, like a real contributor.
No, I'm gonna go real because I do believe that John Lopez in the crosstalk before the tush push thing got started. I do believe that there was a point made that I can see definitely being the identity. Run the football, play really good defense, and ask CJ to make a couple of plays a game that make a difference. Play a defensive brand of Texans ball. And I think I would argue that the only way that you even proceed forward as a team, if you're really trying to put your best foot forward, it would be with another running back. But I think with that said, I think you got to get somebody else, even if it's just in a backup role to where if Joe Mixon goes down, even if it's not a 1-2 punch, even if it's a backup role, regardless of how you define that role, a real contributor. Yes, I think it's real.
Yeah, I'll say fake, just because I'm not going to say they're not going to bring anyone else in. I mean, when I say real contributor, I could see them bringing somebody in that doesn't dress every week. You know, that's somebody that may only be there just because of injury or something. And the reason being for me, Clint, is I think they really, really, really love Woody Marks. I think they gave up a good amount, a third-round pick, especially for those guys. Third-round pick in next year's draft to move up in the fourth round of this year's draft. I think they really looked at him and made him a priority and went and got him. And I think for me, that's the reason why. I think they really like Woody Marks, Clint, and I don't know that they want to put a lot in front of him to prevent him from maybe, developing or getting touches on the field. I do. I think that's the 1-2 punch. I think they can see, all right, there's Mixon. We'll use him as, hey, man, he's just a receiver out of the backfield. Or let's just use him like we did Dare Ogunbowale. I do think they view him as a third down back, but also a backup running back that may get, 8 to 12 touches, and that's in the running game and passing game a game. So I'll say fake just because of their belief in Woody Marks.
I hope you're right. I hope Woody lives up to that immediately.
Yeah, I do. I just think it's there. I'm not saying they don't need it, but I think it's they really, really like him. All right, real or fake? It may be hard to admit, but 35-year-old Jose Altuve is no longer an all-star caliber player. Tyler, I'll let you lead this one off. Real or fake? It's hard to admit, but 35-year-old Jose Altuve is no longer an all-star caliber player.
Oh,
real or
fake? That is big-time fake. Big time fake. Way too quick on that trigger to make any kind of bold claim like that on the GOAT known as Jose Altuve. Fake. For now, not saying it can't be something that comes true, in the
You're not
days
ready
to
to
come.
get there yet?
But right now, hell no. Hell no.
Painful to say it, T, but it's real.
Oh,
wow. Really?
When your own team...
You are fake news.
When your own team says, hey, man, we are overly concerned about your limitations defensively. We're going to throw you out in left field.
That's not a bad point.
when your own team does it, I think the league's going to have a hard time saying, yeah, that guy right there is an all-star.
They've been up on one, at least on one side.
You're wrong.
Defensively.
I think defensively, I believe that he was at second base. You're at a spot where if you put up Jose Altuve numbers at the plate, you're going to be in the All-Star game every year. They done moved him to left field and admitted a decline in his play in the process. Yeah, I think it's real.
I don't accept that. Nope. That's the GOAT. That's the GOAT right there.
Yeah, he is the GOAT. This is hard.
What she said.
Obviously, it's not great timing right now the way he's swinging the bat. But obviously, earlier in the year, he was held the only thing you had going at times, and he looked like his bat was still there. I'm gonna say real because the defensive side has dropped so much. Hell, I don't even know what position to put him in the.
It's not ideal
for an all-star. To put him in.
DraftKings doesn't never know either night tonight, by the way.
Oh, I bet. And
I never know where I'm going to find him, under second base or under outfield.
But to think like with his like we would all agree he is a below average fielder, especially being put in left field.
Oh yeah.
And now not playing second base consistently.
I would say that he's been surprisingly not as bad as I may have thought he would be so far in left field for the Astros. I don't think he's been – I wouldn't classify him as overall bad in left field thus far this season.
Yeah. But
that's
average
fair.
defender.
Yes.
Hey, that Joker got to hit. Like he got to hit big time to be looked at all-star caliber. And I think he is –
his power.
I still think he is going to be a good hitter. But I don't know if he's maybe moved down from one of the greatest of all time to a great hitter, elite hitter to a great hitter to now maybe a good hitter. So I would say someone texted in, Jose Altuve had 200 hits last year. Ain't no way he's finished. I don't think he's finished, but a all-star caliber player, I'm not sure if that is still the case. All right, real or fake? Real or fake? It is much better to be cold than it is to be hot. Real or fake? It is much better to be cold than it is hot.
Fake.
That is the realest thing you've ever said.
Just in general?
Yes.
It's much better to be cold than hot?
Yeah,
no.
you'd rather...
No, I would rather be hot.
Because I can't walk around the Houston streets naked, but I can pile on some clothes if I'm feeling a little chilly.
Yeah, I'd rather be cold, man.
Yeah, that's easy.
I'm trying to think of the scenario in which I'd rather be hot.
The question isn't do you want to pile on clothes so you can be. The question is, do you prefer to be scalding ass hot or freezing ass cold?
Freezing ass cold's the answer, then, friend.
Yeah, I'd take cold.
Take that attitude out of here, out in the heat with you, friend.
I'm out on that.
You're the one of all of us. You're the one who gets burnt the hell up, I'd imagine.
Give me the heat, baby.
Tyler does too. Give me that cool.
I hate the summer, man.
I can't. You hate the summer. You've lived in Houston your whole life.
Exactly.
I can't sleeping. Oh, I can't do that. Sleeping hot. Oh, there is nothing worse almost.
I agree with that. Now, if we're talking about sleeping, I agree with that.
But
what do you set your AC to sleep? What temp?
I'm 70 or 71.
Whoa! I got it. Where I am right now, I have others that had outruled me. So I think it's on like 72, 71,
oh my
72.
Gosh. See, I wouldn't be able to sleep in that temp like you're saying.
Well, listen, this has come from somebody who, by the age of 14, I had a box fan in my room the whole way. Really became a problem that first week of college in my dorm room. And old Aaron from Union Star, Missouri was my roommate. And he pulled up, he said, "Man, I don't think I can do this."
I'm telling you, man, I need a freezing ass cold in my room to go to sleep.
I said, man, I got to hear the noise. I got to have it. I can't. Someone texted in, "No, give me cold. I can't even do nothing when it's hot." Yeah, I'm out on the heat, man. That's the worst. All right, coming up, Tyler had an interesting poll question. I think got me to thinking about something a little further with his poll question. We'll do that coming up next. But before that, fellas out there, if you are one of those listen, this is a little much. I keep my house at 66. Anything higher than that, especially during sleep, is unbearable.
That's what I set it to go to sleep.
66?
66
That's
degrees.
low.
That's a little strong, man.
I'm a 69er, man, until my wife was...
Oh, me too, brother.
I'm talking about my AC, Tyler.
Oh.
My wife, she's wanting to turn it up during the day and turn it down at night.
It's really about the 69.
And we started freezing the babies out, man.
Well, I don't got them. I got 3 hot-ass dogs.
We get down to 70, man, and I got one of my little girls' room gets, ice cold.
Yeah. No, Nick's does too. The front room by the big windows.
Yep.
It gets cold too, but
I think my bitches have a big thing to do with, rolling with 66 to go to sleep each night.
I bet they love you. Now we're getting really down to why they don't like the heat outside.
And Megan is Megan good with it, or she just rolls with it?
Oh, yeah. No, she's on board. She can't sleep if it's – she usually likes it closer to 67, 68.
I mean, you got some big comfort. You get your big goose down comforter in the bed or what?
Oh, yeah.
To the point, as you're talking about, I would rather be at a baseball game when it's 40 than at a baseball game when it's 98.
Oh, no.
10 out of 10.
Every time. Oh, God, there is nothing. Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah.
Much rather.
And get your little shade, man. You be all right. Go ease on down to the Academy. Down here, you got all the canopies, the umbrellas, the tents, everything you need. They got some guys nice drinkware. Keep your drinks cool.
I think this is just all of a sudden come from your time at Wichita Falls that got you there. That has you in the heat. Now after you spent that time there, none of this feels anything to you. Give me in that 40 degrees, I'll go out there with like Tyler, go get me some whiskey or something. Let that go on down.
Living.
I'm telling you, I'll go out there, boy. Give me a cold
40?
beer.
Man, you 8 degrees from freezing.
Yeah, give me a cold beer. No, that still don't work. At 98, that still don't work.
You can drink them real fast in 98.
I know you can drink them fast. I'm still struggling. That right there, boy. Yeah, I mean, now listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't like, 7, but I mean, I'd much rather be. I'd take it in under 40. I'd rather be 35 than 98.
Oh no.
So what y'all's home AC on like during a normal ass summer day in Houston, like middle of the afternoon, like in your living space?
71.
Wifey turns it up to 73 to make
71, 72. Yep.
About where we are.
Yeah.
We just turn that thing down and that.
Just keep it on down. Keep it on there. Yeah, I can't mess with that. All right. Astros fans. Our guy Tyler Milner threw this out as a poll. You can still answer in this poll. I just retweeted it. You can go to T-Mill Real Deal and find it. He said Astros fans approaching 1/4 of the way through. Strong start to the season. Have you enjoyed the most? Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, the closer, Jake Myers, about him, or Jeremy Pena, who has gone off. Right now, Hunter Brown is running away with it, 64%. And then Jeremy Pena at 17%, followed by Jake, and then Jake Hader at 6.5%. Answering that question, you can jump in on this 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Of those 4, Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena, whose strong start to this season have you enjoyed the most? Tyler, hell, you put the poll. You can't answer your own poll, but who are you most excited about?
The way I phrased it that you just laid out there so beautifully, man, I think for me it's Jake Myers. I really think it's Jake Myers.
You do have a little gleam in your eyes when you think about Jake.
I mean, just whether it's the fact that it's a big time turnaround for this dude as far as what he does with a bat in his hand. I don't know. I think it's Jake Myers for me. It's been a lovely sight.
Yeah, man. For me, I don't. It's Jeremy Pena. It's Jeremy Pena for me. Jake is the most surprising. I flat out. I'm not even like Josh Hader. Hell, you better be doing that. Like I'm not even looking at Josh on this. That Josh is in the move for doing your job. And then Hunter Brown, I'm not shocked by Hunter Brown. Hell, his second half, not even second half, from like June of last year, Hunter Brown was pitching like a front of the rotation guy. Now, obviously, he has taken this up to like maybe best pitcher in baseball levels of how he's pitched now. But for me, I didn't know that Jeremy Pena could be this and be this. I would have never at any point guessed that we would be at May 20th and that Jeremy Pena would be this team's best offensive player and most important offensive player, and damn it ain't even close. That was never anything that I could. Now, I didn't think Jake would hit 300 by May 20th, but I would have never thought like this dude has, like they would be 10 games under 500. I feel like if Jeremy Pena wasn't there. He is. So for me, it's Jeremy Pena.
I've got to go with Jeremy Pena as well. I want to go Jake Myers because it is – I said from jump, and I did not believe it would happen, that if Jake Myers made some kind of leap that was substantial, it would change this lineup in a major way, and I think it does. But right now, for me, it doesn't – she hadn't done enough to trump Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena doing enough to where Jose Altuve goes in and says, hey, I'll give up my leadoff spot. And then he goes up there and he absolutely rakes in the leadoff spot. Now we get to take into consideration the speed on the base pass and the step or leap in a positive direction in the sense of where he was last year, particularly in the regular season, where he was the year before in the regular season, chasing the low and outside pitch, just being so damn just predictable of what you were going to get from him, man. It just seems like a totally different dude. Like we could be looking at the Astros leadoff hitter for the post-Altuve years. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like for a long, long time. And so I've got to go. I got to go with Pena, given the fact that he's jumped all the way up into the leadoff spot.
Listen,
but Jake's impressive, y'all.
I think Bobby Witt Jr. is the best shortstop in baseball, and Jeremy Pena is right there with him across the board. Jeremy's got a better average right now, right there in the same ballpark with on-base percentage, a little bit behind slug. He's got more home runs. Bobby's just crazy. He's got 18 doubles already, but in 3 triples. But besides stolen bases, he is in the range of playing in the same vein as the best shortstop in the game, and he's as important right now to this team as Bobby Witt, with Yordan on the shelf and Jose Altuve struggling with an extended period, not to mention Christian Walker as well struggling. This is a guy that started out, 6th or 7th in the lineup, you would have thought? Remember we were talking maybe Smith's, spring training? And now he is the most important hitter you have in the lineup. Jeremy Pena has been nuts. And by the way, with this, Clinton, as I look at this question that he put out, some people rolling in, Pena and Myers seem to be the popular choices here on the text line. It does feel like right now, and we'll see what happens with Yordan and Arrighetti get back and they get more healthy.
Yordan.
But it does feel like, Clint, that they need all 4 of these guys to stay in the range of the level they're playing right now. It feels like, boy, if Jeremy Pena slowed up, that'd be a problem. If Jake slowed up, that'd be a problem.
I screwed up.
If Hunter went through it feels like they need all 4 of these guys to play at that level.
Well, that's another reason why I went with Pena in the context of Tyler's poll on Twitter. To me, like I said to start the season, there's 2 guys that have to swing the bat out of their mind for the Kyle Tucker, Bregman departures to not feel as heavy as they actually are, and that is Jeremy Pena and Yainer Diaz. One of them is damn sure doing it, and Yainer's flirting with coming out of it. So, this is it is really good to see. And on the Jake Myers front, man, it literally, it changes the lineup if this dude can continue to do this,
or. It changes the lineup if he goes back to being the Jake that we've seen.
Right.
I screwed it up.
They can't But 220, right? Like right now with this group. So shout out to all of them. But they probably need all of them guys to jump in.
Appreciate you bringing up my poll, man. That was a good discussion.
Are we talking about a penis, or are we talking about the real poll?
Oh, pervert. The poll about the Astros players,
I think it's
man.
very
Come on.
fair. I think it's very fair to me to wonder.
Let's play some more real or fake.
Just text line coming in, lose 260, and the show will be better. I think it just got worse since you started listening, Dexter. I'm sorry.
It's your fault.
That was on me. Dexter, that's on me, man.
260. Lose 260.
Yeah.
Hold on, so
That's on me. I did not mean that. I did not mean.
Bistros ain't loyal.
Clint, what you got coming up in the fourth?
Well, the meetings, the owners' meetings spring meetings have taken place, and one big time rule change has been voted on, folks, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Stick around. You're gonna want to know what we're talking about, and we'll give you all the details. Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair, though. Look, for many of y'all out there, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. You got some kind of hair loss issue that is possibly making you feel like you've lost your identity altogether, right? And I've got good news for you. As usual, I always bring you good news. There is an incredible yet simple one-day treatment the very next day. It's also guaranteed for life, right? So if you've got a hair loss issue, your ears probably just perked up. The Advanced FUE from
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. Make sure you download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the app, baby. Stay plugged in. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. You never know when something's going to pop, and you never know when you get a little downtime. You can catch a segment or two from The Drive, In the Loop, or old Payne and Pendergast, whichever you prefer. But if you got that Odyssey app, you can get it all, as well as all the podcasts. Every segment is podcasted, along with all the podcasts that come there at your fingertips. And boys, there are NFL rule changes, which I talked a little bit about yesterday. I left one of them out. The NFL rule changes to be voted on in spring meetings, which are today and tomorrow. We had a nice little crosstalk with In the Loop a little earlier, and the tush push was the topic of conversation there. I believe that has been tabled to be voted on tomorrow. We will catch you up on a little bit of insight there on what the Green Bay Packers are proposing, which I think kind of changes it from the tush push to an overall rule. There is a change there. I'll catch that before Dirty's Daily is over. But for right now, boys, it looks like the NFL has passed. NFL owners voted today, Ron, to permit players to participate in flag football at the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. Now, this is in no way, shape, or form on the same level of the NBA and when they started allowing NBA players to play in the Olympics. Yeah. I don't think it's going to have that level of effect because flag football is not one of the staples, but it is. I do think this is big, Ron. I mean, I didn't think that the NFL owners would allow it to happen just simply because of the risk. Every time I think about something like this, Ron, I think about what's old buddy's name that got flag football in the sand at the Pro Bowl?
Oh, Robert Edwards.
Robert Edwards.
Cleveland Patriots. It exploded his knee. I don't think he ever played again.
He never was the same. He dislocated his knee. It wasn't a dislocation of the knee kind of deal.
It was nasty. He was on the beach.
Yeah, on the beach in sand. Little NFL players playing a little sand. Just like when the competitive juices get flying, guys start trying to run a little harder, and freak accidents happen.
Never did that again.
Right. This is. I don't know why, but I can't, for whatever reason, when I think about this, I automatically go there, and it's painful to think. But as a fan, Ron, I am excited about this, man. It takes something that I probably would have watched a little bit of kind of here and there in flag football in the Olympics. It takes that to its must-see TV for me. By the way, not only the NFL, the owners vote to allow players that are under contract to participate in the Olympics. The Olympic flag football will be in the 2028 Olympics, which that'll be their debut, and those Olympics are in LA. And so it's here in America, and the best football players in America are going to be able to participate. And today it was interesting, Ron, the Jordan Jefferson. Apparently, which I did a little dig, and apparently the meetings are being held fairly close, if not right across the street from the Minnesota Vikings practice facility. Justin Jefferson walked across the street and spoke at that owners meeting and just said it's a dream come true. I don't know where my body's going to be in 3 years in 2028, take the risk or not, but it would be a dream come true to be able to participate for a gold medal in the Olympics. So obviously the players are going to be stoked about it. But when you hear NFL players in the Olympics, which player do you immediately go to? Non-quarterback, because I think the quarterbacks, there's a couple quarterbacks that are obvious, but non-quarterback.
It's some weird ones to me, Tyreek Hill.
That's it for me, man. I went right to
Gibbs.
Jameer Gibbs
from Detroit.
Yeah.
Would be one that's interesting, but like
Lamar,
like the in an odd way, like the little slot receivers, like the side Waddle would fit in.
Yeah.
Those guys, those guys like St. Brown, he would be another one that can move quick out of breaks to get. Yeah, that would I would, Clint. I think it becomes immediately a top 5 watched event in the Summer Olympics.
Oh, no question.
Immediately.
At least,
even though it'd be the first year it's ever been, immediately.
Yeah, at least out of the gate. I think it's got a chance. As I said, the reason that I don't think it has the legs that basketball had, other than just not being one of the big sports, right, is I think it's going to be so unfair. It's damn near hard to watch multiple games. You know what I mean? Like, I got to believe, like, what country's going to even be remotely close to being able to compete?
It will not be a
one.
good night.
I mean, it's not. It's just gonna be just a skull drag in every game, which that'll be cool. I mean, skull drag your way all the way to a gold medal. But I'm with you. I go immediately to Tyreek Hill. This is a different game. I'll say this: I've played in a couple of flag football leagues, and it was interesting because one time I played in a flag football league. We were in Arkansas. We had a team of about 5 dudes that played at the University of Arkansas. Anthony Lucas, I had my receiver. I've had a couple other guys, a couple younger guys that played at Arkansas, and we would dominate the competition until a team came in there that had been playing flag football together for an extended amount of time and knew all the little nuances of the game. They walk out there, a couple of them got gray hair, a couple of them, several of them, they clearly ain't been running, they've been drinking a lot of beer. Hey, and that game starts, and them suckers start. Next thing you know, we're down 2 or 3 scores, and you're like, holy cow.
Because it's different.
Oh, it's totally different.
It is different. And that to me will be a wonder of, like, as you start thinking about this, what Summer Olympics, you're running into what OTAs, you're running into, certain things. First off, teams I'm certain are not going to be thrilled. Someone else texted in, Travis Hunter would be great as well. But it's not just like like flag football and the strategy and how they do things is completely different than regular football, and they would have to train with each other and get to know each other and get plays together. Like that ain't one that you just walking out there and playing. Like you got to understand the rules and the different things that you go, how to use the center, how to use the snap. Yeah, that.
Well, here's some. Take the all kind of pouring out. Olympic flag football NFL proposal. Players under NFL player contract can try out for teams participating in the 2028 Olympics. No more than one player from each NFL roster can participate on a team. So what this is going to allow, like Jalen Waddle, Tua, and Tyreek Hill aren't going to be able to go play on the same team. Basically, so you can't have quarterback receiver combos just go dominate a team, right? Injury protection and salary cap credit for injured players. Standards for medical staff and field surfaces. We'll see what comes of it, but it is going to be at least on the surface, it's got a chance to be really, really fascinating. Here's what the NFLPA, the Players Association, has to say about it. Players have expressed to us a great desire for the honor of competing in the Olympics, and we're excited that our members will be able to represent their country on the highest international stage. We look forward to working with the league, IFAF, and Olympic authorities on the terms of their participation to ensure players who compete will do so with protections to their health, safety, and jobs. It's going to be interesting to see how they get these big money guys the protection they need to participate. It'll be interesting to see how many guys.
I mean, there might be some teams trying to put that in contract.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the owners would pass it if they.
No, I hear you, and players to win a gold medal, they're gonna want to be a part of it.
Yeah. Oh, you got to like. This is one for me.
Is there gonna be a space for linemen?
Absolutely.
Damn it.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess there may be in some other. Is
this just receivers, quarterbacks?
Oh, it's got to be 7-on-7, man. If you had a big quarterback, which quarterback you taking? Lamar's got to be one. I may surprise you with my 2. Kyler Murray.
Kyler's not bad.
Kyler Murray grew up on that 7-on-7 stuff. I mean, well, I guess they all did at this point. Who didn't? But Kyler, I mean, good God, man. No offensive line, the ability to run the ball.
Jaden Daniels is another.
Jaden would be a good one. Well, there'd be some big time.
Yeah, I mean, you make one guy miss. It's Kurt. Like a guy question. Trying to blitz one, it's Kurt.
There ain't no question. We got to start doing some investigating the lineage of these guys and see how many of them can play for different countries. And
yeah. People, parents that were born certain places. If it's just like I know
Kyler Murray's mother is of Asian descent.
Yep,
I don't know how far back that goes, but that would be a level the playing field kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
if you got several players, because it doesn't sound like 3 or 4 players will make a huge difference.
Yeah, St. Brown is probably he can go and play. I think of Asian descent too. Hines Ward.
I think Hines is coaching, Bo. He may be a coach for his country, whatever country. Oh, that's great. Well, so it looks like with play, they got 3 years to do it. The 2028 Olympics are in LA, so that's going to be a fun watch. Now the tush push, I believe, has been tabled to be voted on tomorrow. This is important because it's being couched as a tush push conversation because that's what's brought it to the table. But the NFL is actually considering a rule to ban pushing and pulling ball carriers anywhere on the field, right? Anywhere on the field. So, yes, the tush push would be part of that, as well as, which we've had these conversations, some heated, some not, of where if a player gets hit in the open field and the referee has not blown the whistle because it's not obvious if forward progress has stopped or not. The days of offensive players banging the pile from the back and trying to push it forward and keep that forward progress going could potentially be over. Because this is not a tush push thing. This is, hell, even turning and pulling. Like if you're on one side and you're trying to pull the pile your direction to keep the forward momentum going, that could be banned as well. But that's the change, I think, a little bit of a tweak to what the Green Bay Packers are putting on the table here. It's not just towards the tush push.
You think this gets passed?
I don't think there's any way they can, Ron. I don't know. Like, seriously, if it were just a tush push thing and you could ban the line pushing of a player like within a second of the snap, like if you could limit it down to just a tush push, I get it. I honestly don't know how. I just don't know how you could ask a ball carrier and really his teammates to be moving, shaking. He gets hit. Maybe he keeps his forward momentum going. All of a sudden, 2 or 3 linebackers are hitting him, and the rest of the offensive players can't push the pile or can't assist that player in any form or fashion. Like, I don't know how you just have to, I guess, ask offensive players once the ball carrier is beyond you not to do anything. Like, I don't know how you
or I mean, if they do go up there and do it, I mean, the whistle will be blown.
Well, the whistle needs. I mean,
or they would blow it dead.
You could quick trigger this thing and just blow it dead at any, like the second that it appears that forward momentum has stopped.
Like, yeah, whenever they see them linemen come down and they go to launch themselves or push the ball, like, I think that's probably when the whistle blows. I think it's 50-50. I think it's almost a mistake to add maybe some of that more stuff in to not just focus on the tush push, because I do think to some people, exciting play is when it feels like a running back is being stopped and they keep pushing themselves in, which is generally the offensive line and other players helping them push in. We've seen that adds to offense. I think so I could see that hurting the ability for that to pass. I do think the look of the tush push isn't the most exciting thing, and so if it were just the tush push, for aesthetics, I think that could be a thing. But now when you're adding the other stuff in, I think some people like some of that is angry runs that they put up there, even though it is being held. So.
Well, it just the reality of it is too, as we watch it as fans, it's easy to say get it out of the game. It's not fair, but it's got to be put into place in a way that it can be officiated, and I just don't know. Like I would hate to be the officials that would have to figure this thing out if they try to make it about all ball carriers, right? I don't know. It's also an interesting approach as a former offensive player of it's okay for me to hit a defender and I'm getting the best of him, and 2 or 3 other defenders can hit me and push me back, but my offensive lineman can't help me in that situation.
No, I think you should be able. I don't think that. I think they should be able to help, but as soon as the forward progress stops, it's over.
Right. Well, that's the way it is now. It's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be now. It's not. It's not being officiated. As soon as
the runners forward progress is stopped.
Right. Well, hopefully they get it all figured out. I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of the tush push just like theoretically. I think you've got a quick outhouse that can squat more than any skilled player in the damn league. It's not anybody that's not an offensive lineman kind of deal in the entire league. And you paid that guy $50 million. I think one of his superpowers is the ability. He's built the right way and has the strength to do some of those things. I feel like if it were something that should be banned, I think more people would do it and more people would be successful at it. And so I'd hate to see the Eagles get stripped of it, but we'll see what they end up with. I think that's going to be voted on tomorrow.
We'll see. That'll be interesting to see what they do. It has gotten a lot of conversation. I wonder will more NFL teams be happy that it's gone, or I would think more would be happy that it's gone. And if they don't, I've long said this. I think a lot of other teams could do this. We've seen Baltimore do it where they didn't use their quarterback, which obviously Buffalo. I think a lot of teams, and they're crazy if they're not going to allow themselves to do it because you can get 1-2 yards on that thing.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. I mean, my question would be, and I'm interested, like, how do the Eagles practice it? Because they're so good at it. This isn't just, hey, man, we do it once or twice a week on Sundays in a game. Like, the orchestration, the beauty of it is that they clearly, it is not just snap the ball and go. There is a plan. There is something being executed. There's a different skill set there. There's a different strong suit there. Like, how do they practice it? Like, that's the interesting part to me. Bull out.
All right, Astros injuries. There's an update on Yordan Alvarez. We'll get that to you and try to figure out what's going on from that standpoint with the Astros. We'll get you the lineup as well as that will come out soon also. We'll continue that right here live on The Drive.
Mo Karam, Injury Lawyers. I told y'all, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 2-8.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros will get set for Game 2 tonight on that minor league field. I was watching that on that.
It was different.
And that's got to be that's got to be tough to kind of get yourself. I mean, obviously you're playing ball, but that's got to be tough to kind of get yourself rolling there to play at that damn minor league field as different. It is a different look.
Took Jake right back home, baby.
Field. Yeah, Jake. No, Jake's a big leaguer now.
Well,
Stop that now.
I mean,
Jake's been doing that everywhere.
He's just got that childlike vibe to him, you know.
Got that childlike vibe.
Feels good in a little league ballpark.
Khakis.
It's that little league ballpark.
Yeah,
man. It does. I mean, they're doing the best they can with it. But
man, how about them little league days, boys? How about them little league days, man? Show up out there and I'm down that left field line, outside the damn fence, Eric Getty, outside the fence, warming up. Hey, if he's pitching and catching, hey, getting that pin, get loose over here, boys. Get a couple tosses off that
What
ball.
was your little league position?
Second base.
I was solid there, third base. Maybe slid over, third and first.
I was short, catcher, and pitch.
Of course you were.
Every year I played baseball, second base.
Yeah.
Mainly probably because I was skinny as hell and didn't have a whole lot of arm strength. But I was a great defender.
Third and first. Yeah. Good time.
Yeah, man. How about them times, man?
Great, yeah.
Beast from the
East. Was there anything better than when old mom and dad, they got you that new bat? Remember when ceramic bats came out? You remember when ceramic bat, they were white. Ceramic bat. I had to have one, man. I had to have one.
I had a copperhead.
I remember my
I think that may have been Pony League, but that wasn't Little League.
My aunt surprised me with the Easton.
Oh, the Easton back in the day? Yeah. Hey, and I kept it old school too. I wanted that silver with that green writing. I didn't want no new.
And then everybody on the team wanted to swing with it. Everybody on the team wanted to use it. Yeah.
God, man. How about them days? How about uni days, team pick days?
Yeah. I mean, opening day.
All 10 of y'all get up there and
Dad's cussing because he's got to get up Sunday morning early as hell.
Hey, could you imagine? Like Big Earn? He done smoked 14 darts going up there. His polo shirts all wrinkled. You got a whole different You got a whole different like view of it now. When you look back at one of them little league pictures or something, and Big Earn got one button working on his shirt, and damn collar's all done, it's wrinkled all up. You know what I mean?
Fresh out of that refinery.
Yeah, they're either fresh out of the refinery or out of the old watering hole, drunk in the front yard smoking cigarettes, one of the two. I mean, back then you look, hey, man, Dad, I'm glad you made it, man. Love you, Dad. This is fun. Now you look at it, you go, boy, that son Buck had a good time tonight. Was tore it up Friday night, man. Saturday morning was rough on Big Earn.
I used to, there was when I played, our little league park was walking distance from me.
Really?
Up the street from the house.
Oh, that is tremendous.
So I'd just be up there all day.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
I just sit up there all day.
Snow cones, foul ball, snow cones.
Play some catch with some people.
Are y'all too young for snow cones?
Oh no. Used to
foul ball. Get you a foul ball. Get you a free snow cone.
Baytown East did that.
They wouldn't give no free.
I'll tell you this. I'm gonna be honest with you. This may be a 3 Americas thing.
I'm about to say they wasn't giving away no damn.
I'm gonna tell you what, Tyler.
3 Americas.
No, I said 3 America. I'm gonna tell you what. Come over to Pelly Park and play as a white boy. Come over to Pelly Park and play wall ball if you want to.
Old Central Little League.
That's it, Central. Come the old one too. I ain't talking about that new one they built.
I know.
No, come on over here and play a little wall ball back there, boys.
I did.
Oh,
they wasn't giving away nothing free at South Suburban. Let me say that right now.
A lot of spread eagle going on.
They wasn't giving away nothing.
Get up against that wall.
Hey, they used to torture my white ass out there.
I used to think, boy. They are out there making a killing on these damn pickles. That's what you always see people out there. The big ass pickles. Just a killing out there. I'd be out there all day, kind of hanging around the concessions a little bit. They finally give me a hot dog, give me something for free.
Yo, concession snacks were freaking good, man.
Especially at 10.
Oh,
that was it, boy.
It's a bunch of sugar and fried stuff.
Don't hit me too hard, man.
Clint's doing spread eagle on the YouTube stream.
You're on YouTube.
Oh,
it's really just take it back.
that takes me straight to Pelly Park. I mean, graffiti on the wall that I'm hugging, and they are trying to, I mean, they ain't getting no mercy. They're trying to hit me square in the middle of my back. Oh, man, what the day. I mean, I remember days going out there, I was deathly afraid of playing. I ain't playing. Mom, I don't want to go tonight, Mom. I'm not playing.
I don't mean to bring it down real quick. I do want to let you know about these Astros injuries.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you, Yordan's big ass ain't never experienced what I did at Little League Park.
No.
Unless this hand situation's from a bunch of wall ball when he was a kid.
Oh, good point. Old injury.
I'm about to say, I wonder what kind of upbringing he was having there. They
always aimed from my hands.
I don't know, but I guarantee his big ass didn't get picked on.
There's a report on Yordan Alvarez, and he spoke before yesterday's win. Said it's been frustrating. Alvarez said, "I don't think." I didn't think it was going to take this long, but obviously it's been longer than what I anticipated. Alvarez admitted that his hand has gotten a lot better, quote, but he has yet to advance past hitting off a tee or doing soft toss in the batting cages. And he still isn't swinging at 100%. And that, when you pair that with Spencer Arrighetti, who the last time we heard was there's no timetable for Spencer Arrighetti, and as Clint has so eloquently put, it's his throwing hand, so he ain't been throwing no balls, so he has got to get his arm back up.
Well, this is not good.
Throw. So, I mean, I don't know when this is going to happen, but when they said he was hitting in the cages, Clint, I will admit I thought that was more than just hitting off a tee and doing soft toss.
And still having pain while doing so.
Woo! This is some kind like
I thought it was him getting work, not him seeing if he could swing still.
Yeah, man, this is I'm trying not to get to concern level yet here with Yordan. I'm trying real hard not to get to concern level right now, but hey, man. My man he been down since May 2nd?
3 weeks. Borderline 3 weeks.
Like, he said it's a lot better. Like, this is a pain that just, like, you ain't ready to swing 100% yet from inflammation. That was what it was reported. Now knowing the Astros, inflammation could be
hairline
a small fracture. But that, like, this is between both of those guys, Clint, these hand injuries with both of them.
Yeah.
Like, they don't appear to be close.
And going back to, I mean, for me, 2022, I mean, we've seen this hand thing with Yordan. And for it to rear its ugly head again. I mean, I think there might be something. Remember, they decided against surgery back then. That was the year we won the World Series. The Astros won the World Series in 2022.
Oh, yeah, it was giving him problems.
But he had some serious hand problems back then, if you remember. And the Astros, at the end of the day, ended up deciding, no, we don't think surgery, they'd whatever treatment.
He's not swinging 100% yet? Again, like when you heard them say
he's not even pain-free yet.
He's in the cages. Like, what did you, like, he's in.
Could be tomorrow.
I thought
could be
I thought maybe he's getting some machine pitch action thrown to him, maybe something from a pitching coach or something.
Crazy J's
this
pitch
is
machine.
This is off the day. He's doing what Nicholas is doing, off the tee and soft toss.
Is he throwing off a pitch back yet?
Well, you want to shift us hard towards Texans OTAs. Let Yordan be done.
Lord, man.
You want to shift us hard towards it. What was him?
I think the Rockets might get to him for the offseason for that.
Rafael Stone reports.
Man, you ain't like that. I'm just like I'm gonna wait a week here. We get a week or so away with these similar reports of. And again, like I'm gonna need a 2 to 3 day report on Spencer Arrighetti. I need more frequent reports on Spencer Arrighetti. You can't just hit me with the no timetable last week and then that like we just gonna roll another 2 weeks.
Big Gordo, he just bought old Joe a spot a couple more days of being silent on that Arrighetti front, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. Good God.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Lord, man, we're in 3 weeks. We're about a month. Yeah, his hurts. All right, coming
up. Who's going to be back first, Patrick Creighton or Yordan Alvarez?
Well, Patrick's supposed to be back tonight, so I think
see or Yordan Alvarez. Which one's back in the saddle?
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
I think
that's a good point.
I think Creighton is swinging more than off the tee. I think he's swinging without paint. I think he'll be in here. I think he'll be in here. He may have had a problem with our real or fake question about Jose Altuve. We might hear that again. We might have that one again. Yeah. Get better, PC. Can't wait to hear the other day. Coming up. Joe Mixon's usage next.
All right. Too many Houstonians out there. Too many of y'all out there that are selling your home. You're making this costly mistake, y'all. You're picking the agent that promises the highest list price, and that's going to get you in trouble. Look, Orchard, one, it's who you need to use. Two, they know pricing too high chases buyers away. It drags out the sale and forces painful price cuts. And in the end, you could end up walking away with less money. Avoid all of that and just make sure you lock arms with Orchard, man. Their agents use a one-of-a-kind pricing model. It's built on millions of data points. It combines advanced market data with expert local knowledge. Expert local knowledge is important right there because with Orchard, you get the best.
SportsRadio.com 773 network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I did forget to push across to you, Clint, that and Tyler, that Colton Gordon, who pitched so great yesterday, is shipped right back down to Sugarland AAA after his performance. So Gordo went back down just to make some room. Right, he'll be back up. They should probably do this a little bit just to mess with the roster spots, I would imagine. But he goes back a roster move along with Hayden Wisniewski being placed on the 60-day IL, obviously with Tommy John coming. Making some move for Brandon Walter, who'll get the start tonight. We'll obviously talk about that a little bit more as we continue. So that's the latest there. Colton, good game. Going back down and continue to play in minor league ballparks. Take one for another. It sure did. So that is
Seabass.
that's the latest there. All right, Clint, you said something interesting, and if you all watched last year, Tyler, how many offensive players did you feel great about last year for the Texans?
Oh, plethora.
Nico Collins,
Diggs,
kinda
Mixon.
That's probably it to me. When you look at the full year, Nico and Mixon.
I guess comparatively.
Yeah, Tank, obviously missed some time there, but Nico and Mixon were the two Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
Along with Laramie Tunsil, but the two Pro Bowlers and the guys that you looked at a lot as being big-time players for your offense. Like teams will go in and say, we got to slow those two guys down. And both of them, as I said, made the Pro Bowl. Mixon was... we remember the other two running backs that crazy seasons, right? Like Saquon rushed for over 2,000 yards and probably could have broke Eric Dickerson's record if he played the final game.
Saquon!
And again, for some reason, I thought that Derrick Henry was in the 1,700 range, but we looked that up the other week, and he was 1,900. He almost pushed for 2,000 yards last year. I will admit right now I'm shook. And those two were the free agents that went and had those monster years. Well, Joe Mixon was also a Pro Bowler and also had a really good year in 14 starts. 14 games, he had over 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns, and caught the ball out of the backfield, added another touchdown in the air as well. But he had a big-time year, and we clearly saw the improvement with him over Dameon Pierce the previous year in Singletary, excuse me. But, Clint, you said there can be an improvement on Mixon, and that could be a place where they can improve. And I'll be honest, Clint, I was thinking to myself, Joe turns 29 coming up in July. I was like, that's a place where maybe somewhere they got to pick up production, because I don't know that you can expect that Joe Mixon can be better than he was last year, but you think there's a place of improvement there.
Yeah, look, I think there's a chance for a lot of potential improvement, to be honest with you. I think less is more overall with Joe Mixon. Now, look, he was averaging 18 carries a game roughly. Doesn't seem like a hell of a workload, but for Joe Mixon, he was on pace for a career high in carries. He's averaging 4.1 yards per carry, Ron, which you think, hey, man, 18 carries a game, 4.1 per. We got something here. And I do agree with that. But the reality of it is we're not just looking at box scores here. If you watch the Texans, it seemed like, to me, with Joe Mixon, everything was difficult. The majority of his great runs were he was having to make somebody miss. He was getting hit in the backfield. He was having to bounce it. He was having to cut it back. It was a difficult brand of running back, if you will. So I think there's several things you could attack here. I believe that the best version of Joe Mixon comes if you've got a two-headed monster. Whether that two-headed monster is a Woody Marks, kind of a thunder lightning type guy, type combo, or it's bringing in another back like a Nick Chubb, and you just got two guys that are veterans that can all pass protect, that can catch the ball in the backfield, that are downhill runners, that can do it all, right? Either way, I think you get a better version of Joe Mixon. I think you definitely get a better version of Joe Mixon over an 18-week span. You can't ask a guy like this to change his style. He is going to be physical. He's going to punish folks. He's going to miss when he tries to punish folks and hit the ground harder than most players do. He's not going to slide. That's not what's going to happen here. So I just think less is more. So, again, splitting their duties, whether that's Thunder Lightning or it's two true big backs that are similar in style to Joe Mixon. I think creativity was lacking last year. It seemed like a little creativity may help him get some less. Get some production in a way where he's got some open fild, right?
Yeah,
where there's some creases, some easier production, right? And then I think the overall supporting cast, it would be nice to have a little bit of help with the offensive line, whether that's the ability to get pushed, create a seam, whatever it may be. I think that would help as well. So I think there's a better Joe Mixon out there. Not a better, because that sounds like I'm saying Joe wasn't good enough last year. Joe did everything he could last year. I think there's a way that the Texans can help him by again giving another back some carries, having a 1-2 punch one way or another. I think that the Texans can help him with having an offensive line that can create some push, whether that's player driven or scheme driven. The offensive coordinator, again, with some creativity, throwing the football to him in passing situations, instead of using him heavy on in your first and second down, and then using this third down back, right? If you mix guys in, you then have Joe Mixon available on third downs, and you can expand the Joe Mixon package in some of those situations. So I just think there's a more efficient, more is the best Joe Mixon. I think Joe's going to be lucky the last 15 games in the style in which we watched last year.
Your more is like, hey, we want to make sure he is still going to be there at the end. It's more of a, maybe his usage rate led to ankle situations, led to him missing several games, led to not maybe having the freshest Joe Mixon down the stretch. And listen, at 29, I think you've got to at least start approaching Joe Mixon differently.
Yeah.
And
his style tells you that too. I mean, he's just not. Whether you like, if you look at
he is seeking contact.
Yeah, and you look at Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry is so big that it's a different kind of contact, right? And then you look at some of the other backs out there. Even look at Saquon; he's got a special ability of making guys miss. And like Joe just doesn't. Joe just tries to run through your face, and that's just. I love it. I appreciate it, but I don't know that is necessarily the best way to use him moving forward at 18 to 20 carries a game that way. I don't think that's the best version of the Texans' run game. I think they can be significantly better.
Yeah, or not just run game, but also just his impact. Right, like the passing game just wasn't a big element for him.
Well, you ideally you would like for somehow, however you mix this thing up, right? Unless Woody Marks is just this badass third down, I don't know if he's going to be immediately. I would like for whatever the running back situation to be up front is like, I don't want Joe Mixon to come off the field on third down, especially if it's Dare Ogunbowale, right? Especially if it's because the workload is so much right now that we got to limit his touches and his carries. Like, I don't know. I just it seems to me like there's a much better way to use the running back position in Houston. It's less about Joe Mixon, to be honest with you, and more about the running back position as a whole. Now, it would give us a better version of Joe, I think, but it's more about the running back position as a whole.
Yeah, I think sometimes the thought is, man, it just seemed so improved from the previous year when they couldn't do anything. It seemed like from a run game perspective, that there was still some left out.
Even with Singletary, it was. I mean, when he ended up putting up some decent numbers box score wise a few times, but if we really look at it and you watch that game, he was making something out of nothing a lot of the times. Like he was bouncing inside runs outside. He was making a lot out of nothing, and so the supporting cast has got to be better to get these guys a little bit of breathing room. Yeah. Whoever the guys are.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here, 5 o'clock fire, we'll get you ready with the lineups that are out, and the Astros as they will have another. We talked about it last week. The Astros in the last 2 years have led Major League Baseball in pitching debuts. They will add another to the list. We'll get you ready for who the lefties, as well as the NBA playoffs tonight. The Western Conference Finals start tonight, and the NFL approves something I wondered if we'd ever see. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. All the fellas out there, if you're mid-30s and up, I need you to listen up. All the ladies out there, you got men in your life, whether it's your dad, your significant other, your brother, whoever it may be.
Inside access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And listen, folks, he kicked it off yesterday. Old Moneybags, 5-0, baby. 5-0, baby. There it is. He got off to a great start, 100% trying to stay in the green.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Yeah,
That's him.
There it is. Big week for him, and that's how you start this thing off. So hopefully he can keep winning him some money, and you jumping on board and winning some money. I know Clint didn't jump in last night, but he is won a little cash with Tyler.
They don't call me Moneybags Milner for nothing.
Yeah, man. I should have.
First time I've heard it been called that.
I thought about jumping on that Pena bet. Sure enough, he had 3 hits. Should have known.
Scared money don't make money.
That was
boys.
the one. That's the one I remember staring at you like.
I know.
Because you're the one who said
something.
I did. Well, because you said, man, this Pena thing. We better start looking at this Pena situation as an every nighter.
Yeah, gotta believe in the power of the Pena.
Of the penny dropper.
Well, he's on a roll. He's on a roll, isn't he?
That's. I was hoping he said
power of the Pena.
Yeah. Well, tonight, the Astros look to go ahead and take care of this series and win Game 2 tonight, as they are in George Steinbrenner Stadium again in Tampa. And by the way, I honest to God, I hope that this goes well for Brandon Walter and the rest of his career goes well, Clint. Because, so tonight, Brandon Walter is making his Major League debut.
Let's go, Walt!
But he's making his Major League debut in these minor league ballparks. I'm going to push past Walt. He's making his Major League debut in this minor league ballpark that he generally plays in. Like a minor league park, not even a spring training park, not even a real Major League Baseball stadium. Is he making
Ever
this
in this home?
I'm just saying, could you imagine, Clint, if this goes like Blair Henley, and his debut is made at this spring training facility that holds 9,000, and they say, "Did you ever make it to the show?" "Yeah, I made it to George Steinbrenner Stadium."
Dimensions were just a little small.
In Tampa. And it was halfway looking like Yankees ballpark and halfway like Tampa. I just hope this goes well, because it sucks to me. Like, God, man, you want to be...
Get your shot, and that's where it's at?
Yes, you want to be at Daikin. You want to be at Yankee Stadium. You want to be somewhere, not Clearwater. I've been thinking about that all day since I saw BW was going to get to start tonight. I've been thinking about that all day, all damn day. But hopefully we'll see how this goes, Clint. This is a lot of young dudes making their debuts that they have had to do.
Well, this is this is number 6 in the last 2 years, right? The last time I reported it was 5 in 2 years. This is 6.
This is 6.
Yeah.
He's a lefty. Anybody got it? I have to get it. Let me get a look on.
Got to grow up fast, Walt.
On Brandon Walter. Brandon Walter.
But he has a lot of leather-bound books.
Just it's always something about those gentlemen who have those two first names. Just oh God, he's a ginger, Clint. I mean, hard, tight ginger.
He's
Clint.
gonna be fine.
Oh, he is a
boy. That almost looks fake.
Look at him. Look at the beard. He's got the beard problem.
That almost looks fake over there. Wow.
And he has a soul.
Look at the beard problem.
He'll be fine.
He's going to be fine.
He'll be fine. Tyler,
you want to put money on it now?
Strikeouts are take the over.
Stop, Clint.
I'm already on it if you want to tell.
Tyler, Clint, stop. Don't just do that.
I really like it at a certain number with these guys that make their debut because you're playing the element of surprise, the lack of tape, the whole.
You played that last week when we were at the game,
and it didn't work. So that means it's going to work tonight. This number's lower, too.
I did not think Brandon Walter was going to give us a full,
he'll get us 4Ks.
Like Bobby Slow.
Big hat.
Red. No, just got that hair, man. Wow. All right, the lineup tonight, Clint. Jeremy Pena continues to lead off, see if he can stay hot. Paredes behind him. Altuve and Walker, they remain in the 3 and 4 spots as they're struggling. Victor Caratini is the starter at catcher tonight. There is no Yainer Diaz. He completely gets the night off. And then Jake Myers in center field. DeZenzo. ZD. D's nuts.
These nuts.
Gets the start, and he is the designated hitter tonight.
Got him.
Cam Smith in right field. And how about it? Chaz McCormick back-to-back starts. How about it?
Back-to-back
Don't come at me about white boy Chaz.
I thought maybe he might not see the field after he got picked off for about a week. But good for him. He got him a hit. No. Tyler, you cannot.
Did I read it right that he got picked off twice?
Yeah, he did. I thought when he got picked off, we may twice, but we may not see him. We may not see. You can't just go rogue like that.
I was feeling it.
That song has no business on this show until Chaz does something.
Man, you are a damn buzzkill.
Now he did get a hit, and maybe they feel good about it. Did not help that he got on base twice, and then one with the hit, and then he got picked off twice.
Yeah, he really can't be doing that.
But you ain't lying, Clint. Chaz cannot afford to get picked off once. Chaz can't afford to have a pickoff come to the replay and he be right, let alone twice.
I told my roommate in college, Ron, I think I told you this before. He's a white guy and he was a receiver. I said the one thing the white guy that's a receiver, you can't afford.
Stop it! Or miss free throw.
That too.
All right.
In this case, if you're Chaz McCormick, the one thing you can't do is get picked off.
That's what the
twice.
Chaz, you did twice. Like Chaz just cannot afford.
Where are you going?
Can't afford it.
I heard before the game he was working with Jose Altuve a little bit on the pads.
He just can't afford it, man.
Man, come on, man.
That was unnecessary.
What do you think he was thinking when he walked back to the dugout both times? Oh hell, man, I might get DFA'd.
Don't make eye contact.
Yes, Southwest flight. Look down.
He may have stared Joe right in his eyes.
Oh,
but he may have not looked at Dana. Might have got in there.
The question is, what did Joe say?
Is Dana here in Clearwater?
Keep your head up, big fella.
Good job, man.
Should have met his ass at the baseline.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I think Jeff Bagwell almost came down there and met him.
What the hell are you doing?
Twice?
Bagwell looks like. I mean,
hey,
I know everybody get their opinion of Bagwell. Bagwell looks like he could really cuss out some little leaguers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he looks like he'd be harsh.
Like
Bags still wears big baggy shorts.
I can imagine. Because Nicholas is little league coach.
Oh.
There was, not Courtney, my daughter. Lauren, her softball coach. Man, my man, Wade walked out there. Two batters in, called timeout, and had the entire field meet him at the mound. Outfielders included.
Well, he should.
And he was on a knee. I don't know what Wade was saying in there, but it was two batters in. You would just say Bagwell walk out there with that number 5 jersey.
Big baggy cargo shorts. Big baggy cargo shorts.
With those glasses.
No question. With Oakleys. Now, Oakleys are cool again.
And a lemon lime Gatorade.
Oh, there ain't no doubt.
Come on, guys.
No, I checked that, a Diet Coke. No, what in the hell? What is going on? Like, what is the age that you feel comfortable using? Maybe not cussing out little leaguers, but what's the age where you feel like sliding in a a dam or an ass.
Oh, it's right. I get there with an 11, 12-year-old.
We were talking Baytown East Little League earlier.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
First time I had a coach like that was like Little League, and it wasn't just damn. Shout out, Coach Randy Hoffmeister. Great man.
I wouldn't do it like if it was in I guess I have done it in a camp, but like if it's somebody that I know, like the kids I'm working with over at there ain't no doubt it'll be regular.
When I was coaching the O&D line over there with the South Side.
You got comfortable, didn't you?
Hey, sit your ass. You got to sit your ass down.
Hold on,
sit your ass down in the stance. I did.
Is that my boy Ron?
But I did take the lead. I let a couple other people let him go first, and then I just let it. Yeah, they were 10. All right, that's the lineup. See if the Astros can get another dub and take home this series.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. NBA playoffs get started tonight, and I don't know if this is the most popular. Does feel like these will be entertaining series, right? Tonight, the West gets started with OKC and Minnesota. And then tomorrow we'll see the Knicks as they host the Pacers to start the Eastern Conference Final. But the West tonight is Anthony Edwards going to OKC, and they will take on SGA. I would imagine that MVP award is going to come maybe tonight or tomorrow to him at OKC in games 1 or 2. But this to me feels like an interesting series because SGA has been the best player this season, but I think I would still roll with Anthony Edwards late. There's something about Anthony Edwards to me that I feel a little bit more confidence with him. In Minnesota, they were here last year in the Western Conference Finals, and this should be an exciting series, just interesting matchups with Rudy out there, and then the bigs with OKC and Chet. And then, like we said, SGA versus Edwards. This should be a really fun series. I wonder how many people will be into it because of it's OKC and Minnesota. Neither one of these teams are normally around this late, but I do think there is enough star power with Edwards and SGA.
Yeah, I do too. Look, I think I'm much more into OKC right now after the way in which they beat Denver.
Denver, man.
Well, look, I thought, I'll be honest with you again, like I thought one that's battle tested with a obviously an MVP, which I know Oklahoma City has theirs, but just a championship caliber guys, blah blah blah. Even though he fired their coach, okay, I'm thinking this OKC thing, man, wheels gonna come off on this, and they held it together, man. And when it mattered the most, they lit their ass up. And so I'm more into OKC right now than I thought I would be.
Yeah, I mean they've
said the same thing for Minnesota the way that they played.
Yeah,
the series
they've got 2 gentlemen sweeps the first 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
They've probably rested over there. The guy for me, the X factor in this series, like we could talk about a lot of different guys.
JR,
Julius Randle, has been.
I'm with you.
I don't think the Knicks would have traded him if he'd have done this. if this is what he was going to do, like at first it was like, all right, that Lakers series, all right, well they've got really nobody that can handle him in there, and he can do things. But he has done. I even though Edwards is there, and he is the driving force on that team. I think that Julius Randle's been the most consistent player for them. Right, there's a couple of clunkers in there for Edwards. Julius Randle has pretty much been within, hey, man, I'm double-double, 20-something points. He's picked it up in the fourth quarter a couple of times when Edwards has been down. But that is going to be like Hardenstein, I believe, is probably going to draw that assignment, for him or Chet. How is that? Because he's along with their outside shooting, because OKC, what they have been all year, is the best defensive team in the game. So that'll be a fun one starting off tonight. I'm gonna go with the Timberwolves to get the upset tonight.
I'm not. I'm going OKC.
All right, I just changed my mind. As soon as I said it, I envisioned how many threes are they gonna make, and then I thought to myself, man, they're probably gonna clank job about a bunch of these bad boys. Maybe game 2. I just said in my head, I'm thinking, I feel like it might be one of them. They've had a little time off. It might be one of them bad Minnesota shoot nights, and they, Lord knows, they can get them. They can have them.
I got a Benjamin on -6.5.
And I just thought about that as soon as I came out. I looked at Anthony Edwards and I thought, no, Nas Reed, clank. White Dante, clank.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this a bit earlier, but if you're just joining us, big news coming from the world of football. The NFL gives the okay for NFL players to play in flag football at the 2028 Olympics in L.A. And I guess my first thought to this is immediately you start to think about, oh, man, you start to think in your mind of the teams and the players, like what quarterbacks would you want? Or what receivers or who's gonna ball out in this thing? Are you so certain with how I understand the owner's pad? Are you certain that we are going to immediately see the best players play in this?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I know I can fantasize about Lamar Jackson, but I feel like I feel like Ozzie Newsome, Art Modell may come out of the grave to get in front of him.
Well, I think there's several reasons. I think we are underestimating how difficult it is to play football, flag football, how different it is to play flag football. There's no doubt about it that the athlete is a different athlete, and some will excel. But I'm telling you, man, if this isn't something that the guys would take serious and spend I'm talking they borderline need to go to training camp.
Oh, yeah, they have to play flag football. Offense.
Yes.
And timing.
It is. If you think you're going to walk out there and run go routes and run the route tree in flag football and win, you got another thing coming. If you think guys like even Josh Allen, one of the more athletic guys, if you think they're going to sit back there with smaller guys chasing them around, ripping that flag, if you think that's going to work, I think you're crazy. I mean, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, there's a couple of guys out there that I think would be really, really good. But if you're going to be more of a stationary quarterback in flag football, you better have guys out there that are playing flag football and know exactly what you're doing. It's going to be.
Hey, Clint.
I can't wait to see it, man.
The Olympics are in July. That's training camp. We're gonna roll out and do that. Are we gonna have?
I gotta believe you do, man. I mean, I'm just
Tyreek, Mike and him gonna have Tyreek.
I'm tired. I ain't giving him a choice. If I've been by 2028, Tyreek will have 10 years in the league. If I'm an older player in the league,
he may not be one of the guys.
Yeah, especially with him. Look, he doesn't go to Miami. He's like, man, I done left Super Bowl champs and make them run Super Bowl. I got to go make. I need that gold. Like
Xavier Worthy,
gold medal.
Like players like that. You think
you may not see the best, but I bet you do see some. I bet you see some guys like Tyreek that are up in age.
That's the quarterback stuff. Is for me is like you just about to like Lamar and Kyler. Like some of the other ones we named, they're gonna jump out of training camp.
That'd be a huge drive.
They're gonna hop up out of training camp.
I wonder how long it's gonna take.
Because one again, like you said, you got to train for this.
Yeah, you would think so. You can't just
like Hawkins. They stopped the season. WNBA stops the season for them to play in this.
I wonder if the NFL pushes their season back a month.
Not a chance in hell. They don't care about anybody. I'm pushing this back. Oh no, pushing that thing back. But that's the thing. When you start seeing the timing of it, like I wonder how many of these guys are going to actually.
Well, that's fascinating. You start talking about. I didn't realize it was July. You start talking about the timeline, man. That's,
like especially quarterbacks ain't coming out of about to just blow a week or two of training camp. Shoot, Joe Burrow's out here loving it. You know I ain't playing in it. You know, I'm about the 9th or 10th quarterback to get chosen to play in this thing.
I don't know. Burrow's got some. What's that? What's Ireland? He got some Ireland. Was he got to have some Irish in him?
I don't know what he's got. Coming up, was C.J. Stroud disrespected by Pro Football Focus? We'll discuss that on the other side.
All right, y'all check it out, man. Underdog Fantasy app is one of the leading sports apps available, and you can play.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, do you feel like your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, was disrespected? Pro Football Focus, and I'd say they are probably the most extensive when it comes to grading different positions and grading everything in the game, and in particular with quarterbacks as well. Every year going into the season, they do their quarterback tiers, and they kind of give specifications on what this tier and what the player brings in this tier, and they've got tier 3A and then tier 3B, and that's as far as we need to go. They have 6 tiers. The other tiers underneath tier 3B is tier 4, which is young quarterbacks still finding out who they are. Tier 5, like rookie quarterbacks finding who they are. Tier 5 is young quarterbacks that maybe one more year before they lose their jobs. And then tier 6 is starters who are able to be replaced. C.J. Stroud is obviously not in any of those tiers. But tier 1 was elite. That was Patrick Mahomes. That was Josh Allen. That was, and actually the technical ranking they had it was Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, and the MVP 4th in awesome. Josh Allen. Yes. And then they had tier 2, which they had as high-end starters. And 5th in that group for tier 2 was, hold on, let me pull it up here. See who number 5 was. All right, number 5 in tier 2 was Jalen Hurts, who just came out the Super Bowl. Number 6, Jaden Daniels, Matt Stafford at 7, and then Justin Herbert 8 in that tier 2. Then tier 3A was solid players who have flashed high-end play. Jared Goff at 9, Geno Smith at 10, Brock Purdy at 11, and then 3B, solid starters, but they need more help. Jordan Love at 12 of the Packers, Baker Mayfield at 13, and then that's when C.J. Stroud enters the conversation at 14. They said Stroud represents the cautionary tale for Jaden Daniels. A stellar rookie season followed by a sophomore slump. That said, he finished 2024 strong and delivered in the playoffs, leading the Texans to a wild card win over the Chargers. One glaring issue remains: his pressure to sack rate. After taking just 39 sacks as a rookie, that number ballooned to 63 in 2024, a problem that must be addressed moving forward. The others right behind him in that same 3B category tier: Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, and then Tua. When you look at that list, they've got him 14th overall, Clint, right behind Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love. And then they have him 3B and saying that he is a solid starter that needs more help. You feel that's about right for C.J. Stroud, or you think that's low for C.J.?
Well, I think the 13th overall is about right, or 14th, 13th, 14th, whatever it was overall. I can get with that middle of the pack quarterback. I mean, look, there are some. I don't agree with the 3A or 3 solid starter who's flashed high end play. I would personally have him there.
That's what it sounds like he is by his career.
Yeah, look, I think Dak Prescott is disrespected here. Dak Prescott should definitely be in the solid starter, flashes of high end play, if not above that. So, yeah, I mean, and there's some guys, but if you want to, like, really get off in the weeds about who's ranked where kind of deal, there's a deeper conversation to have there. But the thought that C.J. Stroud right now, after watching him play for 2 years, I think he is I think he's outside the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, and I think he's got a lot to prove that he is, more than just a solid starter. I think that's fair. I think C.J. Stroud right now, solid starter in this league that gives you a chance to win ball games. I believe that. So I think he's mistiered here. I think he should be 3, not 3B. But if we're just talking about the number ranking, what was it, 14? Yeah, I don't have a problem with C.J. Stroud being in that 14 range. Middle of the pack quarterback with a lot to prove, I think, is where C.J. Stroud is.
Yeah, Geno Smith is the only one that I look at and that's ahead of him, or I'm like, hold on, what are we doing here? And then I personally think if all of everything was equal, I think he would be a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, but I'm not going to lose my mind over it. Geno's the only one I look at, I'm like, hold on, man. I'm with you. He has shown not just flashes of high-end play. He had high-end play for damn near an entire rookie season. So that seems to fit right there. And then I think there is something – I do think he took a step back last year, but I do think there is something to say towards, hey, man, he was dealing with a ton of pressure and injuries with some of his main weapons, and you give him a little bit more and that his performance was probably better than what it showed due to issues with the offensive line, pressure, issues with injuries to Tank Dell and to Stephon Diggs and to Nico Collins, and that's before you even get to clearly there was miscommunication issues going on in the building there. But outside of that, he seems to fit more in the upper one. But I do think he is right around, like I would say, he's in the grouping of Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield, and that to me makes sense. Maybe 14, whatever, but I think he's in the grouping of the Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield type.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think you look at some of the guys that are controversially maybe placed ahead of him. The Geno Smith you mentioned. Geno's got a lot bigger resume. He's played in the league a lot longer. He's a veteran. He's, so. And I'm not saying I'm not justifying it. I'm just giving you it seems like, Jared Goff. I look at. Was my man out of L.A. Chargers.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert to be in the same tier with Matthew Stafford is disrespectful. Like Justin Herbert has been tremendously good in the regular season, but we've seen it multiple times now of him shrinking in the big moment. So it's him to be on the same level with Matthew Stafford and Jalen Hurts. That's disrespectful. So again, I think we could go back and forth about these rankings, but bigger picture is C.J. Stroud a middle-of-the-pack quarterback right now, or are there people out there that still feel like C.J. Stroud is a top 10 quarterback in this league? I think he has the makings and the ability to be a top 10 quarterback in this league, but I think based off what we've seen the last 2 years and maybe even what we haven't seen, like me knowing now that we have not seen C.J. Stroud with complete command of an NFL offense at the line of scrimmage is something that we got to see. Like when you start talking about these greats up here, you start talking about the greats in the elite tier and even the second tier. Like, I mean, these are dudes that mentally take over games. Like these are guys that, as I've said before, said it many times last year, Ron. Like at some point, C.J. Stroud, whoever the offensive coordinator is, C.J. Stroud's got to say, "Hey man, I got this. Hey man, I got this situation. Get out of my ear. I got it." Like at some point. That has to happen, and I don't think we've seen that yet with C.J. Stroud. So it's a small sample size. It is what it is. He's 2 years in the league. He's got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I think last year coming into the year, he was a tier 2 quarterback.
He's with Jaden Daniels.
He was Jaden Daniels. Yep, he was Jaden Daniels. And this year there is some different thoughts right now. And 14 feels about right with what he put together from the text line. CJ is top 10. Last year he dealt with O-line, wide receiver injuries, offensive coordinator issues, and still won a game in the playoffs. Yeah. He did. And with all of that, I think he played a role in some of that too. He's just still not at the level that he was in year one. I just like, if you disagree with that, I'm sorry, that was just put out there. Text line, y'all some trolls. And I said, oh, well, how? Where do you see him? The response was, whatever, show, shaking my head. I just gave you an opportunity to tell me where you see him. Where you at? You did whatever. Speak.
Yeah.
Text it in.
I would probably have him in the 11-12 range for me. Probably where I'd have him. I would not have Geno Smith ahead of him, no doubt about it, obviously.
I wouldn't have Geno and Brock ahead of him. I would have Love and Baker ahead of him.
Yeah. Well, whether somebody agrees with it or not, I think it's a conversation. So, again, middle of the pack, I got him outside the top 10. I'd say middle of the pack quarterback is depending on the conversation we're having, probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. Now, he's got it all to get back into the top 10. He has the absolute he pulls that off. All right, coming up, we'll make you some money. T Mill's best bet, so hang in for that. And is this the night? Is this the night where we see our man turn the corner? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, check it out. The big focus in America today is on your health.
for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I called him out on the air, so I want to be fair on it as well. As I said, my man just said, whatever, shaking my head. He said, so playoff wins mean nothing, clearly. You all just want a reaction. It's not just want a reaction. The thing is kicked off by Pro Football Focus and their tier ranking.
I would also add playoff wins don't mean anything.
Not that they don't mean anything.
We learned that from Herm Edwards.
Not that they don't mean anything, but nobody in their right mind has Burrow, who didn't make the playoffs last year. Nobody has him over Burrow.
You play to win the game.
You might. Nobody, I don't think, in their right mind would have him over Jared Goff right now. Right now, who did win the playoffs? This ain't us trying to get like you think us saying, hey, man, first off, reading, Pro Football Focus has him as a third 3B tier player and 14th overall. And then us saying, yeah, man, see him in this range. You said about 11 or 12. I said I would have him over Gino and Brock is us trying to get a reaction. What reaction? That's one of those I didn't think was going to be crazy. I mean, I know there's going to be a few of you all that were nuts out here. I think Patrick Creighton's probably backed off the he's better than Josh Allen thing. Yeah.
Ron Hughley.
Kick rocks. No, but y'all chose to make a segment out of it. Yes. Yeah. It's kind of our job here to have interesting conversations, and especially about the number one athlete in the city. It's C.J. Stroud. And, hey, let's have a discussion about what it is that people around the league that grade this thing think of your quarterback.
Yeah.
I bet you if his ass like it was we did it last year when he was in the second tier.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you.
Idiot.
And when they pull out the Will Anderson is a top 3 or 4 rush in, we're going to do that too.
Hell yeah.
Out of here with that. I love you, Kick Rocks, but you hell what's going on. Now, coming up, got a chance to win a little cash.
I'll be honest. Not that you weren't. I'll be honest. When I saw it and they had him 14, I said, Texans Nation, this is going to stir these boys up. Kick Rock is going to piss him off.
Oh, yeah.
That's going. Larry mad at the Hornet right now. That don't mean that's the job.
Kick Rocks, we know what you're up to, Ron. Yeah, and we know what you're up to. Thinking everyone is out to get you. The mark of the Houston Texan fan. I don't mean to put all of you all in that boat. Just my experience here every day. Coming up, your chance to win a little cash here, hopefully with Tyler. As 5 for 5 yesterday. Be listening up. He'll try to make you some money on the best bets as well. Coming up, Frank Ross. He will be on right behind us. Some gentleman was texting in wondering, hey, what comes on behind us? Texans All Access every night. Mark Vanderveer, John Harris, Frank Ross, special teams coach, will be on. And our guy, Texans Insider, Jonathan Alexander, will stop by. Area 45, live and local. And the gang is back. Just talked to Sean Bijani. Patrick Creighton will be in, and Chris Santiago as well. The best damn late night sports talk show in all of Houston, and I'd imagine old Patrick Creighton's been off a little bit. He's got some takes that he wants to get off, I'm certain. So you might want to chime in.
With Creighton tonight.
I bet you want to chime in and stay in for that. So that's coming up behind us. All right, is tonight the night, fellas? Just kind of looked it up. Christian Walker is beyond struggling. Christian Walker is 3 for his last 31. 3 for his. Is this the night that he gets it going?
Wet.
It was, man. Is this the night that he gets it going? Because I'm telling you, man, I think there is a little pressing going on in here. And you've said it every time it feels like he's about to come out of it. Then he goes through one of these stretches and you look up like, what is his batting average? Does he have a chance to drop below the Mendoza line?
He's about 200 right now.
Is he
a little over 200? Barely over, just an inch over 200.
Just gonna say, he's got to be pushing that 200 mark.
I had it before he went over 4.
Oh boy, he said 202.
There you go.
Oh boy, we had the elements of him dropping below 200. Hopefully not, right? And as you said, you could see the really bad situation of Zach DeCenzo goes 3 for 4 tonight as the DH.
These nuts.
And maybe Christian has another struggle tonight, and then what happens?
Well, I got a nice little seg built for tomorrow or even Thursday, man. It's Christian Harris. Christian Harris. Christian, I got the wrong one. Christian Walker. You better get to swinging that bat a little better, Bob.
Yeah. Don't put this on Alex Cintron. Don't do that to him. Hey, shoot, Alex is over there sitting there like, damn, man, I could have hit that change up.
We'll get all this little funk.
And I got to pay for this. Mill that bat. Hey, by the way, we at least got to have a conversation about moving him down in the order, right? Have we? I feel like we've at least arrived there. Have we at least arrived? Oh, you still rolling him out in the 4th spot?
Everybody else move around, but not Christian.
I'm just saying. I know Yiner got a day off. If this is another struggle tonight, I know Yiner's.
Well, he's got to be on the verge of not just getting moved down, but getting some time over on the pine.
Well, we got to take some steps before we get there, right?
Yeah,
I think we at least. I think if Yiner has the day off, he comes back. There at least has to be the conversation of him, going down maybe to 6th. At least 6th.
Yeah.
With Caratini's playing every day with.
I think it'd be fair.
Before he gets put down, but hey, he moves down the lineup. You know what that means then. Hopefully not that Florida league, but that's where it starts to roll in. So Christian, this needs to be this could be a turnaround night here. You're facing a pitcher that is got an ERA in the mid-4s. This feels like a guy maybe you'll be able to make some hay with. So hopefully he is able to do that tonight. All right, let's make a little cash for the people. Tyler again yesterday, 5 for 5, 100%. So that means he's got room, Clint, and he made a little cash. Where are you sending the folks? Oh God, Tyler.
Speaking of the man known by Christian Walker, we'll get to that. But if you haven't money people's pockets, almost on the nightly, really, over the last 3-4 weeks. Especially with these baseball bets. So it ain't broke. We ain't fixing it. I got 5 more baseball bets for you tonight on a Tuesday after going 5 for 5 yesterday on Monday. First off, I got an over. Actually, I got 3 overs for you. And if you miss any of these, you can go to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. I post these bets there every day. First over for you, Rangers at the Yankees. Over 4.5 runs in the first 5 innings.
I feel good about that.
I like it a lot. We hit the under on a first 5 last night. Now let's hit the over. Guardians at Twins tonight. You don't see numbers this low very often. Some good arms in this game, but I got the Guardians at Twins over 7 at -120. Then I got the Mets at the Boston Red Sox. Over 8.5 runs in that game. Got that one close to even money. And then 2 Astros bets for you for Game 2 against the Rays tonight. First, I am on a prop that says the Astros will be the first to score a run in this game. Got it at -145. If you can get it around there, I think that's good value. And then the man we've been discussing, Christian Walker.